propaganda. So you're kind of limited in terms of the outbreak scenario film versions. Actually, there was a remake of one of these that I watched that was not bad. It's a remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers I watched a few months ago. Oh, what was it? Maybe The Imitation? I'll never find it now. There was something like that. That was like a remake. There's another version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers that wasn't a theatrical release, but it was pretty good. Something like The Imitation or The Imitators. I don't know, something like that. I watched it 6 months ago. It was actually okay. Anyway, so, yeah. Not that great when it comes to your options for this. But remember, if you want to follow me on my IG and go get your fill of all of the funny, fun, genius things there. I actually had a minuscule say-so in this beautifully designed shirt. I would recommend everyone go and find a copy. This will be currency in the when we're all in the bunkers. So go find this shirt. You can go to my feed and you'll find how to get that. I picked a few of these pretty faces, so you can go find that shirt. That's a cool thing to get. It's not going to be toilet paper. It's going to be that. People will be trading in those during this event. All right. So that's it for movies. Anybody else got any movies that I missed that are relevant to this situation? Don't send me movies about the apocalypse. I know about those. I've seen them all, every one of them. Don't send me movies that relate to zombies unless it has the body odor scenario. Did I miss one? What do you guys think? We've been going on forever. Seventh Seal. Is that a release? I guess it does. That's a pretty bad movie. You're not talking about... No, you're talking about The Seventh Sign with the one with like Demi Moore and she's giving birth to Antichrist or something. Mimic. Yeah, I saw Mimic a long time ago. Boy, would that be a stink bomb. That would definitely be... yeah, Outland. I forgot. There are some B movies that have that kind of scenario. Outland, I think Sean Connery's in that. Yeah, that would be one. If you're looking for B movies. There's that one with Patrick Swayze, too. Was that a bio-release or was that just a post-apocalypse? I can't remember. The ending of Thanos? That's not a bio-release. A body odor release. Planet of the Apes. Yeah, maybe. Pooh Snakes. What is it? Oh, yeah, Pooh Snakes. I didn't like 28 Weeks. It wasn't as good as 28 Days, but I didn't think it was a terrible sequel. Dirty Dancing. Yes, in Dirty Dancing, Patrick Swayze's dance moves unleash the apocalypse. I know. Oh, okay. So the Ingmar Bergman's Seventh Seal has the plague. I gotcha. Yes, Roadhouse is about the end of the world. Children of Men. Something makes everybody sterile in Children of Men. That's a good one. I think I do have Children of Men. I have seen the BBC series Survivors. Yes, that's a good one for that type of stuff. The Faculty. No, The Faculty is an instantiation. It's one of the many incarnations of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers scenario. I actually like The Faculty. I think it's a pretty good movie. It's comical, satirical. It's actually a satire of all society. If you go back and watch The Faculty, I'll defend that. It's actually satirizing the cliques and divisions, not of high school, but of all society. Pretty fascinating if you read it that way. Because what is the Josh Hartnett character doing? He represents the black market. And the boomers are part of the problem in that movie. The end is near with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. By the way, yeah, it's Kareem who is the street preacher in the stand. I forgot about that. Ex Machina, yeah, no, that's not a body odor release. Yeah. Prince of Darkness, I love that. We've done Prince of Darkness here. I have multiple streams on. I don't know why every time I do a John Carpenter stream, the algorithm just freezes it at 5,000. So, but you can go search and find my John Carpenter streams. They're a lot of fun. I think I did the whole Apocalypse trilogy. So I did Prince of Darkness, and then They Live, and In the Mouth of Madness. So those are there. You can go watch those. The TV series Condor, haven't seen that. Yeah, I have seen the first half of Utopia. It's just I keep forgetting to get back to it. So Tristan and I have been talking for months about doing an analysis of Utopia, which is a great series. That's literally an entire series written partially about predictive programming. Yeah, we've already mentioned that. Let's see what else. Yeah, so I think we've got most of the movie body odor release scenarios. All right, we've been going for a while. I don't know if I have the energy to do. You know what? I'm going to tell you that if you want my analysis of the news, go to the Boiler Room that is the most recent on my podcast feed. So if you guys don't know, if you can't ever listen or watch the YouTube, you can always listen to the audios on my podcast. And so the last Boiler Room we did with the great director Melissa Dykes of True Stream Media, myself, Tristan, and Hesher and Spore, we did a 3-hour yap fest, yap. And I think we had fun tonight. Now I have a treat. I'm going to have to save the treat, though, because if I do the treat, we're going to be going all night. I'm trying to keep my streams down a little bit so I don't get too long. But you guys have been very generous tonight, which I appreciate. Do you guys want to know the treat, or do you want me to save the treat? Because we're going to do... I had this ridiculous idea for a treat for y'all. I think I need all my voice to do it, though. I don't know if I can do it without... I might have to save it for the next Goofy stream. Y'all, we on lockdown. We got every day, all day, for the next 10 years of lockdown, right, where we can just do this. So, the treat, you guys want to know the treat? Or you want me to save it? I'm going to let you decide. Prometheus kind of has a body odor release. Yeah. What do you guys want? Treat or no? You tell me. Do it? Treat? Now, I'm not going to do it right now because... So, here's the treat. I'll tell you what it is. This is not going to be... this is just for fun, just for silly, just for shites and giggles. For shites and giggles. For shites and giggles. I saw these at a bookstore and I had to pick them up because it just looks so ridiculous. And I read through one of these and I was like, that's some weird stuff in this. So I found a bunch of choose your own adventures. Would you hoes like to go on an adventure with me? I would like you hoes to go on an adventure and you will help me. It will be audience participation. You will help me navigate these adventures. So I was just thinking, like, wouldn't it be funny to read through some choose your own adventure, and I will let you guys decide if we live or die. One of these had some pretty crazy stuff in it, I have to say, because I did start reading one of them just for shite and giggles. So we have the Underground Kingdom. That one looks fun. Look at that guy. That's like Bastian riding that big ass mangy dog in, you know what I'm talking about. Never in store. We got Mystery of the Maya. Look at that dude. That's what you see when you're at the Mexican restaurant and you look at the table art looking up at you underneath your bag of chips and salsa. You see that dude. So we could do the Mystery of the Maya. Underground Kingdom, Mystery of the Maya. The Mystery of Chimney Rock. Some gilf coming at you. Watch out for her. The Third Planet from Altair. That giant genetically modified weed bud grabbing that dude in space. That one looks good. And then Trouble on Planet Earth, where you can't really see it, but Butterbean basically kidnaps kids. Remember Butterbean from UFC? Literally looks just like Butterbean kidnapping the emaciated soy boys. Trouble on Planet Earth. I thought it would be like there, and they're real quick. You know, you can read those really quick. It'd be fun. Oh, just something stupid to do while we on lockdown. All right, I don't have any more energy. I'm spent. So be sure and like, share, subscribe, do all them things. Clickety clack. Follow me on all the socials and all that stuff. And since we're on lockdown, we're not really on lockdown, but you know what I'm saying. Whatever's coming is coming. Don't be afraid, y'all. Remember, there's nothing to be afraid of, except for God himself. So we don't fear man, God, the state, right? I'm not saying we obey our leaders insofar as, you know, we're supposed to. But anyway, remember to have fun. This isn't the end of the world. You just go to my website, Thank You DC Customs, $5, and you'll see the shop section, and you can order signed copies of my book there. You can go to the website and subscribe to get access to the archives. 4 or 5 years of vast sums of archival talks, lectures. Get yourself a PhD level education from your boy. And everybody have fun during lockdown. We got your city on lockdown, right? Yellow Claw. City on lockdown. Remember to read your Bibles while you're on lockdown. And I'm going to finish Genesis, yes. So, plenty of time to finish Genesis now on lockdown. Thank you guys. Very, very generous. All you people tonight, much appreciated. Fun hanging out. Nothing more fun than hanging out with you guys. Oh yeah, I missed one of the super chats. Sorry. Nikepra spoke us $2. She says Scanner Darkly analysis. Philip K. Dick, Keanu, and Voldemort. Yes, I definitely need to do Scanner Darkly. I went and saw it in the theater when it came out, and I keep forgetting to do it. Matthew M. $2. King's daughter is a Unitarian. I've talked about that. In fact, I was just telling Jamie that his daughter is a pastor. Bill Dungzeman, $2. In the future, we all live in Walmart. Yes, get ready to live in Walmart. I've been saying it for a long time. Ben, $2. Do you have a talk on the Dead Sea Scrolls? I do not. I have a talk on the reliability of the New Testament documents and some stuff relating to Isaiah, but I've not done anything specifically on Dead Sea Scrolls. I did see the claim from National Geographic that the copies in one of the museums are forgeries. Doesn't surprise me at all. There's forgeries out there for sure. But, all right. Thank you guys very much. Awesome night. A lot of fun. God bless. And I'll talk to you guys very soon.
You were listening to Dyer Radio on DJ Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more J. Dyer Today.
Jay, like dude, Jay. What did I just say? I don't understand. What am I questioning? What two statements am I questioning whether they're identical or not? You guys seem so upset by me bringing up the fact that you have presuppositions of what's good and bad. Wait 1 sec. No. Wait. Okay, go ahead. The fact. Okay, so you're a matrix, join us. The fact. Okay, so you're a matrix, join us. We use sounds like you moved the correct when I just said you just went back to me what my point was. We use the word. We call that epic to derail. What was my reasoning for saying that, or were you just responding without even listening? You want me to tell you your reasoning? It's just an at-home. It's about framing. It's about framing the narrative. That's why you started out poisoning the well. It's just an at-home. The logic of it. Whoa, wait, no. If you're gonna call it a rephrase, I want the original statement in the rephrase. No, I'm not here to be your translator or take your retranslator. Okay, no, I'm not a good question. I spent 2 hours for you to say should. You fucked up and said should. Okay, what you just said, you said something that is completely incoherent. Okay, you said that the question of, dude, you can't even get your arguments out. What do you mean I'm incoherent? I'm not an argument. I put. How many times will you do this? How many times will the soy boat repeat? I put. The brain being so soy clogged that you don't understand what he's actually telling you. Because if you were to admit it and concede it, your little soy argument would just crumble. It would just melt like soy ice cream. Okay, so I didn't hear any argument there. The fact, I'll help you, Isaac. The fact, I'll help you, dude, I got you. The fact, I'll help you, dude, I got you. The fact, the facts that are, do you care to? That's not an argument. So the point, you're not worthy of arguments. You've already shown yourself unworthy of actual argument. Okay, that's not an argument. So I know it's not. Yeah, okay, good.
Making moves, buying and selling, spread the word, civic, nationalism, America to the ends of the globe, America to the black hole, Americanism, boomer worldview, boomer worldview, retired to Florida. By a van, Key Largo, Montego, the Beach Boys, Mar-a-Lago, 401k, Reagan era America. Boomertown. Turn the time, turn the hands of time on the doomsday clock. Back a notch, don't blow us all up, Gorbachev. You like a Gorbachev, you like a skanky child from the UK. Gorbachev, fucking Cold War, baby. Who won? Bitch, Soviets. Walls coming down. Van Halen, Ford Motor Plant, pornography. edges of the globe. Pornography, don't you know? Song from the heart of the boomer, baby. To you, America. The 60s, 70s, and 80s, America, baby. Turn back the hands of time on that doomsday clock. Put me in that ring with Gorbachev. Fucking child. We're gonna put a subway in Iraq one day.
Now it's time for J. Dyer Debate on the J. Dyer Today channel, where you'll get to experience some of the highlights of J. Dyer's debating career. During this time, there will be limited ad breaks, allowing for a smoother listening experience while the debaters make their piece, so you can follow along more easily. Enjoy.
We're going to hang out for a few minutes, wait for Jay to show up, and then we're going to join in with Vegan Gains, Richard, that's his real name, Richard, and Isaac, who is Ask Yourself. So, yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. We've got hashtag Eat Meat Make Families versus hashtag Be Soy Boys Stomp Babies. So this is gonna be an interesting conversation. I'm really interested to see. I'm fascinated to see what they believe their ethical stance is for veganism. So both these guys are moral relativists and atheists. So this is it'll be a fun conversation for sure. I had to wear my Eat Meat Make Family shirt, just in honor of triggering fragile vegans. But yeah, we're here. We run the Vegan Rescue Sanctuary here on YouTube. There are many other people running vegan rescue sanctuaries on the internet, so we definitely consider ours to be one of the most important vegan rescue sanctuaries because we love helping those vegans out. You know, we started our Keto and Carnivore Collective for November, and it's been going pretty well so far. It's the first week in that we've got quite a few ex-vegans there. I mean, I can't tell you how many of these ex-vegans come to us for coaching. Come to us after they figure out that they've been duped by the Vegangelical Choir Boys, and leave their inane, self-refuting, childish ideology, and get back to health. So that's really fun. Being able to work with so many ex-vegans, being able to run this vegan rescue operation, it's been an honor. So, you know, if you have any friends, any stray vegans that you know, who need to be adopted, you can definitely send them here. You know, we've got a very, very kind community, even though, you know, they could be a bit harsh in the chat sometimes, but I do try to keep it regular. Keep it clean in the chat today, guys. Some people have been coming in the chat and playing games, seeming like they're trying to get some people kicked off of the YouTubes. So I might have to make a moderator out of somebody. I had at one point too many moderators, where like half the chat was mods. So I have no moderators now. I'm going to see how that goes. But anyways, yeah, it's going to be fun. We're going to talk to Vegan Gains. Jay will be here in a minute. Let's see. Let's see exactly the type of argumentation that we're going to be dealing with here. The worldview construction of some of these really awesome vegans out there it's fascinating and it's funny, right? We're all big fans of Nature Boy, Your Peace Reflections, and that kind of wing of the vegan cult. Right now, Nature Boy, of course, is an extreme example of kind of the fruitarian cult. You have other versions of the same thing, you know, incels who find fruitarianism, like Tim Carr, these other people, and they turn it into basically polyamory situation where they find a way where they can weasel into a community where there's like 90% women, and it really kind of allows these dudes who would never be able to lay their hands on a woman outside of veganism to get some touchy-feely on. So that's fun. But yeah, we're going to be talking vegan ethics with Richard and Isaac, which is going to be interesting. You know, we've all seen the Vegan Gains health debates where he's got a list of Dr. Greger's study that he browbeats with, and that doesn't interest me. I'm more interested in kind of their ethical positions on veganism, especially being that most of their content is something like this.
Happy Healthy Vegan's new shirt in the mail. And yeah, it's funny, what happened today was I finally got my sperm tested to see if that vasectomy works. I put it off for a long time, just finally did it today. So you have to jerk off into a cup. And it's a lot harder than you fucking think it is, because the cup is so fucking small. My dick is thicker than the cup, so that means when you're like jerking off and coming, you can't put your dick into the cup.
Interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. There's some great montages. Vegan Game's thoughts on fertility and pronatal stuff. But hey, check it out, Jay's back. Let's get Jay on. Let's see, hopefully Skype works today. Hey.
Yo.
What's happening, man?
Just trying to rush to get here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Man's got to have his coffee. Oh, yeah. That's it? We're gonna have
I didn't have time to brew coffee if I'm trying to get to this.
Only got one? We're going to have like 5 of those, man. We're going to need maximum patience for these, for the tofu Taliban here.
I can already tell.
All right, so we got Jay here. It's gonna be fun, guys. We're already live, Jay. Got the audience over here. They're waiting. Got Vegan Gains and Isaac. Ask Yourself waiting in the other room. I was just checking out a few clips of Vegan Gains, and I don't know. He's got some of the funnest content on the internet. I can't hear it.
Children to control and manipulate you to prevent you from leaving an unloving, abusive relationship, or to steal money from you after you break up. And I don't give a fuck what you say, oh, I love my man and I just want to have babies with him. It's fucking bullshit.
Hey, when I'm playing this video, is the audio going through Skype? Or were you not hearing anything there?
Do it again.
Okay, hold on, let me make sure. I gotta change the settings on my Skype.
No, I don't think I heard anything.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely would have heard it. It was a young kid screaming very loudly. Audio.
No, I didn't hear anything.
All right. Let's see here. Audio, video. How about now? Can you hear me when I talk?
You're muted.
Okay, that's not gonna work.
You're muted.
But now it works.
Now I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Alright. Cool. Well, we'll jump over on Hangouts. Let's see. I got the Hangout link over here. Vegan Game sent me the Hangout link, and I think they're ready to roll. Isaac and I are just waiting in the Hangout. Alright, they're there. Isaac and Richard are there. Alright, I'm running through OBS too. I'm streaming this too, if that's okay with you guys. Google Chrome. I had to download fucking Google Chrome to get Hangouts to work, but I did it. My boomer tech skills. Nah, you're a boomer too. Honorary boomer. I got some blondish gray. Vegans call it gray. I say blonde, but we agree to disagree. Mr. Edge Health? No, you just call me Tristan. Yeah. 31. But I look 45, so it's okay.
Everyone's ready. I can get it started.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
You ready? Okay. Starting stream now.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the debate. We are here with
Primal Edge Health and Jay Dyer, and on my debate team, I have Ask Yourself with me. We are going to be debating the ethical principles of veganism, essentially, just ethics surrounding animal welfare, killing of animals, whether or not it's appropriate, at least in certain circumstances. So just before we start the debate, I just want to make it clear that the debate is focusing on ethics. You can use whatever arguments you want to justify killing animals or treating them in a particular way. You could use religion, even politics, but it does have to directly relate to ethics. So if you guys want to get started, why do you think it's okay to kill and eat animals?
Why is it okay to kill and eat animals? Well, I think a better way to approach it would be, I mean, if you're making the claim that veganism is morally and ethically right, I think maybe where we should start is how do we know what is morally and ethically right or wrong? I think that's kind of the where we need to start.
Whoa! How ridiculous there. I'm not getting immediately derailed into meta-ethics. No fucking chance, dude.
Okay,
so what we want to talk about right off the bat is you have an ethical system in place already. What we want to see is if veganism is a logically consistent extension of that system. Talking about the grounding for that system.
So you don't want to debate. You guys want a curated, very carefully controlled
No.
interrogation of...
Wait.
What do you want? I don't get what you guys want. You guys just seem so upset by me bringing up the fact that you have presuppositions of what's good and bad.
Wait, 1 sec.
Wait. Okay, go ahead. Wait. Okay, go ahead.
It sounds like you didn't address what I just said. Could you just repeat back to me what my point was?
Can you just repeat back what your point is? You said you don't want to get derailed into meta-ethics.
And why would that? Wait, 1 sec. Sorry, Richard. Can you just tell me what my reasoning was there for why that is a derail? Because when you repeat it like that,
you just tell you what your reasoning is.
Okay, wait. No. We can't do the cutting each other off constantly thing.
Well, that's what you guys did to me. You immediately jumped in and
Wait. The record will show that you cut me off while I was saying the word orthogonal. So I just want to know. I'll repeat the point if you didn't follow the point. But I just want to know.
Go ahead.
Well, no, because this establishes something about how you're trying to argue right now. I just want to know. Yes, I called meta-ethics a derail. What was my reasoning for saying that, or were you just responding without even listening?
You want me to tell you your reasoning? Is this vegan?
No.
Is this
vegan logic? Why meta-ethics is a
What the fuck are you
derail?
talking about?
No, listen. He just wants to know why you believe him saying meta-ethics is a derail is actually a derail.
Oh, because I told you in my comment why I view it as a derail. Then you responded by mocking the notion of it being a derail without addressing why I called it a derail.
What is
why I called it a derail?
What is a derail and why?
Okay, it's basically a red herring. You're basically going off in a direction that's irrelevant.
So
to the actual
defining ethics. So I get it. So this is your channel. We come on. There's no moderator except you guys. And you direct every single portion of this, and you use
how
does this work? I'm not sure how this works.
Listen.
You say you want to debate. You're not letting me
explain.
finish. You're not letting me finish. You say you want to debate about ethics, yet actually defining how we and you derive truth or, truths about ethics and how we can decide what is ethically right or wrong or what's morally right or wrong. We can't discuss that. That's derailing.
Okay, one second. What I don't want to do is get into the meta where we start talking about the conversation. I want to ask Jay, because Jay knows philosophy. Do you follow the point that I just said?
As I understand you want to stick to the topic of the ethicality of whether or not eating meat is justified. And that would justification suggests epistemology, right? So in other words, you don't want to talk about how we justify claims. You want to talk about whether or not eating meat itself is justified or not, correct?
Kind of close, right? So there's 3 tiers of ethics. You obviously know this. Tristan, do you know the 3 tiers?
What are the 3 tiers of ethics, Isaac?
Yeah. So no, I'm not trying to condescend to you. I don't know a whole lot about philosophy. I'm not formally trained. But the 3 tiers are meta-ethics, normative ethics, and applied ethics. Meta-ethics is when you're talking about ethics itself, so that's questions from above, things you can ask about ethics. Does it have to be consistent or not? Is it objective or subjective? Real, anti-real? Is it particular or is it general, right? Normative ethics, those are questions of what we define good to be. So, consequentialism defines, or, you could have utilitarianism. You define good as that which generates utility, however utility is defined in the system. You could have good as that which maximizes rights if you're a deontologist. And then applied ethics, that's specific issues like veganism, abortion, stem cell research, international affairs. So my point that I made right at the start was that I don't want to get derailed into a conversation about meta-ethics, which when you want to talk about...
You don't want us to question.
Please.
I mean, how long are you going to go? How long are you going to go? You get like a 30-minute opening statement?
I just laid out the groundwork for my point, and then when I went to deliver the point, you cut me off. So we have these different tiers, right? So what you were trying to do right at the start was talk about the grounding for ethics,
Absolutely.
which I'm sure... And would Jay agree with me that that is a question of meta-ethics?
It is. No, but
yeah.
why?
Just let me finish the point, and then you guys can go crazy, okay? So the question of grounding is orthogonal to the question of whether your normative ethics are logically consistent. What I want to talk about...
You only want to talk about whether our ethics are... So what you want to do is you want to talk about whether our ethics are logically consistent. So you just want to question us on our ethics. That just sounds like such a boring conversation.
You can do the same thing to us.
You can do, yeah.
But also, I mean, without actually talking about how do we derive, and where do we derive ethics? It's not unnecessary questioning the presuppositions behind your world.
In the context of this debate, it is completely unnecessary.
In the context of the debate that you want, that's not the conversation I care about.
You already agree like the debate topic.
Let me ask a question.
Let's all let everyone talk. Yeah. Let's just
go ahead.
What if my philosophical approach to the world and to these issues does not believe that meta-ethics is orthogonal, that it's a different line of reasoning? What if I see that as intimately undergirding how I would reason about anything normative as well?
Well, I would need an argument for that, but I'd also want to clearly formulate what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the question of grounding is orthogonal to the question of whether the system is internally consistent. That is my claim.
Yep, but I don't believe that. I believe that that's not true.
Okay, could you provide your reasoning?
Well, I come from a school of philosophy that specifically denies that. It believes that all of anything that you say about the world, anything that you claim to know about the world, or anything in general, any knowledge claim, any proposition, cannot be divorced from the overall paradigm or system from which you're operating. To me, it seems.
Which I would say that. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
I was just going to say that's exactly what I'm getting at. It's like, how can we divorce the two? How can you divorce, bigger picture epistemology and where we're coming from and how we define ethics, right, wrong, good, bad? How can we have a conversation and have it mean anything without actually getting to the base of that?
And here's another thing that you might disagree with. Like, I come from the position that, for example, ethics isn't and can't be really divorced from something epistemological or metaphysical. So, for example, if you say, I believe that veganism is, ethically the only justified position, okay? That's not just an ethical claim. It also necessarily entails propositions and beliefs related to metaphysics and epistemology. You're claiming to know this. You're claiming, that you, I, right, it assumes the self, the subject. It assumes, distinctions in the world relationship between animals and humans, right? All this kind of stuff, because it's in other words, it's unavoidable. I mean, if you want to have a position where you say that it is distinct, I think that breaks down really easily and really quickly.
Okay, so if I make a claim that says X is ethical and X is not ethical, you would agree that that's a logical contradiction, right?
Yeah, typically speaking, unless it's a question about fundamental paradigms, that would be the violation of the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, well, the question of fundamental paradigms, I mean, it's a statement of, it would be a statement of applied ethics, or if I was talking about at the level of what the normative rules are, it could be a statement of normative ethics. But the statement X, if I say P and not P, if I say it is true that X is ethical, it is not true that X is ethical, that is a contradiction. And the fact that that is a contradiction is not contingent on how you ground ethics. It's just contingent on logic.
It is, It's okay. You're right, except in certain cases when you're asking about the ethicality of ethics itself, which are meta-level questions which transcend normative applications of logic.
Okay, but I want
And that's important because it relates to how any claim is grounded.
Yeah. So my question is, can you explain to me how? Give me an example where the statement X is. It is true that X is ethical. It is not true that X is ethical. Somehow becomes not a contradiction, and and the thing that makes it not a contradiction comes from metaethics.
When you ask about the ethicality of that proposition itself, that becomes a meta-ethical, meta-logical question.
So the statement, you would say that there is a case where the statement X is ethical and X is not ethical is not a contradiction?
Correct.
Okay, can you spell out that case for me?
When it relates to how you justify logic itself, it becomes a circular issue. So even though it's not a contradiction, it is circular. But not everything circular is a contradiction. Sometimes there are logical paradoxes that are not contradictions.
But the statement is a direct contradiction. The statement is P and not P. The only thing, just to be clear, Jay, the only thing that you need to assume for that to be a contradiction is logic. The subject matter wouldn't even matter. It could be about ethics. It could be about the house existing. It doesn't matter. If I'm saying P and not P,
this is an old problem in philosophy. It's related to the paradox sentence. This sentence is false. Okay, that's a contradiction. The Greeks talked about this. I'm just saying there are specific cases when you're talking about very fundamental paradigm issues, like how do we know that logic is logical, right? You can't avoid circularity in certain cases. And you're given an example, which in logic, in the history of philosophy, is known as a unique case. There are, generally speaking, you're right. Generally speaking, it is true. But if I ask you the question, how do you know logic is logical? How do you know words mean without using words? You can't do it, right? So there is in every point in a system a fundamental circularity at the bottom, and that's crucial for the way that I argue or look at the world or deal with any kind of question like this. So for me, I'm not going to be able to talk about the ethics of veganism or killing animals without the existence of God.
Okay, one sec. So we have some serious major disagreement there. So
Are you familiar with the Gödel sentence, right? There's such a thing as Gödel sentence.
I don't know all the details. I know the liar paradox, and I know when you can take sentences that seem superficially contradictory and then resolve the contradiction. Like if you have the current king of France is bald, the current king of France is not bald, you can resolve those by adding another element to the sentence. But what I'm talking about is a bit different than this, right? What I'm talking about is that any statement of the form P and not P is contradictory, and that relies solely on the assumption that logic is true or valid.
Yeah, and I just told you that you're right when you said any statement except in certain cases like what I'm talking about. So it's not any statement.
Well, wait. So can you explain to me what the case is where P and not P is not a contradiction?
Yeah, so for example, the sophists asked Aristotle this question in the Metaphysics. They said, okay, so the law of non-contradiction, how do we know that the law of non-contradiction itself is logical? That's a transcendental meta-level question.
Yeah, but assuming that you have logic in place, any statement of the form, and you presumably have logic in place for your worldview, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So if you make a statement, P and not P, you're contradicting yourself.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Except in cases where logic itself is in question, and I'm going to question your logic itself.
Wait. But the question is, what my initial point was in this debate is that the issue of grounding for ethics, so whether it comes from some objective source, whether it comes from a subjective source, that's orthogonal to the point that
it's not.
It's the only thing that's necessary for P and not P to be a contradiction is logic. You don't need any meta-ethical assumptions there.
Actually, yes, you do. You do because the question assumes that you should be logical, correct? So that's an ethical. Aspect.
Can I just hold things up for a second, Tristan?
Yeah.
A lot of people are complaining about the kids in the background. Could you switch your mic to push to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I know you guys hate babies. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't hate babies. Yeah. So I understand that if you say, well, we're going to question logic itself. Yeah, if you don't have logic in place, you can't make the statement that something is contradictory. But my point was that assuming logic, the statement P.
Yeah, why should we assume logic in your worldview? Why should we assume logic?
No. But one second. You're trying to derail into a conversation about presuppositionalism, right?
No, I would disagree. I would disagree that that's a derail. Why is it a derail to actually question where you?
I didn't agree to not talk about how we ground.
You're the ones who are saying that we can't talk about this. This is the only thing that interests me. I mean, how are we, you want to just have a hypothetical conversation about name the trade or something? That bores the shit out of me. Why don't we talk about?
Okay, well, look. To me, it sounds like Jay is trying to use God sort of as an excuse for killing animals. Like that's basically what he's trying to get behind.
Well, look, if you were to name the trade, you were to try to play your name the trade game, which it seems like that's what you guys wish to do is do the name the trade.
Sure.
If you do that, and we say from our worldview that the trait that would allow you to eat animals but not eat humans is that humans are made in the image of God. There's no contradiction there.
That's fine.
But I don't have. But the thing is, it just bores me. I've seen you guys do this debate before. I've seen you.
We'll get to that point. Look,
that's fine. We can argue against that point. If you want to use God.
No, but we don't even. What I'm saying is, why even get there? Why don't we start at the basic level and actually?
Because we don't have to. It just derails the whole conversation.
Well, it derails it. You think it derails it because it makes your point. Because it makes your point look absurd. You say it derails it.
No. 1 second. This is the initial point, right? You wanted to talk about grounding, which is an issue of metaethics. Okay, I want to talk about whether your normative system is consistent, and if your applied ethics stay consistent with that normative system. That's the kind of thing I want to talk about, is consistency within your framework.
Yeah, but
so when come on, wait a second. When I say grounding is orthogonal to whether your system is consistent, we're metaethical grounding, right? For Jay to respond to that by saying, well, you're assuming logic. Logic isn't a question of meta-ethics. Logic is
it is.
Whether we should accept logic? Would you not consider the grounding for logic?
How can you say someone? How can you say we should accept logic? Like where is it implied that we should accept?
That's an ethical imperative.
1 second. This is the core point, right? The issue of whether the statement P and not P is a contradiction, that what your meta-ethics are, that's irrelevant to that statement, right?
No, it's not. That's an assumption that a lot of people make, but it's not.
Okay, so I would like you to show me what the case is where a meta-ethical assumption causes that to become not a contradiction.
Right. Well, the question is about whether or not ethics assumes metaphysics and logic.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's what I'm arguing. I'm telling you that when you say that you should abide by the law of non-contradiction, should is an imperative. It's a moral claim. You should believe this.
Yes.
And also
when you say logical claims have a force of truth behind them that assumes that people should follow the line of reasoning. They should follow the truth. That's an ethical assumption. Now, you might try to argue that there's a system where you can have logic that's abstract that people don't have to follow, that you shouldn't follow the truth. But that's once again, even still, an ethical claim about your logic.
In order to say that there is a case where P and not P is not a contradiction, you have to question logic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Logic, that's not a question of meta-ethics.
It's related to it, and it directly applies to it.
Wait a second. Now you're changing. Now it's just related to it. If it's not a question of meta-ethics, my point stands.
Well, I can qualify my statement without it being a contradiction, and I say yes. So if you ask a question about meta logic, it's not directly a statement about meta ethics, but it necessarily implies meta ethics.
Okay, but the problem is what you want to say here is that the issue of grounding, that somehow affects whether the statement is a contradiction or not. All that's required for the statement to be a contradiction.
In some cases, yes.
All that's required for the statement to be a contradiction is logic.
In most cases, but not all.
Okay, show me the case where you have logic in place, and P and not P is not a contradiction.
I just gave you multiple examples where there's a paradox at the level of paradigms.
Okay, but I want the case where P and not P is when you're going to say that's not a contradiction, and this isn't
a paradox is not a contradiction.
So okay, sorry,
This is classic philosophy. Okay, if you study philosophy, you'll learn that there's cases where you can have a contradiction. Okay, so for example, Bertrand Russell, who I don't like at all, he talks about this in his Logic. He talks about situations where in logic you can have something that is a paradox, like the liar sentence, right? This sentence is false. Sure. Technically, that's not a contradiction. Now you might say, what does that have to do with what we're talking about? Because it relates to ultimate circularity at the grounding points of our belief system. And I'm telling you that there are situations where, for example, the sophists, right, they debate with Aristotle, right? Aristotle is using logic, and the sophists come to him in the metaphysics, and they say, well, what if I don't believe in the law of non-contradiction? How do you get me to accept that itself? And you say, this doesn't matter. Why does this matter? I used it in the debate with JF because JF says, I don't accept the law of non-contradiction. I don't accept your logical laws binding me. And I'm saying that you can go that route, but it's completely self-destructive. And there's nothing wrong with asking the question about meta-ethics and meta-logic. And I can give you multiple examples of where you can make an epistemological claim, an ethical claim, and it relates directly to metaphysics. And you want it to be divided off from the rest of those things so that you don't have to answer hard questions.
No, it does relate to metaphysics. It doesn't relate to meta-ethics.
It does relate to ethics. This is a stupid assumption that people make who are naive when it comes to philosophy.
No.
Let me ask you, your mic still isn't on push to talk. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Did you hear
if somebody
your
says something true, you believe there's a force behind it that some kind of force that people should accept it, right? Something that's logically true and consistent should be accepted. That's ethics, dude. Should.
I hear you making a normative claim, but saying this is a contradiction with respect to logic doesn't even require me stating my position on whether I accept that people should be logical.
If something's a contradiction, you're assuming people shouldn't believe it. Should and shouldn't are ethical claims.
No, I'm not making a should statement. I'm saying given that I'm saying that given a assumption of logic on any view that assumes logic, P and not P is a contradiction. And the question of assuming logic is a question of metaphysics, not a question of meta-ethics.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Should people avoid contradictions?
You're trying to get me to make a should statement. My claim is that given
if there's no force behind your logic, if people shouldn't accept your logic, then you have no argument.
You're trying to get him to say a different statement. He just asked you a question that was not a should statement.
Yeah, my
he rephrased it to where he doesn't have to have any ethical force behind his logic. But every ethical system assumes that you should accept the logic of it.
Whoa, wait, no. If you're going to call a rephrase, I want the original statement and the rephrase.
No, I'm not here to be retrans.
Okay, no. Then take that off the table. If you're not providing evidence for it, don't tell me I rephrased.
He didn't rephrase.
Okay, then provide. No, wait. Provide evidence.
Yeah. You said, look, you're saying that there's nothing ethical about a logical system. Like that you can apply logic and that it doesn't relate to meta-ethics and it doesn't relate to any shoulds or shouldn't, right? And
that's
you rephrase that to say
claim. My claim is that the question of whether your normative system is logically consistent does not hinge on meta-ethics. It hinges on logic. Okay,
yeah,
so what is an example?
There's no such. I've given you multiple examples. There's no such thing as pure logic that doesn't also necessitate and include and imply ethics.
You're trying to do.
Okay, you're trying to actually you're creating a straw man essentially. You're actually the examples you provided required the should statement. Isaac wasn't asking you a question.
Him avoiding the use of the word should is irrelevant. That's not the point.
No, it is.
Because he's still assuming the same thing.
You're creating a completely different argument that he's not making.
Yeah. So my claim.
It's your logic. Does your logic have epistemic force behind it?
This is the thing. You keep trying to talk about my logic and my position when my claim is when my claim is simply that that the question of whether your normative ethics are consistent does not hinge on metaethics. It hinges on logic.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that that's wrong because logic also is directly related to metaethics, and you can't have one without the other.
Okay, and provide an example of that where that doesn't require.
I'm giving you an example because any logical claim assumes that you have to accept it, that it's true, that truthfulness carries with it the force of you having to accept it. You're supposed to.
I see exactly what you're trying to do.
Should people accept true claims? Should people accept true claims and avoid false claims?
No, I'm not going to take the bait and make a
Yeah, because that shows how stupid your argument is. Because you're fucking retarded, that's why.
No, it shows that sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, listen, you're making a completely different question that Isaac is asking. It is completely different.
No, it is not.
It is. You're trying to say
you're saying it's not.
You're trying to.
I give you an example, and you say it's not. It's not that. It's different. It's different.
No, he's
not
asking. Different. No, he's basically telling you that logic does not require metaethics.
And I'm saying
a question. You're creating a completely different question about logic, whether or not you should follow it. That's a completely different question than whether or not whether or not logic requires metaethics.
How else would you argue that logical claims entail ethics? How else would you?
Wait. The claim that you should be logical, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the claim that given the assumption of logic, P and not P is a contradiction, right? So if I say the question of whether your normative ethics are logically consistent does not hinge on metaethics, for you to then try to say, well, no, logic.
Yeah, but I never agreed to your founding premise that we're not going to talk about metaethics and metalogic. So you want that because you're just that's also not my position. I didn't say that we should never talk about metaethics. I said that we should only talk about anything other than the direct ethical questions we're interested in.
Anything
except the area where I'm going to get got.
Anything except the presupposition.
Anything but this, because this is the key issue.
Yeah.
No. If it actually pertains, right? So if you can show me that an ethical claim that you're making hinges on your metaethics, that's a different thing. But what I want, we're not even getting into the debate because you guys aren't agreeing to basic framing, right? And the framing.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you frame the debate. That's called poisoning the well.
That's your whole game. That's your whole game. You guys frame the debate. You guys frame it as you want it. You guys never concede that you lose any single point, and you've got it all mapped out, and you've got a Discord server full of like 2,000 soy nerds over there pecking away for you. It's fucking ridiculous.
That's not an argument. Yeah, that's not an argument. And
no, it's not. It's not an argument. It's just a statement. It's an objectively true statement.
I'm happy to spend the entire time here just wrecking you guys on this claim.
You can spend the entire time going in circles. You can spend the entire time going in circles and denying what we're trying to say and denying that you can see the contradictions in what you're saying, but you're getting smashed, dude.
Look, if your beliefs on animal ethics, how animals should be treated, whether or not they should be killed or not, hinges on a metaethical position, that's fine. We can discuss it.
Correct.
But the problem right now is you're essentially straw manning Isaac. He's trying to point out that explain it again. Logic doesn't require metaethics.
Wait, 1 second. He's doing a shady thing there. What he's doing is he's saying the notion that you should accept logic, which once you bring a should in, now there's an ethical component. What I'm saying is simply
that's not being shady, dude. That's called analyzing an argument.
It's shifting the ground.
If you think that's shady, you're fucking retard.
It's so shady to analyze the argument.
Analyzing the argument and listen for shoulds and oughts. That's basic ethics. History philosophy is all about
okay. He's not creating a should argument or a should question. Isaac is
I know that.
simply stating.
Dude, you're not even following.
And why are you reframing his fucking question?
Yeah,
because it doesn't matter about what word you use, whether you put the should in there or you put.
It does.
It's not reframing the question. You're simply stating what you guys are actually doing, and you're so triggered and butthurt, and the brain seems so soy clogged that you don't understand what he's actually showing you. Because if you were to admit it and concede it, your little soy argument would just crumble. It would just melt like soy ice cream.
Okay, I didn't hear any argument there. I heard narrative and ad homs. What were you saying, Richard?
Okay, so Isaac is claiming that you don't need logic itself does not require metaethics.
We've established that.
Wait. Let me be clear about my claim. My claim is that the question of whether your normative ethics are logically consistent, that does not hinge on your meta-ethics.
And we don't agree with that, okay? So we don't agree on that point.
So we're going to hash it out, right?
Right.
So the question of whether, given logic, the statement P and not P is a contradiction, that's not a question of meta-ethics. It's not a meta. It's a question of whether
I understand that you don't think that it is, and I'm telling you that there's a way that I argue that I make when I do analysis, I look at systems as a whole. And so in my view, and I know you don't believe this, but I'm telling you my perspective. My perspective is that knowledge, epistemology, and ethics are intimately bound up together, and there's no way to separate them. You can't have an ethical claim that doesn't assume metaphysics and ethics or epistemology. You can't have an epistemological claim that doesn't assume ethics and metaphysics. That's my view. Now, I know we disagree on this point, and you say, how can you believe that? What are your examples? And I'm just simply saying that anytime you make any kind of ethical claim, I don't care whether it's normative or whether it's about metaethics, it's going to assume these two other branches of philosophy. So again, it's not that difficult of an argument. It's a very simple claim. I know that doesn't mean that you accept it. You don't think it's true, but it's a simple view.
You're saying different kinds of things here, right? So when you
I'm not.
when you say something like ethical claims hinge on logic, or there's base assumptions, like you probably taught
right.
Whenever you make any statement, I get the precept shtick, okay? I wrec presuppers constantly.
It's not a shtick. It's just claiming that you can wreck it.
How about instead of cutting me off so that the only thing I've said is that I wreck presup all the time, you let me actually make my argument. That's not an argument. That's not an argument. That's not an argument. Okay, that's not an argument. That is not an argument.
How about I do it? How about it?
Yeah, not an argument.
How about it?
Not an argument. Okay.
How about it?
Not an argument.
Right on.
Yeah,
How about it?
not an
How about it?
argument.
How many times will you do this? How many times will the soy boy repeat? How about it? How about it?
It's
How about
just
it?
not an argument.
We got a soy boy NPC number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Rebooted.
It still doesn't become an argument.
Okay, look, Isaac is pointing out that you don't need metaethics logic does not hinge on metaethics. And when you argue against that point, you're just asking the question, well, should we rely on logic, which is an ethical question. Isaac is not making an ethical statement.
He is, whether he wants to or not, he is.
He wants to bypass that.
I know he doesn't want to.
He wants to
How is he
bypass
making?
it.
Okay,
Do you understand entailment? Do you understand necessary entailment?
Okay, well, just explain it. Why does that statement that he's making,
I've explained it like
logic
10
does not
times.
hinge
I've
on
explained it like 10 times, and you guys
No, you haven't. All you've done is strawman his position, essentially. Explain.
You're just declaring it by royal soy decrees that it's fucking that it's.
That's great. Yeah, soy jokes. Okay. So explain how logic hinges on metaethics.
Wait. No, I want the claim. No, I want my claim to be. Clear. I'm sorry. I want my claim to be clear. My claim is that the consistency of your ethical system does not hinge on metaethics. It hinges on logic.
I know, and I'm saying that I don't accept that.
Yeah,
whether we should follow logic is a completely different question.
Yeah.
Whether or not logic.
You want us to assume that we should. You want us to assume that we should follow your logic.
Okay. No. Wait. Jay,
you guys are atheists. It's a world of naturalistic materialism. Why should we follow this supposed invariant immaterial concept called logic? Why should we?
Okay. Wait. Jay is
a completely different state. That's a completely different statement than what Isaac is making.
I know it is. I'm asking a different question.
Okay, but I'm not letting you shift the topic, right? So what you just said, you said something that is completely incoherent. Okay, you said that the question of
you can't even get your arguments out. What do you mean I'm incoherent?
Oh my God! Let him talk.
Well, how about you let me spell out the incoherency? You just said that two things are the same. You just said that two things are the same question. Those two things were: should you be logical, and does the consistency of your ethical system hinge on something other than logic? Those are just simply not the same question, and no logician will tell you those are the same question. It's a false statement, Jay.
Okay, two questions can be asked about the same topic that relate to the same issue. Okay, so does it mean
if they relate, make it the same thing. So Jay has now put multiple claims on the table that he hasn't retracted. He claimed that I rephrased. He provided no evidence. And now he has backed off. Now he has backed off. He's backed off the claim that these are the same questions, and now they're just related.
No.
So will you acknowledge? Wait, will you acknowledge that you? Will you acknowledge
Great.
Will you acknowledge?
I'm not acknowledging anything because
wait. Will you acknowledge that you just shifted from a claim that the statements are the same to a claim that they relate? Please.
No. You can ask.
You're not going to be honest.
You don't even let me get 2 words in.
That's ad hominem, dude. That's ad hominem.
Straw man, ad hominem.
First of all, you can ask a question about something, a proposition, a belief, whatever, in different ways, and it be essentially the same question. So just because I ask a question about ethics or a question about metaphysics, I'm ultimately relating it back to the fact that I believe that all 3 of these realms are absolutely interconnected and you can't divide them. If I talk about something distinct from something else, that doesn't mean it's a different claim. It doesn't mean that it's completely unrelated. It might be, I'm trying to convey to you that knowledge, epistemology, and ethics are all interconnected. And anytime you make a claim about any one of them, you're assuming the other 2. I know you don't believe that, but do you understand what I'm saying?
The problem is you haven't actually provided a valid example for that.
I've given you multiple simple examples.
No, you haven't.
Wait a second.
No, you haven't.
No. Look.
Wait, Richard, you're falling into his thing a little bit.
It's not a trap, dude. If you take a philosophy 101 course, you're going to learn that these 3 branches of philosophy. It's not a trap, dude.
No. The trap is reframing what I'm saying as a claim that epistemology, metaphysics, and logic.
We spent an hour saying I disagree with your initial claim. Why can't you just accept that?
No, is the initial claim that I disagreed with that metaphysics, logic, and epistemology are connected? Are you going to claim that?
You are hashing over nonsense. You are kicking out terms.
This is how they do every debate.
This is why you can't get anywhere.
They have a whole team. They desperately want everybody to take them seriously, but they don't even take their own position seriously enough to be consistent within it.
Okay,
it's so ridiculous.
You know what I think would be good right now? I think
it's not even
both
entertaining.
sides. No, I think both sides should just make closing statements on this one topic, and then maybe we could move.
And then we all jump into your little phrase.
You know what? I just see it's not going anywhere. They're not willing to concede that you're wrong on this point and that they're reframing.
No,
I'm not going to concede.
Richard, one second, Richard, you can't do that. If you do that, then there's so many bad moves that are open to them. You have to. No, 1 second. If they try to say that somehow the consistency of their normative frame hinges on meta-ethics, we're going to spend the whole time discussing grounding, and that's irrelevant to whether their system is consistent.
Now, it's not, you dummy. I just spent an hour and a half trying to explain to you how it's not.
Okay.
Good God, dude. What is wrong with you? Like, you have some kind of mental issue. Like, something is wrong up here.
Jay, you've made false claims. Okay, you've made multiple claims.
No, I nailed you on it. You didn't know what you were talking about. And
I'm still trying to talk about it. I'm still trying to talk about the exact same thing, okay? So, first of all, it's worth acknowledging that you've made multiple claims that you are not backing off.
No.
You claim that I rephrased something. You didn't provide evidence for it. You claim that 2 questions are the same and then switch to they're related, and you won't.
Are you reading this directly off of your Discord? Are you reading this from your Discord, or are you actually coming up with this?
That's not an argument.
Okay, so you are reading it right off your Discord. That's really cute. How many people do you guys have in your Discord? How do you guys join the?
This is like debating a 18-year-old who's taking philosophy 101.
Do you care to? That's not an argument. So the point. So,
yeah, you're not worthy of arguments. You've already shown yourself unworthy of actual argumentation.
Okay, that's not an argument. So
I know it's not.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So then maybe stop doing it. Okay. So you've made 2 false claims there. You won't back off. Okay. Well, how about Can we?
You're fundamentally retarded and contradicting yourself at a fundamental level.
Can we?
Because you can't justify any of your views at all. You can't justify any of your ethical claims or moral claims. You can't justify anything about epistemology or metaphysics.
Let's just assume
and that's what I'm here to show you.
Let's just assume that I can. Let's forget that. Move past it, and we'll frame the argument. We'll play name the trait. Let's play.
There's no assume and forget about it. You're not getting off of it. Tristan,
I'm not getting away from anything. You're not gonna.
Wait, you opened this debate with a claim, and I have been trying to force concession on the same claim for this entire time.
You want to hinge your whole position on presupposed metaphysical
Nobody's going to
claims. You want to
No, I don't have to presuppose anything for me.
You do.
Presupposing logic.
You do. That's the point of the debate. You do.
I understand that in order for me to make claims about logic, I have to presuppose something. But the point...
That's what I want to debate.
No, okay.
No, you don't want to.
No one disagrees on that. It's not the question, though, right? So what
it is for me. It is for me.
Okay. So the question for you is not So the question for you is not the objection that I presented to Tristan's point. Okay, so you're saying something that's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. What Tristan said at the very start of the debate, he tried to say that I pointed out that the consistency of his normative system does not hinge on his meta-ethics. Okay, it hinges on logic. It hinges on logic. The only thing necessary.
Your logic is not divorced from that, dummy. How many times have I say it?
Wait, but what you're doing is you're saying that the separate question of whether you should accept the separate question. Okay, so I just want you on the record that the two questions: should you accept logic, and does the consistency of your normative framework hinge on meta-ethics, are the same question. Will you just affirm that so that you're on the record saying something incredibly stupid?
No, there are two ways of speaking about the same issue.
Oh, so they're not the same thing. Yeah, so they're not the same thing, are they?
They're asking the same question in different ways.
No, they aren't. They are asking two separate
questions.
Yes,
they are. You're too fucking dumb to realize it, dude.
All right, so I will bet you $1,000 that those are not the same question, and that I can get multiple PhDs in logic to affirm that. Will you take
you get to appeal
to
authority?
You know what that is?
Appeal to
authority,
No, I did not claim that I did not.
That's called appeal to authority.
Okay, so you just want to shout that at me. Okay, so wait.
No, I've seen you do this on your Twitter. You claim that you can get PhDs in logic to back you up. That's fucking retarded, dude.
Anyone who has a PhD in logic is going to tell you that those are not the same.
Dude, I studied logic in grad school. You haven't studied anything in grad school.
And are you? No, I haven't. But
so you're gonna start appeal. You want to appeal to authority? We can appeal to authority all day.
No. I did not claim that what I'm saying is true by virtue of an authority affirming it. I just offered you a bet. You're saying those are the same sentence. You're losing the debate bringing that in. That's why you're bringing that in, because you're fucking losing the debate. You got to rely on some PhD professor somewhere. Let me give you the framing, right? We're not doing this because you already did it. You already did this for 2 fucking hours. You framed it, and I disagree with it. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you don't want to interact with what's being said, then we can stop.
That's what you're gonna frame it as now. You're so good. Hey, man, you should be on fucking television, man. This is beautiful.
Okay,
you
Tristan,
should be on fucking TV.
Seriously, Tristan. At this point, if you keep just saying stupid shit that doesn't even relate to the argument, I'm just going to mute you until you have something that's actually.
You can mute me, but I'm streaming it on my stream.
And to keep things fair, if he ends up muting Tristan, I will stop talking and let you talk to Jay. But what I want to say, I can recap everything that's happened. So we opened up.
Go ahead, do that again.
I don't need to recap, dude. I don't need to recap. I don't care if you want to recap. I care about if the audience follows. We can have a real debate if you wanted to.
Yeah, wait. What I care about is if the audience follows and is going to be able to look
at what you care about is your audience seeing you as perceived winner. That's all you care about. You're not interested in
It's not about real debate. It's about framing, and it's about how you perceive.
It's about framing the narrative. That's why you started out poisoning the well.
It's just an add-on. Okay. No. What I want, when I say that I'll recap, the reason that I will do that is because I would like it to be on the record exactly what's been said, and for people to be able to cross-check that with timestamps and affirm that I'm correct.
It's being recorded. It's on the record. You don't have to recap it.
Dude, nobody's
you want to reframe it and recap it?
No. There's no.
Nobody's taking you that serious. The timestamp.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Are you guys saying that you are just not interested in hearing what I'm saying? You just don't want to hear what I'm saying?
No, I'm not. You've already shown yourself to be a retard. I'm not interested in that.
We've shown you several times. You're fucking refuting yourself.
Okay. Well then, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I've talked more than Richard. I'll let Richard talk. If you don't want to hear, wait, I'd like to close off what I've said before passing it to Richard.
I'm sure you would.
Close it off one more time. As long as you can.
Listen. Everyone quiet. Why don't we let Isaac close off what he said? If you guys want to close off what you said, you can. And then how about we just kind of move forward from there?
Move forward to what?
I just want to say, so you're welcome to move forward with them. I won't be moving forward if we can't get agreement on the basics, because the further stuff we're going to talk about will hinge on this.
So what do you want to agree with, Isaac?
You know what? They're not going to concede. They're not going to concede on any position. So Like, literally, unless you want this debate to, like, literally be a circle where you just keep straw manning you, essentially. I think this is just
Well, I just want to clarify exactly what's said here. All right. So the debate opened up with Tristan suggesting that in some way. So I criticized him because
hey, why do you have to restate what we've already restated 30 times?
Because
we already went over this. Isaac is just gonna make a closing statement on this one topic. If you guys want, you can make a closing statement on your topic. Don't interrupt him.
Yeah, you guys can go after me. Talk for as long as you want.
Yeah.
So the debate opened up with Tristan trying to talk about grounding, okay? And my point was that the question of grounding, meta-ethical grounding, is orthogonal to the question of whether his system is logically consistent, okay? So Jay has made two false claims three technically, but two that he won't back off of. So one of those is that I reframed something I said. He has not provided evidence for that. The other, now I've actually forgotten the other. I remember the other. So the other was that the two statements so the two statements of whether we should accept logic and the statement that the consistency of your normative ethics doesn't hinge on your meta-ethics are not the same statement. So those are two false claims Jay has made. And then the overall point here is that what he is trying to do is he's trying to say that the question of whether your normative ethics are logically consistent somehow hinges on meta-ethics. And the way he does that is by saying logic, the question of whether you should accept logic is a meta-ethical question. But I have not made statements about whether you should accept logic. What I have said is that given logic, you can say that any statement of the form P and not P is a logical contradiction. So all that's required there is logic.
We've already established that within the first minute. I realized what you were saying when you started this bullshit. And I said that I'm saying that claim assumes that you should accept the logical system. You don't want it to be that.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It does.
I'm not saying that
it logically entails it whether you want it to or not. Do you not grasp that?
No, I'm not saying that you should, right?
I know that you don't want it to.
Listen,
I'm saying that the logic supports it does.
Well, Jay, let me ask you a question.
Hey, if we don't have to accept logical systems, if there's no should, then you have no argument. Your logic doesn't have any force.
Let me ask you a question. Well, Jay, let me ask you a question. Is whether or not something is logical and whether or not you should follow a logical system, aren't those two different things? Like, something can be logical or illogical, but it doesn't mean you have to follow along that logic. Those are two different things. So you can't conflate the two.
Right. A person can choose not to, right? They can choose not to believe something that's logical, right? But that's different from the question of whether logic itself carries the force of that you're supposed to accept it, right?
Okay, so you understand my
position. We're not making that position right now.
Okay, hold on. If that's your position, then your logic has no force, and I don't have to accept any of it.
No, wait. My claim is that the question of whether the thing that we're talking about
here. You're just restating the claim we already know about, dude.
Yeah, no, but you're trying to.
You have to argue that your logical claims have force.
No, the question of whether a claim is logically consistent is not the same as a claim about whether we should accept logic.
Yeah, I know. And I'm saying that meta-logic and meta-ethics is asking the question about whether we should accept those logical claims.
Well, wait. Now that you're accepting that, we might be able to get somewhere here, right? So
dude, if you're entering into a debate, then you're assuming that everybody's going to accept your argument and should accept your argument. That's the point. That's how debates work, dude.
How is that shady? How is that shady? Explain how that's shady.
It's not shady. That's the fucking point.
Let Isaac.
It's shady because you're trying to shift my claim into a should claim.
I'm showing it is a should claim. It is a should claim.
No,
you want to word it? You think you can play word?
If we don't have to accept logic, there's no debate.
Hey, Tristan,
these are two different sets of arguments. Whether something is logical or not, and whether we should follow logic, those are two different things. Those are two different things. So I think we agree here.
So I don't have to accept your arguments.
Well, we can go on from
there.
You
have a perfectly beautiful logical system that I don't have to accept. That is fucking retarded.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not. Something can be perfectly logical, and you don't want to follow it for whatever reason.
Wait.
That's because you have to follow logic. You have to. It's a should. You have to.
The way that you tried to force the point that the consistency of your ethical system is a question of meta-ethics was by saying that I am making a claim that you should accept logic. That is not the claim that I've made. The claim that I have made.
Guess what, dummy? If you don't assume that, if you don't expect us to accept your logic, then you don't have an argument. You can't debate.
Exactly.
Debate assumes that you have to accept logic.
No, we can continue debating from there. The topic of contention right now is that you can't conflate something being logical or not, or whether something you should follow that logical system.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So that's the topic of contention. From there, we can start to argue whether you should follow logic.
When we go with your view, right, you're confusing the ought of whether or not something has logical force with whether or not people in their own psychological makeup choose to. That's two different questions. Everybody has to follow logic. Everybody has to follow the rules, regimentation of argumentation.
Not vegan.
That's no. Okay, look. I think you agree with us now, and you're trying to make it seem like you're not agreeing. Whether something is logical or not doesn't hinge on meta-ethics.
Yes, and
whether you should follow logic is a meta-ethics question.
You have to follow logic, and you're telling me that you don't really have to, because I can construct a perfect system that's logical, but it doesn't have any binding force behind it.
Okay,
that undercuts your position.
Okay, tell me if you agree with this. Whether something is logical or not does not hinge on meta-ethics, but whether or not you should follow logic is a meta-ethical question.
Is that true? When you believe that something is
that
logical,
true? It's a yes or no question. Is what I just said true? Do you agree with that?
No, it's not.
Okay, so explain.
You can talk. Listen. You can talk about something in two different ways, and you can talk about something logically entailing something else. And that does not mean that they're not talking about the same topic or related to the same issue, right? So if you say that logical systems have a binding force to them, then that assumes ethics. That's my view.
I'm not saying that a logical system has a binding force behind it.
You have to say that. My point is that you have to say that.
I don't have to say that. Look,
let's flesh out this point. Let's flesh out this point. Jay, why does his argumentation, and for it to stand, why does he have to accept that and claim that?
All debate, all logic, all argumentation assumes that you should accept the truth, the veracity, the flow of the argument. It assumes that you should. Even if you don't want it to, you don't believe that should happen, you're supposed to. That's how logic works. That's how truth works. That's what it means to justify a claim. Everybody should accept this. Everybody should go along with what's true. It's presupposed in debate itself. If you don't believe that, you can't debate.
Right. And if you don't believe if you don't believe anything outside of the physical, you don't believe that there is truth, that there is logic, that there is reason.
Correct.
That there is thought.
There's no such thing as truth.
That there is
there's
no truth.
I think I know where you're both going with this. You're saying God or some supernatural entity governs logic, or
absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely. Logic, reason.
It's so dumb to go down that road without clearing this point.
No. You don't want to go down that road.
No, the only thing dumb here is
no. Okay,
you and your philosophy 101, dude.
You make metaphysical objective claims, but you claim you're morally subjective.
I understand. Okay, look, I understand where you guys are coming from, but we do really have to clarify this position. You're trying to conflate these two statements here. What we're saying is
not conflated.
You are conflating it, and I'll explain how you're doing it. We're saying that logic does not have to have any connection with meta.
Wait,
something to
true
do
logic
doesn't. Listen.
I know you're saying.
Don't cut me off, please. Logic. Okay, so logic doesn't have to have a metaphysical driving force behind it. Something can be logical without you having to follow along that logic.
All right, explain how something can be logical without there being an objective truth that will justify logic and make it coherent.
One second. What Richard is saying is generally right. It's just the framing that you say it with is a little bit weird. The core point, right, there is a difference between the statements that you should be logical and whether this position is consistent is a question of logic and not a question of meta-ethics, right?
Should people be consistent?
Okay, so you don't want to. The thing is,
should people be consistent?
The thing is, Jay,
should people be consistent?
No, I won't answer that because you're shifting the topic.
Then you've lost the debate.
Your whole debate tactic is to make us appear.
You don't believe people should be consistent. Should people be consistent?
Okay, are you still...
Should people be consistent?
No, you're trying to change the topic.
Should people be
You
consistent?
want us to be
We
consistent?
can go on from
no.
there, dude.
Then you don't have a debate. You
No,
can't
okay.
debate if you don't believe people should be consistent and follow your arguments.
It's just
We
You
do
don't
believe
have
that.
an argument.
Okay,
You
look,
can't
just
debate.
to clear things up.
Vegan
Look,
says they
look,
believe that. Let's
just
Yeah,
to
it
clear
is
things
standard
up.
pre stuff,
Look,
and that's why I do it.
Just-
Because you can't answer it.
Just to clear things up, I think Isaac and I both agree that we should be logically consistent, but that's a
Right.
completely different question over whether or not something
not.
is logical.
Yes, that's the right framing. When you say one second, when you say it like
This
that,
is basic retard philosophy
wait,
101.
when Richard, when you say it like that, that is the right framing to give it, right? So the question of whether a given thing is logical is separate from the question of whether you should be logical. And if
No,
you
it's
say
not.
otherwise,
No, it's not.
okay, I don't think any logician would agree with you that those claims are identical.
It doesn't matter. That's an appeal to authority, dummy.
No, I'm
No,
not.
it's
I'm
not.
not saying therefore it's true. I'm just saying how the hell, like, do you have some alternate logic?
Why are you
or
bringing
what
that up?
is
It has nothing to do with the point. It doesn't matter how many logicians claim this or that.
No, I'm just pointing out.
This is a question of abstract logic.
Yeah, no, I'm just establishing that you're saying something that's,
Okay.
that's like radically.
It doesn't matter what you think
Yeah.
philosophers say.
Okay,
It's
so
irrelevant.
would you acknowledge that what you're saying is radically divergent from the consensus among logicians? Because logicians
Yeah,
do not tell you.
I come from a school of philosophy that's not in line with most of the radical materialist logicians out
Just
there.
like
Okay,
how
you're-
veganism is
you're-
radically out of line with how most people believe we should behave ethically and morally. But
Oh,
that doesn't
yeah,
mean that we
actually-
can calm that. We can't claim that. I wouldn't use that as an argument because it's dumb. But you can.
Well,
Okay,
Well,
I'd
wait,
actually
wait.
I'd actually like an explanation for why even in the abstract you can conflate these two things. That
Yeah, that's because there's no such thing as purely abstract, and you can read
Well,
Heidegger
yes,
about
there
that.
is.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is. Okay, look.
No, there's
you
not.
can't.
I'm
These are
loving this,
two-
by the way. This is
These are
beautiful.
two complete.
Fucking beautiful.
Whether something is logical or not is completely different than whether you should follow a long logic.
Obviously.
Two
No, it's
completely
obviously
different
not the
things.
same question, Jay. They're
Yeah.
obviously not the same
I just
question.
want to-
I
I
know
just
that
want
they're
an
not the same
explanation.
question. I
Wait,
said they
no,
entail.
now they're
Do
not.
you understand what entail is?
Now they're
Do you
not the
understand what
same
entailment
question.
is?
Wait, are they the same question? Yes or no?
Do you understand what entailment
Are they
is?
the same question? Yes or no?
They're two different statements about the same thing.
Okay, but are they the same question? Yes or no?
They're not the exact same question. They're grounded the same way. That's my whole point.
Okay, wait, no. If they're not the exact same question, they're not the
See,
exact
you're
same
here to
question.
swivel over words, and you don't get like the actual point about
This is their
metaphysics.
game. This is their game, Jay. This is how they play.
No.
This is how they do it. And
I
they
know.
actually
This
do
is what-
convince
this is how it
me.
works.
Jay, the way that you made the claim that this is a question of metaphysics or by metaethics was by saying that those are the same question, and now they're not the same question.
Do you
So
understand
why-
that something
Yeah.
can be something can you can speak about something at the same time as speaking differently about it, right? Two different ways of looking at the same question. That was my whole point about knowledge, ethics, and metaphysics all speaking about the same thing. They all presuppose the other one. That's my view. I know you don't believe that, but I'm saying so. In my look.
I don't even have a view
Just
on that. I don't mind that. That's not a crazy claim. That's
Okay,
different
but look.
from something else. Yeah.
No, if I talk about how we ground ethical claims, in my mind, it is absolutely connected to metaphysics and it's absolutely connected to ethics. So in my mind,
Sure.
it is the same. It is the
Of course
same
it is.
question, it's the same issue,
No
right?
one disagrees with that. No one disagrees with
You
that.
just said it's not the same question, right? I'm
Don't
trying
you
to
guys
explain.
deny metaphysics? Don't you guys deny in your world?
Wait,
We're not denying it.
no. I don't. What I really don't like in a philosophical discussion is when someone says, "You just said X is the same question." Jay, what did I just say are the same? Are what am I questioning? What two statements am I questioning whether they're identical or not?
Are you
Okay, so I'll
serious?
tell them.
Are you
I'll tell
kidding
them.
me?
This is like talking. You're like talking to a woman, dude. This is like arguing with a woman. Is what this
Yeah,
is.
Okay.
Or like a man who identifies as a woman.
Yeah.
I know it's not an argument
Yeah.
A man who
Okay.
identifies as a
because
woman.
you can't have a logical argument with a woman.
Okay. All right. Very
Hey,
powerful.
bitch! Hey, bitch!
Okay.
I'm gonna tell my wife.
So-
She's gonna hate you.
So no, as you have kind of acknowledged and then backed off of, and then kind of acknowledged
no,
and then backed off of.
I'm
they're
not
the same question,
waffling.
and if
I'm-
they're not the same
Listen.
question.
I'm not waffling. I'm trying to tell you that there's such a thing as entailment. So something necessarily entails something else. So in my mind, you can talk about ethical claims, and in a sense, when you're talking about them, they're distinct from metaphysics. But when we're talking about how they're grounded, which is what I'm here to debate, they're not distinct. It's all the same question. So it's a very simple explanation I'm giving you.
Yeah, but the question: do you think that whether your ethical system is logically consistent hinges on meta-ethics as opposed to logic.
I don't see them as ultimately separate questions. You can speak about them separately, but they're not ultimately separate questions. It's that simple.
Okay, what is necessary for the statement P and not P to be a contradiction other than an assumption of logic?
That you're supposed to follow the force of logic.
No, you don't have to. No, you don't have to. You don't. No, that's an error, right? You don't have to say. Wait, you don't have to say that you should be logical in order to say, given that someone is logical. Sorry, I'm getting a bit lost here. Oh, fucking phone, that's got to turn off. Why does this?
No, I understand that when you're asking that question, you're not talking ethics. I understand that. You're talking about pure logic, right?
What? Sorry, I just want to be clear. What question are you thinking I'm talking about there?
When you're asking the question about the law of non-contradiction, you're saying that that's pure logic. It's not a question. It doesn't have to do with ethics. Right?
No, that's not quite what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the question of whether your ethics are logically consistent, that's just a question of logic. It's not a question of meta-ethics. All that's required in order to say P and not P is a contradiction is logic.
No, and this is where we diverge.
Given logic, is P and not P a contradiction?
I started this out by talking about situations where you have circularity at grounding fundamental claims.
But circularity is different than contradiction.
Can you not talk around the question, and can you just?
I'm not talking around it. This is very important for my worldview.
Okay,
I'm not talking around it.
So given logic, P and not P is a contradiction, correct?
You see, but I don't start there. I don't start with pure logic. It's not possible.
I didn't ask where you start. I said given logic, P and not P is a contradiction.
I'm not here to say given logic. I'm here to ask about logic itself. I'm here for the meta questions.
Okay, but saying I'm not here to that's you not answering, right? So
no, it's not. No, it's not. I'm here to talk about.
Okay, then just answer. Okay, if it's not you not answering, then I don't understand what your answer is. I'm asking you.
You have a worldview that doesn't at all justify meta level questions. Mine does. That's what I'm here to do, is to expose that.
No, what I'm trying to find out is, in order to say P and not P is a contradiction, all you have to assume is logic. Surely you agree with that. I mean, what else?
Does logic operate without human beings instantiating those arguments?
No, 1 second. What you're trying to, the question is not whether you should accept logic. Okay,
I didn't say about should. I said do human beings instantiate logical claims?
Do we? See, the thing is, I want to answer that because it's interesting, but I also don't want the question to not get.
Yeah, I know you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to go anywhere.
Like, why can't we just have a conversation where we actually answer the questions, or we can actually move forward and have an interesting conversation?
You act like a computer, dude.
I know, like, why are you so afraid to appear like you're not superior? Why don't you just relax and have a fucking conversation?
It's just an add-on. This is not an argument. This is not an argument.
It's not an argument. It's just an add-on. Let me just interrupt one more time. Okay.
No, wait. It's not an argument. Okay,
it's so boring.
Wait. Okay, then leave, dude. Okay. So
I like watching you squirm, boy.
Look, dude, I'm here to talk meta level stuff. You're not. That's what it amounts to.
But in order to say P and not P is a contradiction, you just have to assume logic. Yes or no?
I already explained this for the first hour, and that yes, there is a law of non-contradiction. And I started asking a different question, like what happens when the sophists who question Aristotle, they question the law of non-contradiction, right?
How is that relevant?
Because it's a meta-ethical, meta-logical question.
Okay, but just to be clear, your answer is yes. The only thing that's required in order to say P and not P is a contradiction is logic, right?
No, because these things don't operate on their own.
Okay.
No, they don't operate on their own.
Okay, let me put it this way.
You're a human being who instantiates this.
Yes, but given logic, P and not P is a contradiction.
It assumes you arguing these things.
Wait, but given logic, P and not P.
I'm not going with the given. You keep wanting me to say.
No, I'm not asking you to go with the given. I'm saying, I'm not asking you to affirm logic is a given. I'm saying, given logic, P and not P is a contradiction. It's not that you need some other thing in order for P and not P to be a contradiction.
We all know about the law of non-contradiction, right? We all know about that. So
okay.
Why do you keep repeating it?
Well, because when I'm trying to talk about the consistency of your ethical system and saying that the consistency of the system is not a question of meta-ethics, it's a question of logic.
Should arguments be consistent?
Yes, you try to go.
Should arguments be consistent?
Wait, you try to go to should you accept logic? But the
argument assumes that you should be consistent.
Yeah,
Your argument assumes that whether you want it or not.
It doesn't.
But the question of whether you should accept logic is a separate question from the question of whether a given.
That's what I've argued the whole time.
It
necessarily entails it. Do you understand necessary entailment?
Yeah, I do, but
right.
Look, I want to point out like an issue with like your reply so far, Jay. You can like correct me if I'm wrong or anything, or respond back. When Isaac says that you don't require meta-ethics for logic, but if you're going to make the if you're going to claim, sorry, I missed
you guys
that. You don't need
claim. Great.
Sorry, you don't need logic does not require meta-ethics to be logical, but if you're going to make the claim that you should follow logic, I
want to hear your objection, Tim, but the framing that you gave that was the good framing of this is the question of whether you should be logical the same thing as the question of whether a given thing is logical?
Yeah, sorry.
Like, I already answered it's like 10 times.
No, listen. Your reply, sorry, my problem with your reply to this, what Isaac just said, your reply to this, it doesn't actually directly answer the question. You're just saying, okay, well, if we ask whether or not we should follow whether or not we should follow ethics, that's a meta-ethical question. That's not a direct response to whether or not we should follow ethics is different from whether or not we should follow logic is different from whether something is or is not logical.
Correct.
That's not a direct response.
Can I explain once again that something can be different and related at the same time? Do we have a problem with that?
But we understand that. Things can be related, but the problem that we have is you're like just conflating this on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me restate it this way. Even though you're saying that you believe that it can operate on its own apart from meta-ethical questions, I'm saying that I still believe and will argue that it necessarily entails it. It still necessarily entails meta-ethics.
Okay.
You can talk about pure logic or pure mathematics all you want. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with math theory, number theory, but even those things still assume that you're supposed to and should believe in them, follow them, et cetera, et cetera. You should be consistent.
I think I understand your position, so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going to phrase this in a way that maybe most people can understand. I think your position is that when we say something can be logical without it being tied to meta-ethics, that still implies that we should follow along with logic. Is that basically
correct?
What you're getting at? Okay, well, our position is we're not suggesting that.
And I'm saying that leads to a stupid conclusion, and so it proves itself wrong.
And Jay, can you clarify how that
does that lead
conclusion, Jay? Why is that self-contradictory, and why is maybe they don't agree, but let's
because nobody should accept your argumentation. When you come to a debate, it assumes that everybody is bound by the force of truth. Right. That you have to accept the argument, the logic. You have to avoid contradictions, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm not saying you have to avoid it. I'm just asking you to affirm.
You should, dude.
I'm just asking you to affirm. Okay, so.
I should affirm it. I should affirm it. That's a lot.
I do
just put words in my mouth. Point for 2 fucking hours. You just said I should concede it. Thank you for conceding the point.
No, you just put words in my mouth, right? So.
You said ought to. You ought to. You should accept it. You should affirm it. That's what you fucking said, dude.
Okay, I don't know exactly how I phrased it.
You just said it. You just fucking said it.
Okay.
2 hours on this shit.
Yeah.
Good God, dude.
Okay. So
2 fucking hours.
Okay.
I could be in a sauna right now.
Wait. Okay, then go for it, dude. So, okay. What we started out with.
You admitted the point. Thank you. After 2 fucking hours.
No, you're trying to frame it like that. I don't concede.
You just said you should. You should accept your argument.
Jay, you're trying to nitpick.
No, you said it.
Word.
It's not nitpicking. This is the basis of your argument. It's not nitpicking.
Rewind and listen to the fucking chat, you nitpicky twit.
Okay, so where we started at the very start of the debate was that I told Tristan.
We don't have to. No.
Yeah, I don't.
Why do we need you to recap every 10 minutes? Why you obsessed with reframing?
Recap. It took 2 hours to make this progress.
Richard is so much more fun to talk to. We still make jokes about stomping babies and shit. Come on. It's like talking to an autistic mirror, like a fucking wall.
Okay. All right. Not an argument. So where we started off, right, was Tristan. I talked to Tristan, and I said that the question of whether you're.
I'm not 10 years old. I don't need your recap.
Okay, then
I don't need to
Jay,
recap. Stop recapping. Stop fucking recapping.
If you would like me to permanently
No, you just said you should.
Yeah,
You said I should accept your...
Jay, if you would like me to permanently stop recapping, then just demonstrate to me that you understand how I am viewing the conversation. Give me the recap so I know you're following.
You're not understanding the conversation, and you finally admitted that I should accept your arguments. That's what I was trying to say.
You're trying to capitalize on just me speaking like I normally speak.
Oh, I just spoke accidentally the argument that you've been arguing for 2 hours. It was accidental.
It's
backtrack.
Quick.
No, you say it's Weasley, but you're trying to
fucking debate.
You think that
you just lost the debate.
So we not even remotely. So we use the word.
You just lost the fucking debate, dude.
We use.
It took me 2 hours for you to say that I should accept your argument. That's how twit you are.
We use the word should, right? We use the word should regularly in common parlance.
Oh, now it's not an ethical question. I spent 2 hours to get you to say should.
Wait, the fact that I say
here, I'll help you, Isaac. The fact, I'll help you, dude. I got you. The fact, I'll help you, dude. I got you. The fact
that I say should.
Richard, you got quick fingers, dude.
That I say should.
You must practice with those fast fingers, Richard. Your fingers are quick. The fact that I say should.
He can unput the music.
This guy's on it.
I love you, Richard.
Dude. Wait, the Matrix glitch, dude. The fact.
Okay, so
you're a Matrix. Join us. The fact.
Okay, we're actually trying to progress the argument, and we just keep interrupting academic children.
Okay,
could you just let him speak and just explain his side? And then
I've been speaking the whole time.
I've got other stuff to do. All he does is recap.
And he just wants to recap the whole time.
That's right. Well, you know what? According to Isaac, you're misrepresenting his position.
This was fun. Thank you, guys.
Okay, the fact that I say should, because... Okay, well now, so if he's gone,
no, dude, you guys sit here the whole time.
Wait a second. It's not fair to. One second.
The fact that you want to be
wait. I'm going to back out.
Taken seriously.
Calm down, dude.
You so badly want to be seen as intelligent and serious.
Wait. Okay, so if Jay's gone, So if Jay's gone, it's not fair for us to double team you. So what I'm going to do.
The whole thing is ridiculous in the first place.
Wait, so I'm just going to make a closing statement, and then I'll let you debate the rest with Richard. So one thing I'd say to Jay is that the fact that I say should at some point in the conversation, because it's part of common parlance, is not a concession on the point. So that's a ridiculous thing to say. Now, the overall structure of this conversation has been that initially, right off the bat...
Dude, we don't want to have you reframe it. You're going to reframe the whole thing again.
Normative system
all right, dude.
Relies on meta.
Reframe the whole thing again. Tell us all exactly what happened one more time. Give us the narrative. One more time. Give us the narrative.
The question of consistency within your ethics is not a question of meta-ethics. The only thing required for that is logic. Now, Jay attempted to say that somehow that is a question of meta-ethics, and he did this by equivocating between two questions, whether you should be logical and whether a given thing is logical, okay? And I'd additionally say Jay made two false claims. He claimed that I reframed...
Are you done? Because we've been waiting for your closing statement since you started with your masturbatory circuit. We've been waiting for your closing statement since you started. We've been waiting for so long for this.
A given system is logical, doesn't hinge on meta-ethics, are the same statement, which are both false claims. So that's all I have to say, and I'll let you guys debate the rest.
Beautiful. Yeah, it was great watching you squirm. Good job, man. Enjoy your day.
Okay, so I think I know where this is all leading to.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to claim that we need to use God to make any sort of moral claims. Is that essentially what you're saying?
You need God for any morals, any logical claim, any claim concerning ethics, morality, logic, the necessity of consistency, what somebody should or shouldn't do, the coherence and the meaning of any abstract concept requires something outside of just straight physical reality, which you guys are materialist. You're coming from like a materialist, rationalist point of view, right? Like materialism is kind of the. Would you say that you're a materialist?
Yeah, I suppose.
Right.
I don't know what the strict definition of that, but I get the idea where you're coming from. I don't believe in supernatural beings, magic.
So you
gods,
believe in
and
logic.
things like that.
You believe in logic.
Yeah.
What is logic? How is that not an immaterial thing requiring something outside of the physical?
Okay, well, it's just it's an assumption we make.
So you want to assume the metaphysical, but then deny all metaphysical, and then start from the assumption of logic. Logic is metaphysical.
Well, logic isn't metaphysical.
Logic and reason are both metaphysical concepts.
Okay, well, define metaphysical.
Non-physical.
Okay, so
you said you're a naturalist, you're a materialist. These are non-material concepts that are transcendental, and you want to hinge your entire worldview on men's claims.
So any idea that doesn't have any kind of physical manifestation is metaphysical?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there could be a logical inconsistency found if we were to, make those claims. But in my worldview, metaphysical claims. Well, what I'll say is this: in my worldview, logic and reason are both metaphysical concepts, and for you to assume that logic exists and base all of your argumentation on the assumption that logic exists, while claiming you're a materialist rationalist. And while claiming you're a Darwinian, I don't know what exactly your worldview is, but kind of coming from this, I'm guessing it's kind of an atheist, Sam Harris, perhaps. I'm not sure how you feel about that person, but yeah, I mean you're coming from an atheist position, right?
Okay, I'm still not entirely sure about your definition of metaphysical. I'm not too well read on philosophy and these things. So
well, let's put it this way.
Like
yeah, no, it's funner talking to you rather than seeing the two guys in blue shirts battle it out. But that was fucking entertaining.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Yeah, go
ahead. Is your definition of metaphysical defined as any sort of idea or concept that does not have some sort of physical manifestation?
Well, I don't know. To actually pin down the definition of metaphysical as that, I'm not so sure that that's even necessary. But I would say you're going to consult you can look up a definition, and you can ask your Discord. I'm sure Isaac's on Discord right now. I'm sure coming up with a list of how he was right and how he won. But to come from like an atheist materialist standpoint, to make an ethical claim or moral claim about what people should or shouldn't do, right, and use logic to justify that. Logic is not a physical thing. It's not something that you can actually physically see or measure. But it seems like you're hinging all of your argumentation on ethics and logic on these metaphysical claims that you say don't exist.
Okay. So is God something you can see or measure?
No, God is outside. It's unmeasurable. God is the creator. So God has created every single concept. God has created all of this in my worldview. God has created everything visible and invisible. And in my worldview, there do exist metaphysical things, invisible things, like logic and reason. And your whole worldview actually hinges on logic and reason existing as well, but you want to bypass the actual observation of that. And that's what I'm saying is a kind of a contradiction.
Okay.
It kind of doesn't really make sense. To claim that veganism is an ethical position, you've got so many assumptions built in there. What is the definition of veganism again? It's about minimizing suffering. It's not eating animals, right? In your worldview.
Well, the standard well-accepted definition is the moral philosophy that you should, as much as reasonably possible, reduce suffering, death, exploitation of animals as much as reasonably.
Right. So how does one define suffering?
Okay, well, suffering can actually be quantified in some ways. There are pain receptors, there are nerve endings. I think there is actually a way to objectively measure the amount of pain something is suffering.
Yeah. How can you measure how much something is suffering?
Okay, so I'm not a neurologist or something, but it is an actual physical occurrence. Pain is an actual physical response, and that is something you can measure. You can see if neurons are firing and shit like that.
Certain neurons firing equals pain.
Again, I'm not a neurologist. I'm not
right. No,
I'm not. Topic,
yeah.
But would you agree with me
to say that we're trying to define veganism and then discuss why it might not be good, right? So I'm somebody that did a vegan diet, but I guess I was never a vegan because I didn't adhere to that philosophy.
Well, you know what? I think we're getting a little too ahead of ourselves. I think
why? Why do you want to backtrack?
I think the medical ethical position you're talking about is kind of interesting. So you're saying God creates logic, and from there, moral values?
Well, actually, God would be the determinate moral authority in my worldview.
Okay, so if God said it's okay to rape children, you'd believe it's okay to rape children?
Well, that's a hypothetical.
Yeah, and hypothetical questions are valid. So if God said it's okay to rape children, would you rape children?
If logic said it was okay to rape children, would you rape children? If logic said that.
Okay.
It's the same thing that I'm saying to you. See, you understand what you're doing by
That's-
appealing to logic.
okay, well,
if logic said that you could rape
Are you
children,
saying
would
God
you?
is logic itself?
No, I'm saying that your logic, that's the closest thing that you'd be able to see and actually experience right now, where I could point out to you, yes, that is a metaphysical concept, and that is your God and your worldview. So you're appealing to logic constantly, and we've got to be logically consistent. So if logic told you it was okay to rape a baby or kill a baby, could you do that? You can ask me if God told me in hypothetical. But I'm saying that, all right, what I'm saying is that your entire position on ethics and morality hinges on metaphysical assumptions, like ethics, right, wrong, good, bad, morality existing. And logic is part of that. It is a non-physical concept that exists outside of measurable material reality, and you want to call upon that. But your worldview doesn't allow that, so how can you reconcile that?
Okay, well, you didn't answer my question. I asked you if God said it was okay to rape children, would you believe it's okay to rape children?
Whatever.
Hypothetically.
If God said anything, if God were to declare anything to be real in my worldview, that would make it so.
Okay,
so it's like God
said it's morally good to rape children, you'd believe it's good to rape children?
If God said it was morally good to rape children, God is the creator of everything, outside of space and time.
Okay,
so it's like, it wouldn't, in that hypothetical reality, but you can't make hypothetical realities.
Yeah,
you can't just create hypothetical, no, because you're not God.
No, well, no,
you can't create a false reality.
You can't.
It's like saying if God didn't,
the point of hypothetical,
you could ask me this.
Logical
All right, look, what if you asked me this? If God didn't exist, would you believe in God? Like if you said, like, these are ridiculous statements. It's like, in my worldview, it's impossible. You can't have existence, you can't have creation without a creator.
Okay,
you can't have logic. You can't have logic.
Fine.
You can't have logic without metaphysical concepts.
That's fine, but you're not answering my hypothetical question.
But you're trying to do a hypothetical to trap me in a fake hypothetical and say, oh, well, then you do something bad.
What do you mean fake hypothetical?
If God declared anything to be true, it would inherently be true. So whatever God would declare to be true, would deem true, is true it's a truism, right? It's like, if you say it, if God says it's true, that would make it true in my worldview. Because that's where truth, where does truth come from?
Okay, so then you agree with me. If God said it's true, that it's morally good to rape children, it would be true?
You can make up any hypothetical you want, and you would say, if God said it is true, that blank, and then, yes, it would be true, because the creator of everything, not a physical being, not a man in the sky, not what do you guys like to say about, like, sky wizards or something like that, not a straw man concept of a dude in a cloud. I'm talking about the principle that is beyond our conception. You can't behold the creator. You're a part of creation in my worldview. So logic and reason are things that are real in my worldview. I believe they exist, but I'm saying in your worldview, you can't account for this. But, like, you say that's fine, but then how can you make an ethical argument when you don't even have a reason to justify? There's no reason. Look, in your worldview, there's no reason to have consistency. Why should anybody need consistency? Why should we be consistent in your world?
Why should we be?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's a practical utility to it. It helps us survive.
It helps you to be consistent. It helps you to survive, to be consistent. Okay.
Yeah, there's like a survival advantage. There's a practical utility. Relying on logic improves our well-being. Like, there's a practical utility to it.
So the point is
outside of whether or not you should, there's just a practical utility to it. So just to clarify, you agree that anything that God would declare would therefore become true.
Well, in my worldview, the truth is God. God is the truth.
Right. So anything that God would declare would become true.
It wouldn't become true. See, you're trying to mix it up. You're trying to. This is the thing. Is it's like.
So it would be true. Like, I'll rephrase it. Then it would be true. If
God
declared something, or if God wanted something, it would be true.
Where we have to go, where you get truth from, regardless of what worldview you're in.
No, you're just rambling. I'm just asking.
No, I'm not just rambling. I'm saying God is what determines what is true.
Okay. So if God wanted something to be true, then it would be true.
You can't saying God wanted something to be true, it would be true. I mean, it's like just framing that. I don't know. I mean, I guess if I guess I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at, but God is the grand determinant of what is true, of what is.
Okay.
Like everything that you experience, everything that I experience, everything that we all experience is something that is created. This is a creation. So everything that we can experience that is invisible and visible is created by God.
I get that. You don't have to
the maker
repeat
of
that
heaven
point.
and earth, of all
Okay,
things visible and invisible.
I get that. I get that. You don't have to repeat that point over and over again. So God is the creator of all things.
But no, you asked me that if God said this is good, then it would be good. No matter whatever God would whatever is true, it is only true because it is created. Whatever is, it only is because it is.
Okay, right. So if God created something to be a certain way, then it would be that way. Like that would be the truth. So if God created the universe in a way that made child rape okay, child rape would be okay.
I mean, if God created a universe where I was right in this argument and you were wrong, or if God created a universe where pink unicorns were this and that, these are hypotheticals that in my worldview, it's pointless. It's like, I'm not concerned with these false hypotheticals. To me, it's just pointless.
Okay, do you understand the point of hypothetical questions? Is to see whether or not you're
trying to say that my
worldview is...
You're trying to... But look,
God is the creator of all things, and He also the truth. And if He created anything, that would be correct, right?
You are claiming that I need to be consistent. In your worldview, there's no need to be. There's no ought. There's no should. So why should there be consistency? You can't make an argument. You can't claim that there should be something.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, here's the thing. You're using God as a means to justify your use of logic. I could use water bottle to justify my use of logic.
And that's
the reason I believe logic to be true and you should follow it is because water bottle. You're doing the exact same thing.
What is logic?
What is
logic?
Sorry?
What is logic?
Well, I'll just go by a definition online.
You see, you're bypassing it.
Standard definition online, reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity.
The sad thing about this conversation is you actually know what I'm saying, and you admitted it earlier, that your whole argumentation assumes that logic, reason, right, wrong exists.
You're doing the exact same thing. The only difference is instead of using water bottle, you're using God.
You say they exist with no justification. You have nothing to stand on.
No. My justification is water bottle.
So you're admitting that your entire thing is a house of cards that stands on nothing. Your entire argumentation is nothing.
My justification for everything is water bottle. Your justification is God, right?
Your justification is water bottle. So you understand how incoherent that is, right? In my worldview, like
how is that any less coherent than your worldview, where you're using God as a justification?
You're using logic.
Water bottle.
You're using logic and reason as a justification.
Sorry?
You were using logic and reason as justification, and you realize that you can't. So
no, I wasn't using logic and reason as a justification for logic and reason.
Now you use water bottle. This is your argument?
Yeah.
This is beautiful. I love this. This is
well,
fantastic.
no, my point is you don't, you're trying to claim that logic and reason has no justification.
No, I'm not. I'm saying in your worldview it doesn't, and you have nothing to stand on. There is no logic and reason.
No, I have water bottle, and you stand on God. So what's the difference here? What's the meaningful difference?
It's so sad how much this triggers you, and it's sad to see how.
Well, no, what's the meaningful difference?
What's the meaningful difference? You can't just hinge your entire argument on a water bottle.
Okay, so why not? Why do you get to use a magical being, but I can't use water bottle?
You get to use logic. What is logic again? It's a metaphysical concept. It's a magical being. What is truth again?
Oh, no, it's not a magical being. It's a concept created by conscious creatures and consciousness arises from a mix of different chemicals and matter interacting together.
Okay, exactly.
How's that magic?
It's just chemicals and matter interacting with each other, right? And it's just random.
Yeah.
Is it just random, or is it determined, or how is it? It's just random?
Well, I don't know what you even define as random.
So that you have, all right, logic. What is logic? You said logic is. You said logic is chemicals. Is that what you said? Logic is chemicals?
Well, no, like any thoughts or concepts or anything, it's just like these are all created by conscious creatures, and consciousness comes from matter.
What is consciousness?
So it's like chemicals and
consciousness
everything
comes
interacting.
from matter. What is consciousness, and how does it come from matter? How does something that is non-material come from matter, Richard?
Okay, well, explain to me. How?
No, I'm asking you. You claimed that. I didn't make that claim,
I have no idea.
I didn't make
explain
that
to me.
claim, dumbass. You
Okay,
made that
well, okay, so I'm using deductive reasoning. As far as we can, as far as we can comprehend, rocks aren't conscious. So there is
How do you know that they're not?
Structure.
How do you tell something is conscious, Richard? How can I tell that you're conscious? How can you tell I'm conscious? And what is conscious?
Okay,
what is
so
consciousness?
you can make reasonable assumptions.
Reason. So you're calling upon the magic sky wizard again of reason. Reason,
No,
a magical
water bottle.
being.
It's not. Water bottles aren't magical. It's a water bottle.
You see how incoherent you're being? So you don't even care about being consistent. That's how little you give a shit about your
Yeah,
world.
I do, actually.
You don't care at all. You've admitted to me that you don't need to be consistent because you don't believe
Tristan,
that.
the problem with your position is, like, we're both making fundamental assumptions about reality and that we should rely on logic, and there's a practical reason we should rely on
Why
logic.
should you rely on logic?
It helps
in
us
your
survive. It makes life easier for us.
Oh,
It
like
lets
eating
us
animals?
build things.
Like eating animals? It
So-
helps us
so
survive?
Kristen,
Okay.
you claiming that God is the creator of logic is no different than me saying
You said matter is the creator of logic. So you believe in the matter God, in the beautiful God of matter, the great God of matter. You believe in
so
the
what
invisible
point are you
being
trying to
of
make,
logic
Kristen?
and the sky wizard of reason.
So,
yeah, you
Kristen,
make fun
what
of
point are
me
you
for
trying to make?
for unifying these in my worldview and for
Okay,
believing
so I
in the
believe
true world.
in the magic of water bottle. You believe in the magic of the sky wizard. What point are you trying to make?
You see, you're making the point for me, Richard. You're completely incoherent and you have
What
nothing
point?
to stand on. That you have
Okay,
nothing
so
to stand
what
on, that
point
your
are you
worldview crumbles under the weight of your arguments. That you're building
Okay,
up
so
a
what
fucking
point are you
glass
making?
house. My
Like,
point is that
I
you have
understand
no...
what presuppositional Christianity is.
You
and
have
it's complete nonsense.
You can just declare it complete nonsense, and there it is. Just like you said, you said matter creates consciousness. What is consciousness, Richard? Define consciousness.
Okay, so you're saying consciousness can't exist without matter?
You said that.
No, are you suggesting that consciousness can exist without matter?
Consciousness is not matter in my worldview.
Okay, so it can exist without matter.
It isn't matter.
If it's
You
not
don't believe in
dependent on
anything that's not matter. You believe in only matter.
No,
you don't even care.
Tristan,
You can't even stand
not
with...
answering my question
You can't
isn't an
even-
argument. Tristan, does
Richard.
consciousness require matter or not? Can it exist without matter?
In my worldview, I already answered it, dumb shit. Yes.
So
Consciousness is a
consciousness
non-material...
can exist without matter.
Consciousness is a non-material concept.
Okay, so consciousness can exist without matter.
Yeah, you pull the soy from the ears. Yes, consciousness.
So in a universe with absolutely no matter, consciousness can exist.
In a universe with absolutely no matter. In a universe that's made of all milk. In a universe made of
Well, milk
only...
is matter. So in a universe with absolutely no matter, consciousness can exist.
In a universe with absolutely no matter, that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist.
Okay, so let me just ask you again, just to clarify.
So
consciousness can exist without matter, yes or no?
Consciousness, in your definition...
It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Can consciousness exist without matter?
You think that if you do the yes or no question game that you can
It's
pretend
a
to
yes
win?
or no question. It's a very simple, straightforward
Richard.
question.
This must be
Can
embarrassing.
consciousness exist without matter, yes or no?
Somebody who wants to be taken seriously so badly, this must be really fucking embarrassing. Yes, I've already answered you several times. Consciousness is not a physical thing. In my worldview. You said that physical matter creates consciousness. And what else? And how are you going to argue that?
So are you saying, yes or no, can consciousness exist without matter?
How many times do you want me to answer this for you, buddy?
Yes
Consciousness
or
is a
no?
non-material
You're not
thing.
answering clearly. Yes or no?
Consciousness
You talk
is not
for a while
material.
and then you say something.
Consciousness is not material. It's not
okay,
a material
good. So
concept.
can consciousness exist without matter? Yes or no?
It's a non-material concept.
Okay, that's fine, but can consciousness exist without matter? Yes or no?
This is impertinent.
Can consciousness exist without matter? Yes or no?
It's a non-physical
You're avoiding the question because
concept.
I think you know where it's leading.
It's so fucking... Dude, this is what's so sad about these
Can
arguments.
consciousness
You guys,
exist without matter? Yes or no?
You don't even care about being consistent
Can
in your own
consciousness
worldview.
exist without
I already
matter?
answered
Yes
the
or no?
question, buddy.
No, you haven't. Can consciousness exist without matter? Yes or no? It's a simple yes or no question.
Richard.
If you want to...
Richard, I know you're super triggered right now.
Can consciousness exist without matter? Yes or no?
Richard, I know you're
Can
super
consciousness
upset.
exist without matter?
Richard,
yes
your
or
skin's
no?
turning yellow. You're so mad. Your skin's starting to turn
Can
yellow.
consciousness exist without matter? Yes or no?
Richard, stop it. You want to talk?
This is just like my Amy debate.
Richard.
Can
I actually did
matter,
see
yes
that
or
one.
no?
That was a funny one. I already answered it, dumb fuck. Yes, consciousness is non-material, you fucking idiot.
No. You can say consciousness is non-material while consciousness still arising from matter.
Look, dude,
So
you got
does
smashed in the very
consciousness require
beginning.
matter,
Look,
yes or no?
you're so lucky that I have mercy on you and I didn't just nail you
Can
more on the point.
consciousness exist without matter, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay, cool.
Okay,
So,
okay, no.
Give me,
Get your Discord,
give me an example
consult
of that
Discord.
happening.
I don't have to.
Yes, you do. If you're going to make the claim that consciousness can exist without matter, give me an example.
Non-material beings.
Give me show me a non-material being.
By very definition of a non-material being, you cannot show somebody a non-material being, Richard.
Okay, so how do you know non-material beings exist?
How do you know logic exists, Richard?
Well, I don't. I'm assuming it.
You don't. You're saying, how do you know you exist, Richard?
I don't. I'm assuming it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. So how do you know that non-material beings
and in
exist?
your worldview,
are you assuming it?
In your worldview,
are you assuming that non-material beings exist?
No, we can experience these things.
Okay. So
just like you experienced, like when you took mushrooms and you made that cute video, and you talked about how you experienced. No. You talked. It was your video. It was about what happens when we die, and you said we're all one. We're all just one after death. Right.
And I gave an example for that. I think consciousness arises from matter, and when your matter gets broken down and incorporated into other organisms, you become a part of its consciousness. That's still a worldview that doesn't rely on metaphysical ideas, at least how you define metaphysics.
But it's relying on a universal claim that there is only the physical. But you don't believe in universals, and it's self-refuting. See, this is what's so sad. You can't even.
I don't understand how that's self-refuting.
It's self-refuting to say that. All right. Well, look. You said you're a materialist.
Well, explain how that's self-refuting.
Are you a materialist? Are you a materialist?
Define materialist.
You believe that reality is material exclusively, and that everything that is real is. I mean, you're a materialist rationalist. You're a Darwinist. You talk about this all the time. See, you cherry pick your ideology to seem right, and this is what's so pathetic.
Okay.
You can't even stand on your own 2 feet and make an argument without having to assume God exists. You need God to have logic. You need the metaphysical to have reason. You need God to have truth. You need God to have ought. But you don't want to admit this, and you want to...
You need water bottle to have truth. You need water bottle to have ought. How do you know God exists?
How do you know God exists? Because you exist, Richard. Because I'm right here talking to you. Because of revelation. Because in my worldview. In my worldview. No, in my worldview.
So you're making a fundamental assumption that God exists because you're here.
You're not doing anything from me. You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish, soy boy.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just wipe the soy from your lips and let me finish. You want to rely on logic and believe in logic. That's non-material. You also want to claim that you're a materialist. That's contradictory in and of itself. You have no 2 feet to stand on to make ethical or moral arguments. You're an idiot. And you're self-refuting.
I think you're misusing terms here.
No, idiot means it's somebody who's really dumb.
No.
I'd say you're an idiot.
You're misusing terms here. You're misusing materialist, and I'm also sure you're misusing the term metaphysical. Again, I think consciousness arises from...
What is consciousness?
From matter.
So non-physical things arise from physical things, Richard?
Okay, well...
Dude, the debate's over. You guys got smashed. This is what's so funny.
It depends how you define what consciousness is.
This is what's so funny. You need
it's
to
not
go get
even
your
something
fedora,
that can really be defined.
and consult Sam Harris's shit arguments. And you can go make a response video talking about you want to smash my baby.
Explain to me what consciousness is.
Explain to me what it is, Richard.
Consciousness is.
Explain to me what it is, Richard. That's one of the mysteries. That's one of the mysteries of this life is what is consciousness.
So you don't even know what consciousness is, but
I don't even know
that
everything. Oh my
goodness. It's a non-physical thing that's created by God.
What is consciousness, Richard? I don't know what it is, but do you know what it is, Richard? What is consciousness?
It's not something that's too easy to define, but it's the generally accepted definition is just the ability to experience things subjectively. But you can go kind of beyond that. It's like, again, it's a term that's very difficult to define. What even causes
the ability to experience
again,
things. What is experience? How do you experience things? And how do you know that something has that ability?
Well, again, you can make reasonable assumptions. So something that has a brain or at least a nervous system, chances are they have some form of consciousness.
So you're attributing this beautiful, amazing, metaphysical God of consciousness, and you're saying that that arises out of matter. So matter gives birth to consciousness in the evangelical choir boy worldview, correct?
Matter gives a rise to consciousness? Sure.
Matter gives rise to consciousness, but consciousness can't exist because it's non-physical. So you only believe in physical things. It's got to be physical, measurable. But you want to rely on consciousness and on logic, and you want to pretend these things exist when you say in your worldview that they don't exist.
Okay, well, so the problem here is you're kind of conflating terms. You're saying you believe in things that don't physically exist.
You do.
Okay, well,
you believe in the
Batman
Sky
doesn't
Wizard of
physically
Reason.
Exist.
You believe
What Star Wars doesn't physically exist. These are concepts. Like, I believe that people can have ideas and concepts that, like, what does that mean?
These
I
are
don't know what you're getting at
non-physical
here.
things. These are non-physical things.
Okay, so they're non-physical things. Okay,
so
but
you believe
you agreed.
You believe
okay,
in metaphysics.
so they're non-physical things, but you claimed that consciousness can exist without matter, but you can't give me an actual example of that.
I did give you an example of that. Non-physical
Okay,
beings.
give me an example.
Non-physical beings.
Give me an example of a non-physical being.
In my worldview, there are non-physical beings, meaning demons,
okay, so give me an example of that. A non-physical
demons,
being
angels, demonic entities, angels.
Okay, cool. Give me evidence of angels, demons, whatever.
In my worldview, to be consistent, you can't. You realize how ridiculous this sounds and how pathetic.
Okay, give me evidence of angels.
Give
demons,
me evidence.
Whatever.
I don't need to give evidence for non-physical things, Richard. I'm saying that in my
yes,
worldview, I can
recognize they exist.
No, in your worldview.
Can non-physical things exist?
Richard.
Can non-physical things exist?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, and they do, but you believe
okay, so
they
then
can.
you should be able to provide evidence of their existence.
No, I shouldn't. Not in my worldview.
Okay, so basically, well,
I don't have
a
to.
magic dragon
I don't have
that
to.
lives behind my apartment that only I can see or hear.
Richard,
do you believe that exists?
you see what you're doing?
So you're creating unfalsifiable claims that cannot be proven or disproven.
Where's logic? Where's logic? Show me logic exists. Show me reason exists. Show me consciousness exists.
So here's the fundamental problem.
Show me logic exists. Show me reason exists. Show me consciousness exists. Let's play the Richard
filibuster
game. We're both
making fundamental assumptions about reality and logic. You're just adding an extra step to things, claiming God is what creates logic, whereas I'm just eliminating that step and saying
I'm just pointing out the obvious that your entire worldview is a house of cards. Right? The whole fucking thing that you're trying to stand on relies on there being metaphysical concepts like logic, reason, consciousness, and you can't define or show me any of these, but then you try to turn it around on me because you're such a computer, you're so autistified in your vegan-evangelical nonsense that you think you could just switch it around and play the normal game.
So
Richard,
you don't have any evidence whatsoever that God exists, but you expect us all to believe it.
You fundamentally disproved.
You can't provide any evidence whatsoever that your God exists, and you expect us all to believe it, correct?
So you can't prove to us that logic or reason exists, and you want to pretend, and you can't prove us that logic and reason.
What do you mean? I don't have to prove that logic exists. We both assume that it exists.
No.
The only difference is your assumption is that God justifies
Where does logic come
whereas
from?
I don't have God to justify logic.
You have what do you have to justify logic?
It's a concept that was created by conscious creatures, and it has a practical utility. It allows us to construct a worldview that is in our benefit. So
your worldview is not even in your benefit.
No,
your worldview is not even to your benefit, though, because you can't even make a solid argument without Isaac to hold your hand and a whole fucking Discord server. You can't even. Oh, that's cute. So I mean, and it's not to your benefit also because look how gassy and inflamed you are, right?
Okay, that has literally nothing to do with your argument.
So, and your argument is because I believe in God, all my arguments are invalid. You believe in...
No, I didn't say that.
Yes,
I didn't
you did.
say that. I didn't say that. I said you're making fundamental assumptions.
In my world,
you're just adding another step to things.
Yours is self-refuting. In your vegan atheist religion, you can't make claims like that.
Tell us the evidence for God. Why do you believe in God? Tell us the evidence.
See, I'm not the basic bitch dumbass who can sit through these fake apologetics arguments with you, and you can't do that to me because I'll crush you on that. I already did. You already assume that God exists in your very worldview, and you believe in logic. Yes, you do. You call upon...
I'm making a fundamental assumption
your God
about reality,
is logic.
and you're making a fundamental assumption
your
about
God
reality
that you conjure up. Your God that you conjure up.
You can't even
provide
evidence that God exists, so you're making a fundamental
assumption. You can't
assumption.
even provide evidence that logic exists. You can't even provide evidence that
Well,
consciousness
we agree.
exists.
Well, no, I don't, and I don't have to. I said it's a fundamental assumption.
I don't agree that your logic exists, Richard. Your logic doesn't exist. There's no logic to you.
Okay,
what you're
great.
bringing. You don't bring any logic to this. You don't
Well,
bring
I
any
think
reason.
we both agree what logic is.
What is logic, Richard?
Well, we both have the same. We both have a fundamental understanding
Dude,
of what logic
is so sad. It's been really great to finally see somebody take you out in a fucking debate and see you look foolish. But I mean, I don't know if you. I guess you don't understand.
Look up a typical definition.
Just look up a typical definition.
A system of set principles underlying the arrangements of elements in a. Okay, wait. Reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity.
And what are strict principles of validity?
Okay,
What is validity?
Again, we have to make fundamental assumptions.
Validity. Oh,
no, we have to make fundamental assumptions.
Like what?
About reality.
Like truth
The difference
exists?
between me and you.
How can you assume
the difference between me and you is you're making a fundamental assumption that God exists and I'm not. That's literally the only difference.
The difference between you and I is
our worldview.
I admit, and I admit that God exists, and I accept the reality that in order to have shut up and let me finish. In order to have logic and reason, consciousness, suffering, all of these metaphysical concepts that you want to hinge your argument on, it requires a metaphysical explanation. You're calling and conjuring upon religious terminology to argue for your religious position, but then you deny that it's religious, and then you try to straw man me for making the claim that truth is derived from God, not from might makes right or survival of the fittest. Whoever survives was obviously the fittest because it survived, right? You need reason, logic, consciousness. You need, what else did you call upon? You called upon consciousness, reason, logic. Just those things in and of themselves. Those are metaphysical claims. And you have a self-refuting worldview that you can't justify.
Okay, cool. So basically you're making a fundamental assumption. You're assuming God exists, and literally this worldview that you have is no different than me making fundamental assumptions about logic, reality, and everything like that. You're just adding another step to it.
I'm saying that you're a total hypocrite for you make fun
I don't care. I don't care. We can actually move on from this.
Listen, what I'm saying is it's hilarious and so hypocritical that you'll try to make fun of me for believing in God, but you yourself call upon the magical,
to provide evidence that God exists, and you keep telling me that you don't need to provide evidence.
You can't. By the very nature of God, you cannot behold God. God is the creator of everything visible and invisible.
So how do you know He exists? Okay, so how do you know He exists if you can't behold Him, if you can't measure Him?
Well, in my worldview,
you
know this because you need God to justify any of this, to justify the fact that there is creation.
Okay, so because you created God in your head, He must exist.
Richard,
That's your argument. Because you created God in your head because you believe He exists, He has to exist.
Obviously, you're not going to be convinced of God.
Yeah, right. I'm not convinced because you have absolutely no evidence. Your argument boils down to I believe He exists.
You're making metaphysical claims that everything is material, that everything must be material.
And now you're misrepresenting the definitions of metaphysical and whatever.
Everything must be material. You're making a universal claim while saying that universals don't exist. And that's why you're sitting there sweating, looking uncomfortable and depressed and pissed off because first of all, you deny reality and you deny God. Second of all, you try to become your own. You try to become.
I'm making fundamental
second of all, you try to
reality.
become your own. You want to be your own God and have it both ways. You want people to live.
I don't want to be my own God. What are you talking about?
You want people to live like there are objective truths and morality. Yet you don't believe there is objective truth and morality.
Okay, so why do you think it's wrong to harm another human being? Like rape a child, murder somebody unjustifiably, like if you just wanted to have fun, murder somebody?
Well,
why do you think that's
ultimately,
wrong?
the answer to every question would boil down to because it was created as such. And your ultimate answer would be
how do you know it was created as such?
How do I know that? Because it is. In my worldview,
in my worldview, because you believe it to be true.
No, we know things through revelation. We know things through Scripture. We know things through the Church Fathers who have volumes and volumes of books over the last 2,000 years. I mean, you can laugh.
We know it's wrong because the Bible said so.
Well, in
That's
my
your
worldview,
argument?
you know what's wrong. Why?
So
Richard?
if the
Why do
Bible
you know
was written
something
in a
is
way
wrong?
that said it's okay to rape children, it would be morally acceptable to do so?
It wasn't, Richard.
Well, it actually. Well, look in
why
the
do you,
Bible. It
why
said
are you so? See, this is what's so sad.
Look,
You're so obsessed with
look,
baby raping
the
and
Bible
baby
said
stomping.
that if you rape a woman, you can make amends by paying off the father or giving her a goat.
Let me cough again. Let me cough. Let's do the Richard. Let's do the Richard. All right, Richard. Listen. You want to make claims of morality, of ethics, based on consciousness, reason, logic. These are all metaphysical concepts,
okay, so
and
if
you
Bible,
make fun
if
of
there was
somebody
a verse
for
in the
believing
Bible that said it's okay to rape children, you believe it's okay to rape children because
this is
that's
the most
where you derive
disgusting.
morality
See,
from?
these are the things that you would say because you're so
No,
twisted
you're
and
claiming
possessed
that
by
the
your
Bible
ideology.
determines morality. So if the Bible said it's okay to
What
rape
a
children, you believe in
disgusting
raping
thing to
children.
say. What a disgusting thing to say. What a typical thing for vegan gangs
Okay,
to
so
say.
you're claiming
Obsessed
that
with
because
obsessed
you're
with
claiming that the Bible
degeneracy.
determines morality, so it's okay to rape children if the Bible were to say that. So if I found a
You're
verse
saying
for
that
you
logic.
it's okay to rape children, therefore it's okay to rape children.
Let me show you this, faggot. You're saying that it's okay to rape children because of logic. Because logic said so, then it must be okay to rape children, right? First of all, let's use other things other than raping children. You disgusting, twisted pervert. Let's use some other. Let's use some other justifications or other arguments other than raping children because this is just
okay. So how do you know the Bible is the Word of God and not the Quran?
What's so sad?
How do you know that the Bible is the Word of God and not the Quran?
Well, you don't even believe in the Quran. So why?
well, okay, you don't either. So why don't you believe in the Quran, but you believe in the Bible?
That's not what this
You're
debate's
saying
about.
that's the ultimate truth of the universe. Why do you know that
Richard,
the Bible is the ultimate truth?
Richard,
of the universe,
I'm not here to justify the Bible to possess satanic.
Yes,
vegans.
you are because
no,
you're claiming that the Bible justifies morality is what creates morality.
Richard, calm down for a second. Take a deep breath.
Okay, so you can't even answer any question.
Richard,
you're just being a dishonest moron. Yeah, great. Just keep making yourself look like an idiot. I love it.
Breathe in, Richard.
This is better than hitting a punching bag. It's great.
I know. Oh, you're so cute. Look at your sweaty ass armpits.
Yeah, I sweat a lot. It's hot in this room. I have a light. It's small. I have a computer running.
I know. It's hot.
So I sweat.
I know. It's hot. It's hot, Richard. You can't even stand on your own 2 feet with your argumentation. That's why you play these games. You keep trying to jump 5 steps ahead. You admitted earlier that you lost the debate when you contradicted yourself so many times in trying to call upon your magical reason fairy and your magical logic fairy.
Myself?
Logic, reason, consciousness arises from matter. Matter gives birth to consciousness. All these nonsensical things that you've been saying to try to justify that you can make moral claims or ethical claims at all in your worldview, which you can't. So the debate is actually over, Richard. You got destroyed. And the fact that you're going to sit here,
morality comes from the Bible.
The fact that you're
why do you believe in the Bible?
The fact that you're going to sit here and then you're going to bring up child
you
rape.
Said
like
morality comes
times.
from the Bible. Why do you believe in the Bible, not the Quran or any other religion?
That has nothing to do with our argument, Richard.
Yes, it does. Yes,
no,
it does. You claimed
if you
that
want to have an actual
argument
on,
you claimed that morality comes from God.
Well, the Quran is contradictory.
How do you know what?
Well, first of all, the Quran is.
You're saying the Bible isn't self-contradictory?
Hey, Richard.
You're saying the Bible isn't self-contradictory.
Richard.
Is that something I can actually have you agree on? The Bible isn't self-contradictory?
Richard.
Can you say yes or no?
The Bible is not self-contradictory.
Yes or no?
No, it's not. Richard,
okay.
We're not here to argue basic bitch 8th grade apologetics with somebody who can't even get past the fact that he's making all of these metaphysical claims and universal claims that he says doesn't exist. Richard, it's completely
I'm not
absurd.
making metaphysical claims or universal claims.
Oh,
I'm just saying I'm making fundamental assumptions about reality, just like you are.
You said logic exists, you said reason exists, and you said consciousness exists and arises from matter.
That's an assumption. I'm saying that's an assumption.
And I'm showing
you how I have to make that assumption to create a coherent worldview.
Your worldview
that
is incoherent.
In my interest.
Your worldview is completely incoherent.
Okay, give an example of how my worldview
You're a materialist, rationalist atheist who
give
believes
an example of how my worldview is incoherent.
You won't let me. You won't allow me to speak.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Okay.
Do it now.
Listen, faggot, just shut your little mouth and let me finish. Okay.
Do it now.
I'm going to do it, Richard. Just wait. Just wait. Okay. Just clear my throat. You hear my children in the background? That's when your wife is fertile And when you have testicles
It's
that
funny.
work,
He's stalling
when
because
you have
he doesn't have
testicles
an
that work,
argument and he's trying
you
to
can actually make babies.
think of something
No,
that
no,
sounds intelligent.
you've already been crushed like
so funny.
You've already been crushed like 20 times on this, Richard.
He can't make an argument. That's why he's stalling.
You've already been shown that it's self-refuting, dude. You're making claims. First of all, you said you're a materialist in the very
I
beginning.
asked you to provide an example of how my worldview is inconsistent, and you still haven't done that.
Your
after,
worldview
like,
is completely inconsistent, and I've shown you
so
5
give me an
times.
example.
You told me that I have to prove to you physically.
That's not an example of my worldview being inconsistent. Give me an example of my worldview
listen
being
to this.
inconsistent.
Listen to the filibuster of Richard trying to scramble to get his sanity back after being crushed in the debate. All right, Richard, come here. Just listen up for a second. Hold on, my kids are in the background. I know that annoys you. I know you're gonna have to hear the cries of innocent Christian children who came out of a fertile womb because my testicles function and they can actually make babies. Richard, you claimed earlier that in order for me to justify any claim, I have to be able to physically prove it. I have to be able to physically show you. And then I reversed it on you. I showed, show me logic.
No,
Shut up
I
for a
didn't
second.
say that.
I said, show me
that.
logic, show me reason. What's cool is that on my stream, I can actually mute you. On my stream, I can mute your effeminate little whiny voice, and I can speak. So what you said that, no. Your whole position is based on making people prove things to you physically. You said you have to prove God, which by very definition, you can't behold God. You can't see God. But God is implicit in everything. No, that's not what I said. Listen, Richard. And then you said you base all your argumentation. Exactly. You're hypocritical. You're a hypocrite. What I'm saying is...
No, I'm not.
You're a hypocrite.
I'm saying logic is an assumption. It's a fundamental assumption we make. And you're admitting...
That's hypocritical.
No, you don't want to admit
logic
it.
is an assumption.
That God is a fundamental assumption.
And
it's an unnecessary fundamental assumption. There's no need for it.
By the very fact that you're calling upon logic, reason, consciousness, these are all metaphysical things. These are non-physical. You believe in metaphysics. You're calling upon sky wizards all day long. And your whole argumentation is based on sky wizardry. Yet you mock and deride people for believing in God, but your whole worldview hinges on that. And it assumes that there is metaphysics.
You're conflating fundamental assumptions with God. It's the belief in God, which just is nonsense. Like again,
we can all see that you'll never concede that you lost. And this has been so fucking fun. Seeing you little dweebs.
Any evidence for your statements? You claim that my worldview is self-contradictory. I asked you to give an example of that. You won't. You just started rambling.
No. I can't wait. Yeah.
Say, Isaac?
All right, guys. We're out of here. This has been really fun. Vegan
Okay,
game.
so you're cucking out of the debate.
No, I'm not
rambling.
No, I'm not cucking out of the debate. I gave you guys 2.5 hours of my time when I should have given you none of my time. So here's what I'll say to make my closing points. All vegans, future ex-vegans as I like to call you, because 84% of you will not be vegan very soon. Your worldview, your ethical claims, your entire system of definitions of all this stuff hinges on their existing things like logic, reason.
So you're just going to cuck out after you say this? You're just going to cuck out? You're just going to cuck away after you say a bunch of bullshit.
Anyway, so these sterile soy boys have no way to refute it. You can't refute the argument.
You're just gonna say a bunch of bullcrap.
It's been so fun. I'm glad I was able to stick it out a little bit longer.
It has been fun.
Jay was pretty intelligent to leave this little fact session a little bit earlier. But this has been just fantastic. This has been wonderful. I've loved hearing your arguments. This is great.
Funny, you're calling me a fag when Jay seems to not want the company of women at all. He said, you can't talk to him. Okay, so we're the fags.
No, he was making a joke that you can't reason with a woman. But, your voice, my wife actually has a more masculine voice than you when she speaks with authority. Is what's so funny. Oh, I'm damn sure. There have been two babies came out of that womb. But, it's fine. You guys have been really fun to talk to. It's been nice seeing you little, I don't know what to call you guys. Atheist, nihilist, Vegangelical choir boys is kind of my preferred nomenclature for your game.
And I just call you a moron.
That's great. That's freaking great.
Don't need that many fucking adjectives. I just call you a moron.
That's great, man. That's 2 whole syllables, man. So yeah. I hope you guys have a fantastic day, and I think it's really sad that you live this way, that you actually believe the things you believe, and that you make the assumptions you do, which are
Okay, yeah, just
more
have fun
ridiculous.
fighting off all those angels and demons, okay? You have fun with that.
And you have fun embracing.
Hopefully they don't bother you too much in your sleep.
Yeah. All right, have fun worshiping logic and reason and talking about consciousness arising from matter. So yeah, it's been really nice. Anything else you want to talk about? The ethics of stomping babies, how you support abortion, but they're all about the animal holocaust. Yeah, there's really
opponent for abortion.
There's really no point in actually featuring you on my channel again. This is called.
Well, you
this
could
is my
channel, and then it would give you more views. Why don't you want to debate abortion? It would give you more views, more traffic to your channel.
Well, I mean, it's just completely contradictory.
Abortion later on.
No, there's really no reason for me to speak to you.
So you lost. You know you're going to embarrass yourself again.
No.
You're just going to cut away.
No, Richard. It's been really, really nice talking to you guys though. Really, I hope you guys I hope you guys figure your shit out.
Have fun being a cuck, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Hopefully you learned your lesson this time. Maybe you shouldn't pick fights with people who are like weight class above you.
A weight class above me. You definitely are with that pudgy little face these days, vegan.
Oh yeah.
You've been making some vegan gains.
How much do you bench?
How much do I bench? How much do I bench? 3 jasmines.
Okay, so how much weight is that?
How much do you bench? I mean, it just goes to show just fucking how pathetic. What a great question. How much do you bench?
So instead of a debate, you want to have an MMA match?
An MMA match, or you want to fight now?
A boxing match.
You want to have a boxing match? Oh, Richard.
I think you'd lose just as badly in the ring as in this debate.
Nice. So
I think you know that.
We've got Richard challenging me to a fight now. This has been fucking beautiful.
Hey, if you want to have an MMA match or a boxing match, we can set it up.
This is beautiful, Richard. Really, really great. Very mature. This is great content for my channel. I thought it was going to be boring as shit, but this has been so freaking fun.
You're too pussy to debate me again, and you're too pussy to have a fight. So, okay, see you later. When are you going to run away?
I'm just enjoying this, dude. I'm streaming this breakdown live, and it's fucking beautiful. I'm quite enjoying this.
So even your own followers can see you're a pussy-ass cuck.
Mm-hmm. What else am I, Richard? I like when dudes talk dirty to me.
Moron? Pussy, cuck, moron.
You know, you're actually giving more to my well-being by doing this, because I quite enjoy. My well-being gets a boost from you little cutie vegans talking shit. This has been fun, though. I really do enjoy talking to you guys. I just think it's sad that people can parade around on the internet like fake intellectuals and get a whole horde of followers of broken.
God exists, guys. God exists.
A whole
demons.
I don't
have to provide any evidence for my claims. I'm an intellectual.
Yeah. Good luck. Yeah, appeal to the self-contradictory nihilist audience. That's fantastic. So
you haven't pointed out how it's self-contradictory.
I pointed out many times how it's self-contradictory. Logic, consciousness, logic, reason, all these things you believe in, all these things you talk about to try to make an argument. Consciousness, logic, reason, all of these things rely on there being something outside the physical that you claim doesn't exist in your worldview. That's so funny. So it's been great smashing you. Yeah, just enjoy your day, guys. Have a good one.
Okay.
All right. Where'd we go? Okay. Well, that was fun. That was so fun. Wow. All right, so vegan stains. Burping, belching. That was a new one. Vegan games, belching in the debate. What a couple of twisted little weirdos, man. We got to take some of these words back too. I like that we got to all take the word fag back, because he tried to say it was a homosexual thing. Faggot actually means a bundle of sticks that you have to carry, a burdensome load that you got to carry. So it's like I know plenty of homosexuals, and they're not faggots. But man, that was fun. That was hilarious. Burpy, gassy Richard. So, man, that was really fun. He challenged me. You guys know how he challenged me to a fight at the end of that? He challenged me to a fight at the end of his debate. I love it. Look at Richard's little people. Isn't it though? Here's what's the saddest thing is how much people hate God. Now you can see it in their eyes. How they hate the fact that they don't make the rules, that they didn't create this. They hate it. I freaking hate it. And it's really sad. Really sad. So that was fun, man. First of all, Jay, sorry, Jay. I knew that was going to be ridiculous and frustrating. And Jay's he's a really intelligent dude. Jay was not feeling the ridiculousness of these two little the autistic soy boys. But that was fucking fun. How pathetic. How pathetic. Richard, a lot of people from Richard's channel, I mean, they must be freaking out over on Vegan Games' channel. Oh, he lost! He Tristan lost! I love it. He challenges me to a fight. I can't wait till Vegan Games starts making response videos to me and challenging me to fights. Wow. T-Clips, which is a popular channel, wants to clip your stuff and is asking if it's okay. Says Jay, yeah, that's cool. Here, I'm going to call Jay and see if he wants to come back on. I don't know if you know I'm still streaming, Jay. Jay just sent me. He said that was super fun. He actually had to go. What's up, Jay?
Hello.
Hey, we're still live. We're still live. Let's see. Yeah, dude. I don't know if you... I can't see you. Where'd you go? Well, you don't have to put video on it. I'll just do audio.
I'm at a restaurant. I can't get back on. I got to eat.
Jay's eating a steak right now. That's cool.
I am about to order a steak, so.
Good work, man. Hey, thanks for coming on. I apologize for how... I knew it was going to be super autistic. I mean, it's basically...
No, I had a blast. I would have kept doing it, but I had to mail books. I have to do that before the post office closes. So.
Yeah, that was interesting. So yeah.
Well, I'm sure we can arrange some more debates in the future for sure.
Sure. That was fun. I don't think Ask Yourself's ever been challenged like that. He was pretty pissed at you. People keep saying Blue Jacket was really annoying. Blue Jacket.
I don't know. Yeah.
Richard challenged me to a fight at the end of the debate. Did you see that part?
Are you serious?
Yeah, he challenged me to a fist fight. An MMA fist fight, yeah. Cool, right?
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious, Jay. He challenged me to a fist fight. If he comes to Ecuador, we can do it. It'll be Ecuador rules. No gloves in Ecuador.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good. That was super funny. But hey, thanks for coming on, man. Maybe we can do it again some other time. He wants to debate abortion. I was just like, dude, I'm not debating you again, but maybe you should debate him on abortion. It might be fun. I don't know if you're...
I would debate the Vegan Games dude. I'm not going to debate that kid.
That's the one who said that he's more fun to talk to. And he's down to throw some insults too. But he said he wants to debate abortion. I'm not going to debate abortion with him, but I think you should. That'd be great. I'll set that up. I'm down for that.
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thanks for coming on. Yeah, sorry for the craziness. That was it was definitely quite obnoxious. I stayed another hour and talked to Richard.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Watch the end of it when he tried to fight me.
I will. I'm gonna put it up.
It was beautiful. All right, dude. Later, Jay.
All right, later.
Okay, guys. Well, that's it. Meatheads. Okay. What else is going on? What's going on here in the chat? Sean Haney says, been watching Vegan Games channel for a couple years, and this is the first time he had nothing in a debate. I'm subbing to your channel as well. Damn good debate on your side. Yeah, you like how he has no response to me bringing up all these contradictions that he's exhibiting, and he has no response to it. No response. All right. Well, we are going to wrap this up, guys. That was beautiful. So, thanks to the lovely and totally so credible Richard, Vegan Games, and his friend, Ask Yourself, Isaac. That was really, really funny. That was really, really hilarious. These people who claim that there is no metaphysical, but are constantly calling upon reason, logic. He said that consciousness arises from matter. Beautiful. All right. So anyways, we're not here to make fun of vegans. We're here to actually help these people. So to all the future ex-vegans that are watching right now, you're not stuck. You don't have to stay in this self-refuting, baby-hating, anti-human, self-loathing worldview. There's way more to life, right? I mean, we're all about eat meat, make families. Part of why Richard was so triggered is because he could hear my children in the background, and it reminds these people that they've completely given up what it is to be human and to love humanity. So I think it's really sad that these people continue to espouse their worldview when they even admit it's totally self-contradictory. The hatred for children, the hatred of reality, and the inability to even stand in their own ideology, right? Those dudes just got wrecked. That was great. All right, guys. You can find more at primaledgehealth.com. Vegan Gains doesn't like the debate, but wants to fight at the end of the debate. I'm going to go live my life and spend some time with my beautiful family. So, yeah, you guys, I think probably one of the funniest debates there ever could have been. And what a twisted little sicko continuously bringing up child rape. How disgusting and sick was that? Oh, my goodness, man. That was just the most twisted thing. So gross. But yeah, guys. Name St. Joanna says, pray for Richard. Absolutely, man. All right, that's what's so sad. Like, these people need help. These people need help. So that was brilliant. Jay, thanks for hanging out. That was awesome. The Vegangelical Choir Boys, I'm sure, will say, oh, we won. Those guys are idiots. They're such idiots. We won. That's what they do every debate. But I love it. I love that he wanted to fight me at the end. That was fantastic. You guys can find more at primaledgehealth.com. It's been another Eat Meat, Make Family stream. My little daughter's waiting for me over there. She wants to hang out. She's going to ask me for something. I can tell, by the way. She's looking at me. But, yeah, guys, I don't know what else to say. There's so many things to laugh about, but I'll let you all laugh amongst yourselves. In honor of vegan debates and the vegan worldview, I'm out, guys. I leave you with this song honoring the great debaters, Vegan Gains, and Ask Yourself. Here's our favorite vegan-friendly song for everybody. Peace.
You were listening to DyerRadio on DJ Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more J. Dyer Today.
Is your financial future looking like a smoking crater? Are the debt collectors circling your your house like vultures? Stop paying and start playing. It's time for the mixed technique. You call up the you wait for it to go to collections, they call you up, okay? They say what's going to happen is collections is going to call, they're going to say you need to pay us $70 or $300. Let's be realistic. You need to pay us $350 a month, okay? What you do is this. This is Nick's technique. I can't take credit for this, although I put my own interest and twist on it. You say, geez, dude, $350? Now, these people are used to hearing sob stories all day, so you don't have to feel ashamed for hitting them with a sob story, real or fake. They hear this all day. What you do is you go,
dude, I just hit my car. I'm on these pills, bro. I can't do $350.
make a story. Tell them a story. This is one of my tactics now. The longer you keep someone listening to your fucking story, the better it's going to be for you. Okay, that applies in all areas. Everywhere you want something done. Tell a fucking story. You want your teacher to bump your grade up 1%, up 5%? Tell them a fucking 20-minute story. Fuck them. And that's the way you got to think about it. As you're telling the story, no, I'm trying to tell someone a story. I'm trying to come up with a 20-minute story. What do I want to do? Do I want to entertain them? Do I want to have a poignant message at the end of it? No, if someone is standing between me and money or success or, whatever, a bureaucrat in a roadblock position, when I'm telling them the story, I'm thinking, fuck you. You're going to sit here with me for 25 fucking minutes and you're going to listen to my sad story. Okay, so you get this person on the phone. You go, dude. You use that voice. They hear that voice all day. They can't tell that you're making this up. Dude, I hurt my leg, bro. I lost my shoe. I was out on the street and I hurt my leg, dude. I was in the hospital for days with my leg and they got me on these pills. I can't afford anything. I can't pay $350. The longer you tell this story, you don't really even have to tell a long story, but it will benefit you in the end. And then the debt collector, they're going to go, okay, sir, well, you can't pay $350 a month. Let me put this light back on. I didn't. I was going to opt for the F-150 Flunga package. It was just too much money. I couldn't justify the extra $70 for the Flunga zeiss but it comes with these Carl Zeiss lenses over the headlights. So you tell them the story, okay, and make it painful. You're trying to waste this person's time deliberately. And at the end of it, they're going to say, so, I understand, sir. So you can't do $350 a month. What can you do? How much can you do? This is Nick's tactic. This changed my life. You go like this. You go, geez. I don't know, $3? They'll fucking let you pay $3 a month. I still owe thousands of dollars. Visit MDEGsDudeFinancial.com for more details on how to make up more sob stories for your creditors. This is the Church of the Eternal Logos with David Patrick Harry on DyerRadio.
Jim Bob is a gentleman who's a cartoonist. If you go to Instagram, just put in "Made by Jim Bob," you'll find his profile. It's got like 40-some thousand followers.
So when you were getting ready to go into kind of your own journey, we were talking about the reference point where I came across of you was right before you went on Owen Benjamin's stream. This is probably a year and a half ago now.
Yeah.
And then you're getting ready to kind of talk about your journey from where you were in regards to kind of spiritual, political ideals, movement into that time period about a year and a half ago, and then to where you are now.
Right. Where I grew, I was born into a religious family. We were born again Christian. There I am as a 5-year-old at the foot of my mom's bed with my 3 older brothers to the left of me. There's a community of people holding hands, speaking in tongues while my mom gives birth to my sister. That was my earliest memory religiously. So I didn't equate it with religion then. Like, I didn't even know. I thought maybe I was an Arab or something. I didn't understand speaking in tongues or anything like that. So yeah, we grew up religious, but it was all just straight church. It was right to the Bible, right to church, and
And then as I grew older, started rejecting it and rebelling, and I moved to LA, and I was an atheist and a nihilist, relativist, socialist, all of the things you do when you go to LA and reject your traditions and roots. And it wasn't until, getting into cartooning and, looking at the truth of the matter, and then eventually I went on to Owen Benjamin, and he mentioned the word logos, and I've never heard that term ever. And I saw the connection between logic itself, the words, language, the Bible, and that was my first legitimate, sincere interest in theology, just as a whole. And so, because my work, cartooning, relies on pinpointing fallacies or absurdities, contradictions, philosophy, all of these things, it's natural. It was a natural progression for me to keep digging in and exploring. And so, that word then led me to another podcast, which Dyer does himself, in addition to his own podcast, is the Boiler Room. Mm-hmm. They suggested when I first went on there to check out Jay, and then I bothered Jay, invited myself on his stream, and then from there it's just been exploring logic itself, how our logic points to metaphysical, and how all knowledge relies on metaphysical, and since found the transcendental argument, which up to this point it's very difficult to refute it. I haven't heard it's not even just refute it, I haven't even heard a single decent response that doesn't just revert back to empiricism or what you guys call the foundational model. And the stuff is so powerful because I'm not in the place even yet of really digging into the Bible itself, even though I love it and I read it and I find messages and things that are just true timelessly. But this other approach of philosophy and logic, to me, seems like the hidden door, that's been somewhat removed over the last however many centuries. And it makes total sense. Like, if you don't have the introduction to logic and some philosophy and understanding that first argument, the tag argument, you're always going to go into religion or God, investigating these things from the classical foundational model, which will eventually limit itself. So if there's a big open door to God, theology just as a whole, not even the particulars of beliefs, but just as a whole, I feel like that door is the transcendental argument. And so that's where I am now. I love it. Mm-hmm. I love debating people about it. I love learning from people like you and Jay, and watching the debates between people who argue from that perspective versus from the classical model, like William Lane Craig. And I see now what the critiques are of all of those that you've done and Jay's been doing for years.
Yeah.
And it's really, it's cool, because what's cool about it is that for a belief, for faith, you want to be able to defend it logically. Mm-hmm. That's what everyone wants. And I feel like because theism and religion in general is pushed from the classical foundational model, it's very difficult for people to get on board because they're already reduced to material. They're already arguing from history. They're arguing from facts. And they're not, all of that stuff is already at a starting point that just assumes all of the preconditions underneath it. And for me, I always thought, well, what we have is material, and eventually we're going to learn more, and then eventually we'll be so smart we'll understand the metaphysical. And not until now I see that the metaphysical is underneath. It's actually the foundation upon which those methods are built, not the other way around. We don't build material methods to find out what the metaphysical is. To me, it's on a picture. Right? There's a house. The house is classical foundationalism, or materialism, or whatever you want, however you want to operate. Underneath it, you're already standing on metaphysical assumptions. So it makes logical sense to me.
Absolutely, and I think with what you're saying in regards to sort of beginning with the metaphysical, I think that is sort of a you move into that space by realizing the priority of all these categories, and that you can't begin with induction, you can't begin with the classical foundationalist model, because we're assuming all these things, and that's why the tag argument, I think, is so powerful. Jay's apologetical method, I mean, it's not Jay's, of course, but the way that he was kind of the first person I saw really using it out in the field, if you will. And I think it's so powerful, because that is the realization, is that you have to begin with the non-physical, which then leads to the assumption you have to begin with the assumption of God, really.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if you try to argue around God, because it's just knowledge itself. Like this idea, we can almost all of us can agree, unless you're an absurdist, like that we're discovering knowledge, some form of wisdom, something that pre-exists our ability to discern it to begin with. And if that's the case, knowledge, information, pragmatic information, morality, these immaterial things we just accept exist. It's logical to just say, well, no, they're associated with a mind. At least get to a mind. For those of you who just don't want to skip to God. But eventually, if you were to describe the mind, they couldn't be material. They would have to be spaceless and timeless, and that would be then getting into that other argument. But yeah, I've looked at it from all angles, and as a skeptic, not even less than 2 years ago, so I hit it with everything I could, and I'm like, any alternative is, and Jay's seen this with his own debates, is that the alternative is just epistemic nihilism and just questioning logic itself, which then, what are you questioning it with, and so forth, and then people they get so mad about this stuff, and then what they end up doing is just saying whatever, you're just saying some guy in the sky did it, and it's like, or the spaghetti monster, and it's really an indication of someone actually going face to face with the consequences of the alternative. And can you live coherently? Can you live a consistent life with really believing that everything is just material? Like I had a debate, just a fun debate, I call them, on my Instagram account about love. And one person was, saying you were made in love, you were created in love, and the others I forgot what she's saying. But anyway, the whole idea was about love, and someone was like, love is just a chemical, and then we're back into the classical foundation.
Exactly.
And then I'm like, you could put love in the same immaterial category as knowledge, truth, logic, math, and all these other concepts that we can transplant onto reality as we experience it. And based on that assumption, knowledge itself would just be a chemical, and we couldn't distinguish. From my view, it's like, once you go to everything is just chemical, there's no point in even making the distinction of love or knowledge or pain, or it's all just, you're just using words that are already meaningless because it's all just chemical, and you're just trying to divide them up. It's like, there would be no distinction between any of these things if it was all just chemical. What would be the point? So these are really funny arguments, because people end up inevitably using rigor or using some sort of rigorous position for one immaterial category, but then, almost like devaluing one immaterial in the category, but accepting the other. Like, they'll accept knowledge as a thing.
Right.
No, knowledge is different than love. Love you can, see in the brain, you can see the chemical. I'm like, if it's just an input, so knowledge would be also just an input into the brain that you're just like looking at. You just got knowledge, you know. And so it's just fun at this point. I used to get a little flustered and mad and call people names even. But now it's like it's just fun to explore, and those who are willing to confront the absurdity, they're at least one step closer to accepting the transcendental argument itself, and then the doorway. I know now that it's a process. You can't just hit people with the God stick.
Right.
Like, didn't work on me, but that's what excites me about this. Is like I could actually defend my beliefs.
Right.
And
in that coherency that you're talking about, I think because people actually do have a fundamental presupposition of relativism, whether they're conscious of it or not, the emphasis on coherency isn't a big deal. For example, when I came back, I moved back from Berkeley to Indiana to work on my doctorate here, and I went and visited my undergraduate advisor. He is a big, prominent scholar within ethics, and he is a pragmatist, and he is in the school of John Dewey. And when I talked to him, because he is aware of my journey and my undergraduate degree, I was interested in East Asian stuff, studying magic, and he was aware of my master's and kind of my whole experience with psychedelics and my YouTube channel and all this stuff. And then now I come back and I tell him, you know what, I'm actually really, really interested in orthodoxy. This was back in September of 19, and told him that I've been going to church and that the coherency of the worldview has been really powerful for me because it can account for all these things. And then he kind of looked at me, he's like, well, why are you privileging coherency? What's the big deal about having a coherent worldview? And this is a very prominent scholar, and it's like, well, it has to do with that, then living out the things that you say. That's a sort of another form of coherency. I mean, coherency is a big deal, really. And then when you start analyzing worldviews, the theory of truth can only come from a coherency model. That's the only way you can judge something to be true, which is going to have to do with like logical follow. So really, you're just in the realm of logic. And I think a lot of people just don't care to have a coherent worldview. It just doesn't interest them. They don't care.
Yeah, the consequences are still there, though. They will be hit with consequences, whether they know it or not. Just the humiliation of arguing something that you care about. If you don't care about coherency, then you can't really even say who cares about coherency. Then you're starting a logical argument about the invalidity or, like the veracity of logic itself. So, yeah, it's just like when I watched the debate with Jay and Matt. Like, again, as I said before, eventually you're left to just questioning whether logic is useful or not. Like, who cares, basically. But if you're a pragmatist, you depend on logic and coherency, because you have to be able to use persuasion to say, well, first of all, is this pragmatic? Then you have to answer according to what goal. And then you have to convince people that the goal is good. And then you have to use logic and coherency to convince people that that's a logical step to say this is good.
Right.
And why? And then you can't be a pragmatist and reject logic, but you also can't be a pragmatist and
account for logic.
And account for, or try to face ethics and morality on it either. If you were, because you can't, exactly, like, if you're going to be a pragmatist, you need logic.
Right.
But if you're going to assert ethics and morality, you can't just abandon logic. Like, you can't have both sides. You have to ridicule your claims with the same tool that you created the claims with. Like, so, yeah, all that stuff is really interesting to me. That's all lost on very smart people. It's lost on very influential people. And you just see the trend of the Jordan Peterson and now the Russell Brand is like a full-on utilitarianist,
right.
basically like a cult leader in a movement. Like, he's just like, everything can work for everybody. Like, you know, like, it's just idealism that's based in the material. And it's such a trap. And I loved your last video. I actually shared a stream about it, about distinguishing why love and all of these other material virtues have to be experienced through the personhood and transmitted one-to-one. And once they get relocated in the abstract, many faceless beings, that's utilitarianism. But in like the sort of like, you know, in the Russell Brand attempt, it's like the spiritual pragmatism. Like you're using spirituality to then try to shove it into this box called pragmatism or utility or whatever, and it just falls apart because what you said. It falls apart because you're assuming that this mass of faceless beings, that you can think in your head, love. I thought love out there. It's going to go out there, and that's good. It's all energy, man. And it's like, no, it's a one-to-one expression. It's eye contact. It's touch. It's all of the things that we express, the acknowledgement of dignity of other humans. These are all, you know, you could reduce the touch to the chemical. Like, you can reduce that's what is, not why, you know. And so, yeah, it's bizarre to me, but it also makes total sense because the last, 100 years has been about, undercutting logic and philosophy. There's a reason that logos got attached to God. There's a reason back then. Like, it's because of the cohesive argument. It's not, and we've abandoned that. And like Jay was telling me, like during the Enlightenment, the whole transition between God giving us our dignity and our life and all of the things we have, pursuits to natural law. This idea, like, you can clearly see the subversion and the inversion, using language to then take it out of the theological approach to putting it into the government approach, which is the man approach. I didn't, you use nihilism to give the mirror, and then they have to confront the mirror of nihilism with that actually means. And then they start having to argue and find a way to base dignity. You have to find a way to, how do I ground dignity? No. Right. And then they go into tautologies and it gets really funny. Right. Why is murder wrong? Because it's bloody. Why is bloody wrong? Because it hurts. Like, see how many redescriptions or whatever you can put on a thing, arguing against something by redefining it a bunch of times. It's really something that it's like I have compassion because I was that person, Right. I was making the same argument. I was doing the same thing.
I was too, and that's kind of part of what we were talking about wanting to explore in this video is the comfortable nature of kind of existing in the spiritual but not religious, the New Age worldview, because it allows you to express like love, like consciousness, like all these things are just these abstract ideals that by definition are one-to-one and personal in nature. And so could you speak about your sort of journey through the New Age, through the spiritual not religious phase, and kind of what were you enamored with and your journey out of Christianity or whatever you know?
Okay, yeah. Well, I moved to LA with a friend, and he was deep into technology. So I clearly replaced God with futurism right away. I just grabbed the community of futurism. I helped produce futurist events about accelerating change in technology. I became enamored by transhumanism, the future, this is the future, God is dead, etc. And so that left me, what's funny is that I couldn't do anything about it. It was all imagining futures. Like, what are these futures that I can imagine through technology? And then once I realized that through close friends and people that showed me that I'm not doing anything. I can't practice these ideals of the future. I can only imagine scenarios of the future that are given by new tech and stuff. I can't do anything today. I can't, like, my life and value can't come from the future. So I kind of went away from that, and then I got into, like, intense self-help. I got into a company called Landmark Education that, like Peterson, got me out of nihilism. But it also pushes a circular nihilism itself, a narcissism, if you will. But you get the experience that your life's getting better.
And what year was this?
What's that?
What year? Just curious the time
This
frame.
2006 or so.
Okay.
And I did really intense program. I mean, that program came out of the early 60s, 70s, the F program, where they were really pushing the boundary of, like, the human experience and humiliation and how little you are and nothing really matters. Their mantra is kind of like, you know, life is empty and meaningless, and it's meaningless because that it's empty and meaningless, like that kind of like mantras. But they borrow from, like, Buddhism, they borrow from Christianity, they just put it in a Vitamix, and then they give you, like, a big milkshake of it, and then you're surrounded by people who are maybe not living it out in their life, but you're in, like, a center area that you volunteer in, so you're constantly, you know, finding confirmation bias that it's the program that's giving you your life, and vice versa, like a circularity, you know what I mean? Like you said, like, I'm so enamored by that, and I really don't understand it yet, but there's something circular about all of those programs where you empower the thing that you think you're getting the thing from, and the same concept does exist in theology, but it's just different standards and different ways you're going to, you know, try to measure it, I guess. But yeah, I was into self-help stuff, and then I rejected that eventually, or just got bored of it, and then I did Vipassana, which is a 10-day silent meditation retreat. Silent, no movement, no talking, no phone, eating 3 times a day, meditating from 4 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. all day.
Was Jack Dorsey there?
Probably. There's probably a bunch of people. This is up in North Fork, California.
Wow.
So, yeah, there was something that I got from that as far as, like, you know, that was my Sam Harris journey, you know, like, that's when I was like, wow, you know, everything's about well-being and just observing it, man. Like, you just observe everything, and it becomes nothing, you just shed it away. And, again, you can't really live that way. So I rejected that, and then, yeah, and then I had a kid. You know, I had a whole other failed life. I had a failed previous marriage. It was all based on vanity. It was all based on materialism, atheism. You know, always, like, measuring what I can do myself, accomplishment, all narcissism. And then I had a child, and that kind of, like, hit me on the head as far as, like, one thing about having a child, and it's just, I don't know if it's for everyone, but I started to question, like, what I believe based on what I'd be willing to teach my kid. I think that's the real, like, arbiter for me. Like, I'll know if I believe something if I can and I'm willing to teach it. And right when I had that realization, it was scary, but relieving. It was scary because I realized I had nothing to teach. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Because everything that mattered is immaterial. Everything that matters must come from transcendent source. It cannot be based on man. I can't teach gratitude. You can't just be grateful to material. That makes no sense. Like, you can't be grateful to the universe that's not conscious, that doesn't care about you, some abstract thing out there. Then you can't, you know, like prayer before meal. Who are you thanking? Are you, you know, who are you praying to? Are you praying to a man who grew the food? That's just weird. You just thank him. Like, you know, so that's embedded in us. Like, and we know this because people who do reject a religion, theology as a whole, they end up replacing it with something. They cannot help it. Like Jay says, people are fundamentally religious, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong if the word religion is used, but I guess you get the point. It's like we search for the transcendental. The whole show, like that ridiculous show that I thought was a spoof of Portlandia with Gwyneth Paltrow called Goop. It's always these hippy-dippy people trying to find God through all these funny things. It's like they're doing mushrooms, they're having orgasms, it's like, it's so clear once you go, oh, everyone's after the same thing. Like they're all trying. Even the materialists cannot help appeal to metaphysical, to virtues, to things that transcend their ability to even understand what's going on, so.
Right. And then that yearning for, real truth, transcendent truth, leads them to this continual feedback loop of consuming materiality and trying to fill that void, which, it's a common use. Oh, you're trying to fill the void of God. But it's like, once you see, it's like, that's so true. It's really, really profound. It just takes a while to conceptualize it.
Yeah. Yeah, and the material can never do it. It just can't. It can't be the measurement, and it can't be the thing. And that's especially true if you believe that there's only material. So, yeah, and then from there it's like, trying to locate the most cohesive story, and that's kind of what pointed me toward Orthodox. But at the moment, it's like I can't just rampantly defend something I didn't study or I'm not currently really delved into. Like, it would be a disservice to you or Jay or anyone else who's, there's like, 4% of the country. So it's like, and I have that, and that's one of my weaknesses actually, is like, first time I, found Jay, I pretty much tried to just like fully understand his arguments and what he was saying, and I just was like, it's like I have a new Tommy gun. Like, I'm just gonna go like blast everyone. And I probably early on misrepresented certain arguments or made a fool of myself. But that's all learning too. I don't really care too much about that. But as far as like representing a full-on doctrine of belief, it's not where I'm at yet. As far as like being able to push it, to be able to defend it, to be able to get into that nuanced discussion about that. Mm-hmm. But I also think it's a lifelong thing. I don't think it's designed to have like this end point in life where you're like, I got it. Because then you're just prideful. Like, it's this weird dance.
It's the same cycle of the materialism, because if there's an end point, there's like a thing to it. There's a thingness.
Right.
And it's not. There is no thingness. And I loved when you talked about, first of all, let me say I got a couple thoughts here, but when you were talking about how you didn't have anything to tell your children, really, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's almost like the realization that you only want to give your child something that's true. And the realization that your life hadn't been in pursuit of truth, and now the realization that the only thing you want to give your child is what's true, it sort of redirected your own path. And then the embodiment of an individual trying to find out what's true, whether I get things wrong in my videos, or if you've misphrased things or said things wrong before, it's like that is less important than somebody who's honestly looking for truth. And if they're confronted, which people who watch my videos have confronted me with things that I've said true, I'm fine with it. There's not a competition, because I'm really interested in what's true. So if I get something wrong, tell me. I'm quickly to change my mind.
No, it's an amazing. It's a big distinction actually, because Owen says once in a while, he says, I might be wrong, but I'm not lying. And it's such an important distinction, because if you're really after truth, you might say dumb things. You might start looking toward things that aren't true. You might be willing to maybe accept something that's out there. It doesn't matter. The thing is, like, are you good? Are you a good person? Are you pursuing truth? Are you willing to pursue it and find out? And that starts with if we're pursuing truth and there is a truth out there and it precedes us, our ability to find it, that means it's been placed there. Otherwise, it's illusory. I've not had someone have a valid response to that. Other than like, well, maybe it's a stimulation, and then it's like endless regret there. But that's the thing, is like all wisdom comes from God. Like it's just you can't get away from the omniscient mind because you're agreeing that something out there is true, that there's a knowledge, that there's information to gain that's true.
Right.
And trying to separate that from the mind is illogical. It's not a logical or rational thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the truth matters, and our pursuit of it and how we do it matters. And teaching our kids, I also want to teach my kids that they are made in love, not just through God, but the act of sex with their mother and father, and that they have a spirit and a soul, and there is immaterial. There is more than what they're seeing here. Like, there's more than they can hold in their hands, and that's okay that it's okay that you can't materialize these things. And they're being taught the opposite. So they're being taught all is material. Like, none of that stuff exists. Let's pursue science, the doctrine of science. Like, that has to be combated actively. It's not just like, oh, I hope they get it. I hope they figure it out that they're mostly being told through all the main channels of information that they are a rat, a larger version of a rat, and through an unguided process, and everything they experience is nothing more than particle smashing. It's like, how can you take that approach and then be like, why are these shootings happening? It's like, right. What do you mean, what shootings? Why would it matter? You know what I mean? Right. Why does it matter if there's a mass shooting? Right. You can't adequately put those things together, those two arguments. You're just particles, nothing really matters. Why are all these mass shootings happening?
Right.
It's really basic to me.
Back to a total mind frame of incoherency. And one of the things that I've been thinking about, this isn't something I've dove too deeply in, but thinking about the sort of, symbolically within the Orthodox Church, the understanding of the empire, and then the church was a double-headed eagle. And I started thinking about secularism and sort of this fragmentation of society, of kind of why people aren't as interested in coherency, is that secularism itself, what Jay was trying to talk about with the Enlightenment, it creates these sort of spheres of rationalization, and that everybody just coherency for people is just whatever particular sphere they're in at that time, and not a larger understanding. Right. And I think maybe at a subtle presuppositional level, that's even tied to the theology between the state and the church, which post-Enlightenment is a total separation of. So we have totally different values here than we have values here, which if these values are true, they should also be here as well.
Yeah, it's impossible to separate the church and the state unless you just kill the church altogether, because this assumption that we should protect rights and there's liberty, you need an underlying assumption there that's metaphysical. Again, it's back to the transcendental argument, is that you can't possibly argue from a materialist perspective that we ought to protect rights, right, that we ought to not kill each other, that we ought to not steal. That whole, I'm still learning the time frame of it, but it really is starting to look clearly that man used language to just like I call it like a linguistic bridge. Like they took the bridge from the transcendent, used language, and got it to man as the source. Everyone, the rejection of God is the pursuit of man being God. You're never truly rejecting God. You're always trying to find God. Like even that. In some cases, you could argue even the pursuit or the privation of good is still in pursuit of what you think is good in some ways. Like a lot of, the road to hell is paved in good intention. Like it all requires a standard for good. And that's why coherency is important, because can you imagine the debates if they were held to coherency rather than like fact correspondence, like,
right.
can you imagine? It would be. They think that the debates are a joke now. If they had someone just using logic and being like, on what basis?
Right.
It's inevitably, once you get to the heart of the matter, it would be very hard for all of these people to argue their position when confronted with the question on what basis should we do any of this. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if politics were never of philosophy, and philosophy was always like the other side dudes in the room talking about stuff, and the politicians were always people who were paired with men who just use force, and that's just how it's been. But yeah, we just need more logic. It just should be taught,
And when you
it should be on. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just saying, like, the correspondence version of truth is limiting.
Right.
It's just limiting. It's going to appeal to itself, And that's the other thing I want to ask you. I asked Jay. I still don't understand it. The Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
Mm-hmm.
Is a real theorem, but it's like used as somewhat of like a metaphor in truth itself, in philosophy, like where you can eventually become circular in your argument. Even language itself is circular. Orange is orange.
Right.
What is orange? It's orange. So, and we were talking briefly about where you can use circularity and where you can't. And I'm trying to, because I'm visual, I try to understand like the domains in which circularity is not okay, and you can call it out, and the person is not allowed to appeal to Gödel, and then when you can. And I'm trying to look at it from like, how do you keep, I don't know if reducing is the right word, like how do you know when someone can appeal to circularity, like not like in other words, let's take an example. Why is it not okay for Matt to just appeal to circularity of like, no, it just is. Like, that's ad hoc.
Right.
Like, is there a difference between ad hoc and circularity at that level? Like, can he just be like, no, it is because it is, or logic is logic. It just is logic.
Right.
When can they use it to their advantage?
From my understanding, like to use your examples, actually it may work when you say logic is logic, because the Gödel incompleteness theory is regarding formal systems of logic. So if you're just appealing to something that isn't necessarily a formal system of logic, you can't. And especially if you're working on the classical foundationalist model, circularity is always going to be a problem because you're building up from a foundation. So there's this immense notion of progress with knowledge, whereas with the incompleteness theorem, and I'm no expert, but it's appealing to the circular nature of logical systems, formal logical systems. Like, you can't prove language without language, can't prove reason without reason, can't prove numbers without numbers, can't prove, and then from our understanding, as you've heard me say, you can't prove God, therefore, without the assumption of God. So, from my understanding, it's fair game to refer to his theorem when you're referring to complete systems of logic. But if you're trying to be arbitrary or ad hoc in your reasoning, and you're working off a classical foundationalist model, you can't appeal to it because because we're dealing with realms of logic. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, gotcha. That makes sense.
So when you're making the transcendental argument, because you're really saying that God is the source of all logic, he's going to take that same form that all the formal systems of logic would take. But you can't just refer to Gödel anytime there's a circular argument at hand, because most circular arguments aren't on the basis of a formal logical system.
That makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm asking because I like to be prepared for when that occurs in a conversation or a debate. so that it's so I can, manage it and be consistent.
Absolutely.
With my own statements and stuff. But I didn't fully, I understand it conceptually. I just, I try to lock it down, visually, where is it okay, where is it not okay?
And so,
do it, where can.
So we would say that, reason, obviously that's a sort of system of logic, numbers, language. So that's why, in regards to coherency, Jay references language, because language itself is a coherency, it's a web of coherent relationships. Right. And which is kind of symbolic of kind of the nature of what we're saying the world is through these coherent structures. So, so basically that's from my understanding is why we can appeal to that and not ourselves making a circular statement, is because the theory is about all systems of logic. And so,
right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But what you were saying, what I thought was really interesting, I kind of lost half of it, but you were talking about, let me rephrase it in one way. Talking about progress. And so when we were talking about history, these are one of the things, at least in my mind, that I've been thinking about. I know this needs more kind of explication, but the movement away from God, or the way that we understand progress now, the way progress is framed in modern society, has really been a continual movement away from traditional norms, from a coherent theological understanding of the world, where progress itself can only be rooted in a movement towards or back to God. That's really the only, when we talk about progress, that is the only state of progress. So when we're talking about making these sort of logical, apologetical arguments, we're always appealing back to God, and God is sort of the end point. You were talking about, I think I was thinking about this when you were talking about the Logos and the divine mind and how all this stuff is rooted, which again, for us, truth then is a person. And that's why I think the revelation of personhood and how everything really falls together, it's so profound because it connects with the apologetical method of why Christianity is true, is that our God is extremely personable, right? So how can God love you if God isn't a person, doesn't have a personhood? So then personhood is tied with our movement back, to God. I kind of lost where I wanted to go with that earlier. You were talking about
progress, yeah, the idea of progress.
And so you were talking about logical systems, the way language is used to be inverted, and God moving, man becoming God, which is the initial sin, right? This is the primordial sin of the garden, of Lucifer, the fallen angel, who had dominion over earth, right? He still has dominion over creation. But he chose to be in opposition to God because he wanted to be God. And so then progress in the world is always linguistically phrased as really a movement away from God. It's always movement towards disorder, towards degeneracy, towards the valorization of oneself, narcissism, and all these different forms.
Yeah. It's so appropriately represented symbolically, like I forgot, I don't know who originally pointed this out, but just like, the bite of the apple is our Apple computer leading us to the tree of knowledge, which is like the web. Like we're just constantly biting out of the tree of knowledge of the web through our apples, and they've created all these little, as Owen said in one rant, is like the little iPhone, the I this, the I that, I.
Right.
And we're just, you get all of these things on our phone that make us look like Lucifer, like the morning star, the glorious angel. And we can do it. We're so beautiful. We can become the best. And that's like Peterson, his whole thing.
Right. Oh, it's extremely Luciferian.
You're going to be your best. And it's like, how could you argue about that? It's like, no, I'm not arguing with being your best. I'm arguing with how it's measured. Like the underlying.
Exactly. What is the best? And that would then lead to following God, which is real progress, which then is also person.
Which Peterson also borrows the model. What I argue people are like, why do you hate him? And I'm like, I don't hate him. I'm just saying that, like, his use of God is not an argument of necessity, logically. It's an argument of usage as a model, as like a player choice in a video game.
Yeah, well, it's very evolutionary. It's framed in a sort of evolutionary framework in the sense that, well, I believe God exists, I act as if God exists, because that worldview then makes you the most advantageous in terms of then psychological dispositions, health, all this stuff.
Right. Yeah, that's really trickery. It's just really it's dishonest, and I also wonder if, like, how much of that he really believes, but we could never really know that. But yeah, that's just like using the ladder to get on the roof and pretending you jumped, but being like, there are ladders out there that work really well, but it's you evolving, it's you winning. It's like you evolved because you realize that this model works, but it's not true if it works. It just works. You could make a lot of money. You could do a lot of talk. And these things aren't easy. They require a lot of books and reading and online
a lot of rules.
Classes. Yeah. So it's all just the same Luciferian thing where you just man is good. Good comes from man. It's that circular pattern. And then we could measure it by the most good, which means the most men could be good by applying what we measure to be good according to the most people, and then just go into that format.
Yeah, which is utilitarian, which then once you get into a utilitarian framework, you're getting into sort of form of pragmatism, and then once you get in there at a governmental system, you're always going to be kind of predisposed to sort of socialistic, a communistic framework, because that's again at a presuppositional level, that's what you're working on when you're working off of utilitarian ethics or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, there's always just going to lead to unelected, like, aristocracies and symposiums on what we should do, and there's just, the council, it's like all of the worst stuff out of, like, what was it? Not 1984, but the other one.
Brave New World?
Yeah, Brave New World.
Okay, yeah, it was all the talk stuff.
Good, that's all, like, how do we measure in real time what we then agree to be good, and then the pursuit of good is based on an if this is good, and then anyone who disagrees, we've already agreed on what's good here, people. Like, the majority rules. Yeah, it's all the same stuff. That's why, like, the cohesiveness of Christianity in particular, it's like man is fallen. We make a separation between the immaterial, between this world and what is of the world and in the world. Like, such an important distinction, and then people don't like it because they're like, what do you mean? Like, how are you going to win? How are you going to win the world? Like, what do you, like, that's so, like, it's not practical. They go right to pragmatism because we're like, how can you live your life not trying to dominate and win the world? And people now especially can't, I don't even know if it's now especially, it's like clearly demonstrable in the history of man. It's like the gear toward winning, you have to submit to the idea that this is all there is. You become animal. Yes. You can justify animal behaviors. The frustration, I get it, because from that worldview, you're like, what is wrong with you? Like, don't you know if you just signed up with, like, PragerU, like, you could make memes for a lot of money? Like, whatever. It's from that mindset. It's always the material, pragmatic mindset where you can actually make these distinctions. It really is reduced to that. It's like, you can point to any behaviors and any kind of doctrines or whatever, and you can just go, oh, that's material. That's material-based.
Right. Did you get caught up with the sort of Peterson craze, like mid-2018?
At first. Yeah, at first. Not too much. It was especially with, like, forced pronouns and language.
Right.
I was really behind him there.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me a while to realizing that not only just him, but a lot of Jay's work is about showing how nothing that really becomes super popular doesn't have some underlying wing to it that's propagated for a reason. And everyone's like, you're a conspiracy theorist. It's like, no, that's also the nature of man. If you're going to argue pragmatism, of course those things would exist. Like, that's the game. So
exactly.
There's this point.
The game that they want to win.
Exactly. And Owen calls them the approved. They're authorized.
Right.
They're authorized, which is why he started unauthorized. It's like a distinction between authorized and unauthorized is also somewhat of a metaphor for material and immaterial, where you're like, the people who are trying to win the material game will set up an authorization system. They will do it that way and exclude anyone who's pointing out things or doing like, what do you call it, like bad speech, bad thought, that kind of thing, criticizing wrong people, wrong things. And so yeah, it just keeps going back to that, like how it's very easy at this point for me to go, wow, that's from a materialist, pragmatic standpoint. Like, the whole thing is based on that, and there's nothing underlying. You can't justify, someone just sent me a whole paper on utilitarianism. He wasn't advocating for one or the other necessarily in the paper. He was determining, like, well, there's two kinds of utilitarianism. But the first sentence of it included the word, like, pursuing the good, and the good is never justified in that system. It can't be logically, cohesively justified in that system. It just, and again, your professor would be like, why does it matter? Why is logical cohesivity or whatever the word matter? That's why it matters, because someone's going to say the good is X. We should do X. Based on all of our guns and military, we're going to do X. And you can't battle these things and realize how do you not even defeat them, because there is this weird fine line between rejecting what is in the world while you're in the world without becoming of the world. So that's the battle I have, is like, how much do I fight this, the transgender, like, homo grooming of young kids, getting them, presenting sexuality to them and latching sexuality to their identity at, 5 years old. And my mom is very religious. She really knows the Bible, studies Judaism as well, and there's this fine line. There's probably the appropriate scripture even for it, but it's just that balance of like, how far do you participate in the beast system to beat the beast versus living in the world and not of it, but still having a guard for those things.
Right.
Like, that also goes into like morality itself, where people want to put morality on a scoreboard, like, you've achieved morality. Like, its purpose is, it's defined, how do you put this? Like, it's defined, it exists, but it's also designed in a way where it's one-to-one for you to, like, discover and explore and to battle with. Like, it's part of morality. It isn't just a thing on the, like, let me reference today, like, what to do today. Because you're always given circumstances and you're given situations, and the point is, like, that you acknowledge the good and you acknowledge the basis of the good, and you realize when you've done something wrong. Like, I always use the examples for murder. Like, you killed someone, they were trying to kill your kid. That doesn't make it moral that you killed someone. Doesn't make it that you didn't take a life, or how horrible that is, and all that comes with it. It means you can justify it in the material. You can maybe live with it, but it's also not you to make the judgment, of how immoral or moral it was. So even in the world of morality, you're constantly being baited into the material world to put a measure on it. You're pulled into that foundational model where you're like, and that's something that's very difficult to do with language and with debate. Like, it's easy to debate an atheist and debunk empiricism and materialism, but when you start arguing like, well, what is the basis of morality, and how do we then measure it in reality? It's like this weird fine line of being pulled back into putting material measures on it, and it's like a trap. To me, it's a slight trap that we can fall into. I don't know. But again, that takes more studying for me.
And I think that truth resonates. So I think when we're talking about something like your comic, or what I try to do, or what Jay's doing with his channel and his debates, which I think are extremely helpful for people thinking things through, is that truth resonates, and truth has a source, and truth will eventually lead people to that source if they're actually authentically in pursuit of it. And so, at least from the Orthodox perspective of creation, the incarnation was the beginning of the process of deification of creation. So we don't have this kind of Gnostic dualism between the created world and the uncreated nature of the transcendent God, or something like that. And so I almost think it's time for us to become warriors. Like that's a strong archetype for us to start thinking about in terms of creating circles of communities online, of all this stuff, where inside that community is authentic order. And eventually that just resonates with people's lives when you encounter people, when they see how you live your life. And that spread is really the battle. Because I do think we're absolutely in a spiritual war. And so taking care, and this is maybe where Peterson might be actually useful in terms of taking care of your own house, cleaning your own bed, bucko, But there's a truth to that. That I think, again, that's why it resonated with so many young men. And I think that the war... Go ahead, I'm sorry?
I was going to say, he's always using enough nugget of truth.
Yes.
There's always enough in there.
Absolutely. And that's why Satan is known to be the greatest, quoting of Scripture, is that, the manipulation of truth just a little bit. And that's why I think the theology, which I wasn't familiar with, but diving deeper and deeper and deeper with the help of people like Jay, in terms of orthodoxy, and then seeing the slow progression away from this original faith and this original dogmas and doctrine, and where then society and the historical events that just contextualize these continual movements, again, progress in the worldly sense away from God. But I think, like your comments and what we're trying to do online, I think the spiritual war is aimed at boys. It's aimed at men, and I think being more direct about that, and that's why I try to talk about masculinity fairly frequently on my channel. Even, of course, we're all working through these things and trying to better ourselves, but the global homo, the transgender stuff, the feminism, all this stuff is really attacking the men. And so when we look at the world, when we look at, Turkey flooding Greece, the borders with the Muslim migrants, who's going to stand up? Who's going to defend the nation? Who's going to defend truth? And it always has to be, that's a masculine project. Men are called to do that. And so when we look at something like the Orthodox Church and the privileging of the masculine, which fast forward to 1960s, you get Jacques Derrida, the French intellectual, calling Western civilization phallogocentric. It privileges the phallus, and it privileges the idea of logos. Therefore, we need to destroy the patriarchy. And this is where the patriarchy idea, although it's already moving through, this is where the counterculture of the 1960s grabs a hold of it. Because then we have to do the opposite of the foul logo culture that Western civilization grew out of.
It's interesting because I always say that the opposition to natural order, to God's order, to hierarchical existing clear systems is always borrowing from them. I have this comic where it's like, I think with enough capital, with enough money and enough manpower, we can defeat capitalism and the patriarchy. You need men also to once it's physical, you need men also to defeat this so-called thing, which will probably over a course of time, even if it happened, would just result in men at the top, just like transgenderism. Men are now competing and beating the crap out of women in sports and fights. The model, the clear truth of the matter is always going to show up, and it does. It's already done a full cycle in that regard. It's like, okay, men come back up on the top on the physical, scoreboard, and then but you're right, because getting men to a position where they feel like their aggression or their brute strength, how they even stand, how they stand in front of their family when maybe it's like they're not sure of the situation, treating people like that's like wrong or not good, and training these men to essentially just be like to adopt their divine feminine, like to embrace their femininity. It's all on purpose. Like, it's not just like it's utilized, and women follow men. So the whole pornography problem is a problem with man. That becomes the market. That becomes what women look to, like how to find a man. Like, I need to do those things, or I need to, like that's what sexuality is now. And so it's always following men. Men lead. So if we're leading toward the degradation of patriarchy, then we're pretty much seeing what that looks like now and where it's heading. I think it'll be rejected because, again, I also trust. Yes, there's always battle and truth. You can't battle truth without using some of it. And so inevitably, like you said, the truth resonates again and again and again. And that doesn't mean like some terrible time must happen or like does happen for that to be seen again. Again, that's to some extent out of our control. To some extent, we can directly impact it with our families and communities. But it also brings me back to that balance of like, yes, we need warriors, we need strong male role models, we need the order of men and God, we need a basis for morality. These things have to be transmitted in all directions, sideways, through our communities, through people, and downward and upward through our families. And also, there must be a line that I don't know where you become of the world. I don't know what that is. Right. That's like a whole other, thing that's like a whole other podcast where it's like, when does it become of the world? Yeah. When do these actions, when do these pursuits become, I asked Jay this too, it's like, when does the trap of pragmatism become apparent in theology? There must be a line where it's clear in all faiths where men misrepresent and then become this thing where it's like, well, if everybody was religious, then the world would be, then it's basically like saying like, if we can get Lucifer to just come back to church, then we can take his world. And there's no answer. It's like, we can't really know. But right. I think it's a really interesting inquiry that I'm always in. Because, I don't want to be dictated by the material, but I live in the material. So right. I am also. Right. It's weird. Yeah. It's a conundrum.
And when you're talking about, one of the things, I recently came across a video of an Orthodox father talking about where are our heroes, and talking about how, again, the Orthodox Church, which the Protestant Church doesn't have, and then you look at Protestant nations, you look at Northern Europe, you look at England, you look at America, you look at Canada, these nations aren't Christian anymore. In fact, I think they have to be re-Christianized because there's something totally different. They may have Christian elements, they may have segments of the population in significant numbers who identify as Christian, but it's not a Christian culture, it doesn't promote Christian values. None of those nations do. And it's because they don't have saints, they don't have fathers, meaning church fathers, meaning actual figures throughout history to idolize. And so then we get Hollywood. We get, again, coming out of a Protestant nation of America. And so we idolize the world, and I think this is why then being, evil, being so perceptive, is so conscientious of trying to change our idols to transgender, to queer individuals, to women specifically, because if the order, as we're talking about, that men actually do have a specific role in creation, and that men and women do have different roles, not that one is superior to the other in an ultimate sense, but that we do have different roles. The church's insistence on men being priests, on monks, again, privileging the masculine, is because that's their role. Adam, the myth of Adam and Eve, or the story of Adam and Eve, because we believe it to be also historical to a degree. So he was the priest of creation, and this is what the incarnation of the Logos, the incarnation of Christ, had to recorrect, is that man was supposed to be the priest, and because of his decisions, because of him even following a woman, right? There's a symbolic level there in terms of acquiescing to something he knew he wasn't supposed to do on the behest of Eve herself, because there's a whole theological discussion on would the fall ever have happened if Adam didn't eat the apple, because that's when really things go haywire. And so men just being loud and proud about being a man and not apologizing, I think is essential to the maintenance of our culture. And then the globalists, the evil powers that be, realize how all this stuff, they feminize the West, and then they flood them with masculinized Arabs, right, that are coming with a totally different worldview, that they're not even playing that game, and those who are in control are totally aware of that. And so...
It's so fun. It's so true, and some of the people that follow Owen get so mad at him when he says, well, it's not the agreement of the doctrine of Muslims. It's that they're, when he says they're base, it's because they know how to keep their belief structure in a cohesive manner in reality.
Right.
You know what I mean? It transcends. I was talking about this on the stream just directly to my audience, is that traditions and religions and how they play out in societies and cultures often transcend law. The law reflects those things, but they transcend law. In other words, it's not even about making something illegal on the street. It's that you live in a culture that already has that social shame or something in place that's that's not allowed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That thing doesn't come from the law. It comes from strong cultures that are governed by men.
Yeah.
That are and people get so they have to understand it from a different perspective. It's when you look at other cultures and religions and how they operate, it's important to distinguish between agreeing with the practices and agreeing with their ability to do it. You know what I mean? To be able to implement these kind of laws that are social laws that, again, transcend. I was talking about, suddenly after the 60s, we made it okay for everyone in society to look like a homeless person.
Right.
And just dirty and not put together. And you're basically allowing and marketing the loss of dignity.
Yes. Yes.
It's fine. You should make this look like... It's no, there's something so amazing and godly about being put together, about being modest with your body, about being impeccable,
right.
Especially men and women out in the world, impeccability. And some of that's coming back, but unfortunately, impeccability also gets hijacked with vanity too. So it's misrepresenting what it's representing.
It's that fine line you were talking about. It's so difficult.
Just being an image of God, not that God should wear a suit with a Gucci watch, but that you respect your body, you respect it as a gift, that you represent it well, I guess. But yeah, there's something about that that goes unnoticed by most people, because they're just whatever, this is it, man. We're changing, we're evolving. Like, you know, things are all going to be different. Like, then this goes with the transhumanist stuff and the trans species stuff, and this idea of progress equates change with good always, which is why like Obama won. Just assume change is good. And you look at history and like someone was cheering change a lot of times, and it wasn't good.
Right.
So there's something there as well, that you have to convince people that the change you want is good. And more people, even Bill Maher, I don't know if they recognize the cause of it. They never got into it, but he was on Joe Rogan, and I just saw a clip, and he was talking about growing up in the city in the 50s, how amazing it was.
Oh, yeah.
There was no crime, and you come home and you change, you go outside, and mom doesn't even know where you went. And people talk to each other and apologize, and like there's all this etiquette that's built in to it, and that thing's been jeopardized by a lot of different angles and a lot of different decades. It's really it has to be battled, like to some extent, but at the same time, it never occurs at a national level. It has to be outward. It has to be family. It has to be.
Well, it's personal. Back to
generation.
Back to what we were talking about with love. Back to what we're talking about with God and Christianity. Again, it's kind of unique emphasis within world religions of the personhood. That it always comes back to the individual seeking these things in the way that they, their hygiene, the way they present themselves, their pursuit of knowledge, the coherency, the consistency in which they live their life. It's just, we live in such an interesting time, and I remember the clip you're talking about, that Bill Maher doesn't even, it's like talking to the atheist about the tag argument. There's such a disconnect between, like, okay, well, what allowed that society to flourish so well? What was it about their common interests and goals and culture?
Yeah, no, I made a comment on the clip. Joe Rogan is going, yeah, it's crazy, man. There's, have you ever done DMT or all this drugs? I went and got to take a commercial break to smell like a pocket, whatever, sleeve.
Pocket pussy?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, what happened? Why were things so great? Yeah, I have a picture of my dad, probably 11 years old, at maybe Coney Island or one of those fairs, right? Mm-hmm. And his aunt and his mother are standing behind him, and he's got a gun in his hand and he's shooting cans, but the picture is taken like in front, so the gun is facing somewhat off. And I asked him about he's shooting a .22 caliber at a fair at camp. Like that's, it's not just a testament of where we've gone, like safety wise. We'll maybe take better precautions because of what could happen. Those are all like, rational positions. But the fact that no one would ever suspect he would just start shooting people is an underlying thing that's beyond it. It's like the sanctity of life and understanding the value of humans is 100% correlates to theology. Right. And the departure of it 100% correlates with us believing we're just bacteria and smashing particles. And I don't see how anyone could disagree with that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how anyone who just can reduce us to material could argue any kind of ethical, moral, transcendent claim at all. They just can't do it. And from that perspective, I don't know how to get more people in the position where they can go, well, Joe, what do you think it was? What's missing? What's the common denominator here? What's going on?
I think to a degree, one of the reasons why people don't see it as obvious as it is because of the consequence of you becoming responsible for yourself. What does it mean if God exists? What does it mean if there's a particular order that you should live in? What does it mean if there's actually morality? What if there's actually a judgment after? What if this life means actually quite a bit? And those consequences are so profound for people that I think they live in, again, part of the secular, the secular and the state, or the church and the state, the secularism, it's like these fragmentations of mind, these fragmentations of perspectives, is that they don't want to address what the consequence is. And I think that's for the majority of our culture. And that's why, again, just like the professor, that's the people who don't even want to deal with coherency. Why does that matter?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it does matter. It really does matter. Coherency matters. Because the correspondence theory of truth relies on coherency anyway.
Yes.
So, you know what I mean?
Before you can do the correspondence, you have a coherency of logic and induction, all these things.
Yeah. Yeah, so those things are kind of together, and it's just a matter of convincing people through their own. It's almost like the best argument is from absurdum, from the alternative.
Yeah.
It's always showing the absurdity of arguing that you exist, which is always inevitable. Sam Harris has to get to a point where he doesn't exist and he's not playing books and it's not his bank account.
Right.
Okay, you want to build the world on that view? Coherency matters now, right?
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Give me your paycheck. Give me it.
When you bring that up, it reminds me of the intellectual dark web, and I got swept up in that, not for a little bit, because as soon as it was a brief few months period where I thought the intellectual dark, I was really swept away with not Brett. What's his brother's name?
Harvey.
Eric.
Yeah.
I was really captivated by him, even though he's kind of a leftist and all this stuff. But I think there was this false middle ground for the intellectual dark web, is that they were recognizing the contentions of people that still had presuppositions, if you will, based in the sort of older Christian worldview. But they really, deep down, the whole intellectual dark web, we're not even going to address the high numbers of members from a particular tribe, but they really are all left of center. And really, it became so obvious after a few months of just kind of consuming that type of material that it was just another form of gatekeeping. And what it was bringing it was getting all those kids that were enamored with Peterson, that were finding responsibility, taking account for themselves, and then getting them and kind of ushering them in over to a more progressive worldview. But at the same time, we understand you. We understand you. Thank God for you guys. You guys have discussions. We can have this talk. This talk is so important. We're having this talk, and then once you see it, it's like it's all a game. It's all a game.
Totally, and it's all marketing, and it's just now it's funny where I just look at the lineup of that. I'm like, is this like Portlandia for intellectualism? And again, Owen was brought into that, Owen Benjamin, and the distinction that I see is that one is based on strictly correspondence theory of truth, and then Owen came in and started spouting coherency.
Yeah.
And just going, well, does this make sense? Can I say this truth or this truth? And no, we can only have without them knowing it, they're saying, no, we just need the correspondence theory. We just keep it immaterial, don't get crazy. He got booted, but you're so right. It's just it's all gatekeeping, and people get triggered when you say that because it pushes you into this conspiratorial world where, well, what did they get? It's all just control narrative. People have to understand that money, yes, people can do things for money, and people can do things for power, but the true power is in narrative. If you can convince, which is funny because getting people away from coherency is still a form of coherent thinking for that person, for that entity doing it, in other words. So it makes sense if you're going to control the narrative of a bunch of people, you have to be somewhat coherent in your process. It has to make sense that you can do it, and so that's kind of the irony, is that the gatekeepers don't represent the full scale of what truth and the pursuit of truth is and presupposes. They don't acknowledge the preconditions underneath it, but they have to abide by coherency the entire time to keep it afloat at the same time. But they just have to stop you from going down a different door,
Right.
which is justifying the transcendentals, you know, justifying it just at all. And then you're trapped. Like, if any of those guys get confronted by a good questioner at an event, just stick it to them. If anyone's listening that goes to one of their events, you know, ask them to justify all the entire transcendental category.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
Exactly. Exactly. Their only recourse is a pragmatic utilitarian definition of logic, which Sam Harris would be the easiest culprit to kind of pick on in regards to them. He believes in the inerrancy of logic and mathematics, so account for it. And then they'll say, well, you know, we don't. Well, you know, because God is off the table for them, they'll say, well, we can't account for them. We just have to assume of their applicability and their usefulness. But
they'll say their little fun retort is, what choice do I have? You know, someone said, does free will exist? And they said, what choice do I have? It's like a fun deflection, but also just supports that there's free will in the end.
Right.
So that's ad hoc, like just being like, what choice do I have? It's like, no.
Right, especially when you deny free will, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny and cute, but it's Sam Harris. One thing I listen to him that I always talk about on these podcasts is one of the moments where I really saw the problems is that he was asked, if there's no free will and morality is a construct, how do I teach my kids to live a good life and make good decisions? And he said, you lie. He said, you
Right.
lie.
Yep.
So, I
remember that.
From Sam Harrison's point of view, religion is bad because you're lying to your kids. Right? So, but if morality and free will is an illusion, lie to your kids anyway. Like, you can't have both of those. You just can't have both of those. So that's why coherency is important, because, like you said, people relate to and have a, what did you say, like there's something about truth that they...
I think it resonates.
Right?
Yeah, it resonates. People can feel when something's true. Oh. Yeah, I said it resonates. People can feel when something's true.
Right, and that means that they can feel when it's not, hopefully some of the time.
Right.
So, in that moment, if I recognize that didn't work for me, there's someone in the audience who's like, wait, Sam Harris just totally sold out on his entire worldview with one question.
Yeah.
So does that mean anything for an internet, the intellectual dark web who's pursuing truth but via coherency,
yeah,
via logic, math, science, empiricism, and they know it. The good news about someone like Sam Harris, and this is where faith and understanding all come in, is it's important to know the difference between making a person, humans, the enemy, and sort of ideas or the privation of good or the departure from logic, the enemy. And someone like Sam Harris and even Stephen Molyneux, they know that it matters, that it's logically incoherent to not be able to justify morality. So they try to do it in pragmatism and in Sam Harris's well-being. He tried to create a model.
Yeah.
In the moral landscape, Stefan tried to create the model in UPV. Like it fails, but it's good. It serves a purpose. They're basically doing the work for themselves and for us. That, okay, this doesn't work. And then you get atheists, like the Rationality Rule guy on YouTube. He totally goes after Sam Harris and goes after Stefan, because what they're doing is trying to make a case for morality objectively. Because they know. Why would they make the case for morality objectively? Because they can't live a life pretending that it doesn't exist.
Right.
That it's not real. That it's not something that's incredibly important to everything we do, every interaction, every argument that you want to make. Otherwise, you reduce yourself to a robot who can't make ought claims ever.
Right.
You just can't justify ought claims. I would assume there are people and entities that exist who would love to create a culture that can't make ought claims.
Well, I think that...
Why build robots?
Right. To a degree, I think that's what relativism is that is the ultimate goal of the spiritual warfare, is that it's sort of it comes down, in my opinion, I could be overstating it, but this is just the way that I'm seeing a lot of this stuff unfold, that it has to do with relativism and the distinction between things and good and evil becoming the same thing. And from there, you're basically back into, might is right. And if you are Satan, if you are, the personification of evil, and you have dominion over this realm, that's the game board you want it to be on.
Oh yeah, might is right. It's good, which is really interesting how libertarianism, anarchy is all in the name of liberty and freedom, yet the end goal is the worst possible end goal.
Right. It's this linguistic facade we were talking about earlier with man becoming God, and how these, again, to me, it's all part of the progressive history post, 1054, if you will.
Right.
And so since then, it's to me, it's inevitable. It's inevitable.
Right. Yeah, it makes total sense. Actually, you don't even need to really engineer it in your head. If you just reject God and everything that's required to justify ought and morality and all these things, that, like you said, it's inevitable. You don't even need. All you have to do is start participating in life that way. And I see it like a funnel, like a toilet, like a flushing, and you inevitably find yourself. It's not like people just can utilize it better and take advantage of people. And you could market it and push it, and that's all happening. But it doesn't take much. It just takes rejection of objectivity of these things. And you eventually are helping that cause get to its logical end, and that's utilitarianism. Someone deciding what is good as a person versus we're discerning it from a source.
Right.
So, yeah, it's all great stuff, though. It's exciting to be in a time where we can provide arguments and worldviews that help people and are cohesive and coherent.
Right.
And really, that's all just from that. It's like a lot of the work comes from just that, because people really are impacted when they see an inconsistency for the most part. Like your professor won't be, or some people won't be. But people who are pursuing some sort of truth, when they're confronted with specifically the transcendental argument, there's only two ways to go. Is put yourself in the inquiry that something else is possible, that you don't know, or resort to that nothing can be known and you don't really exist. Really, I mean, the choice is obvious. You have to be open to that something else exists, and then use logic from there and what do you call it? Separate the wheat.
Yeah, wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, so it's all good news too. It's like a lot of the stuff we see and a lot of stuff I report on through memes could be seen as black pills, or this is so bad, but it's really just showing the separation, and there's always an opportunity to reveal the inconsistency or contradictions upon which these things exist. That's the important thing. It's not just pointing out the thing. It helps to point out why the model of that thing is invalid and it won't work, actually. And get people on the side of it's important to not put people in the same position that the media puts people in, which is reactive, fear-based. We gotta do something.
Right. Coronavirus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the cold.
But
cold.
But I think for me at least, it's almost symbolic the year is 2020 because it seems like more like just again I'm sure this has always been the case in history, but just for me symbolically, just being able to see reality more clearly, and then the emails I get from people on the same journey that I was on through East Asian traditions, through psychedelics and drugs, through occultism, through all these kind of spiritual but not religious, and then somehow this ends with a radical transition in your lifestyle and your perspective to really going back to the thing you were rejecting from the beginning, which is God, Christian morality, all these things. Specifically, would lead to orthodoxy, but generally it's just this kind of return back to Christendom and realize the thing that we were running away from, most of us as adolescents, is the thing that allowed us to be different when we were out in the world with the other people. It was still those values and those moralities and those perspectives that allowed us to interact with people and say, well, in our heads maybe thinking, well, you're a little off. I wouldn't do that. But we didn't put it together. And now it's like 2020 and the whole Trump phenomenon has clued in a whole generation of Gen Zers who not just see, the deep swamp of, them trying to get Trump, but now seeing that Trump and his attachment to Israel and Jewish, the perspective is zooming out further and further and further and seeing the whole complexity of the state of the world. And then the result of that is, I just take responsibility for myself and follow God. and then it leads to, Christianity, really following Jesus Christ.
It's a moral issue. It's all morality. That's why people get caught up into what should we do and who we're going to vote for and all this stuff, and it's really easy to just get right back to that the abstract. I see a similarity between trying to talk your way out or think your way out of the larger view of complexity that's going on versus the one-to-one. Like the video you did about one-to-one expression of love, like the inversion of that is everything we've seen from 60s music, One Love, it's all inversion. All of Bono's things, all of the things they do.
John Lennon, Imagine.
Yeah, all of it. It's all turning love from the one-to-one to the abstract, one is all. And then you can't, it removes you. It's a cop-out.
Right.
So that if you just think one love. But similarly, with our own actions toward morality, one-to-one, making sure that we make meaningful moments and conversations with people in the physical world, one-to-one, and showing who is that person. What does that person believe that they're so kind or, so present and looking me in the eye? And there's something there. And people notice the kind things, especially now, because we're so used to just battling and calling names right away on the internet.
Absolutely.
People are refreshed by just decency, and decency is a moral plane. So we should be decent. Anyone who argues against that, someone might be honest with themselves, no, I don't believe in anything. There's no reason to be decent. Just use force, whatever. But anyone who wants to be decent should be looking also for a way to justify why. And so it all leads back to God. And so, if you're, rejecting that concept, you're probably rejecting it not on the basis of coherency, but on the basis of materialism. The fact you can't materialize the God, you cannot use the classical foundational model to prove a God physically. And so a lot of the sort of allergy to theism is really based on a lot of narratives, even a lot of Christians and other religious people being somewhat stuck in just that model. So you can't ever open the door to people as far as talking about it in a way they can accept the conversation itself. So if you just start with, God exists because of these natural phenomenon and all that, it's just going to go into fact against fact.
Right.
And you can't start there. You just can't start there. I don't think anyone's ever started there. Yeah.
And if they did, they're eventually going to find logic and either add on it, or they're going to be like, well, when I first kind of just said blindly yes to this idea, I didn't really look at it like from a logical necessity, coherency versus correspondence model, which will always become a battle of interpretations of the past and the present. So that's I could say like almost every argument online is just a classical foundationalist fact, trying to fight facts over and over again. You know, there's almost no, in a way, there's almost no use to it until you get to the face-to-face with someone who also is trying to justify specifically what theism is more coherent. Otherwise you're just arguing for something to exist that you have already admitted is immaterial, spaceless, timeless.
Right.
Like, that doesn't seem logical. So, William Lane Craig, it's time for you to start from a new argument. Do you hear this?
Right. No, absolutely. You can't start, and you know this. I mentioned that in the tag video. But when you start with the classical foundationalist model, you're playing on the same playground as the atheist, and so there's no real movement there. And it's not that we're against classical foundationalism once we establish that God exists, and that's why we are actually able to perceive truth through induction. The scientific method works. That's only because God exists, and that's why doing the cosmological argument, the Kalam cosmological argument, that's what he's kind of famous for, is that, well, everything that has a beginning has a cause. This is kind of the threefold model for the Kalam cosmological argument. Everything beginning has a cause, the cosmos has a beginning, and therefore the cosmos has a cause. This is the cosmological argument, which it all logically follows, yeah. But it's like, that isn't going to get somebody who's totally bought into the Big Bang Theory, who's an atheistic materialist. So they would just say, yeah, the cause isn't God, though.
Yeah, they could just do the multiverse cause.
Exactly. They just push the step back. Push it back a step.
Let's regress physically. He does at least get to, well, nothing can like, if you start arguing what the cause is, you're going to have to find a moment where it doesn't keep going back and it's regress. And the only way to justify the beginning of everything, it can't begin with something in the material time space sense. It can't. So, and I don't know if infinity is an option logically. I haven't explored that, like, because we can't conceive it. How can we conceive? I don't know. It gets into craziness there.
No, absolutely. How can, and this gets in arguments about the universe and how I think, Jay always says space is fake and gay, but how we kind of then we talk about the universe with the same kind of epithets that we would use for God. Infinity, it's eternal, these type of things. And we're talking about materiality, which by definition, in their own argument of the Big Bang, it couldn't be because it has a beginning. Therefore, it can't be infinite. It can't be eternal. And it's just interesting how they fall back into these same problems. It's just consistent.
Yeah, it all becomes coherent, the issue. Is that picture in the back with that shape, is that the shape that Jay talks about, where it's a thing you can't imagine in your head, like the shape with all the sides that you can't possibly think of in your head, but we know exists? I forget what he calls it.
I'm actually not sure what that is. It kind of looks like a Buckminster Fuller geodesic dome, but I forget the exact name of that structure. These are actually from, it's actually part of what we're talking about is sort of, it's called the Imaginary Foundation. It's like this whole artistic platform that really pushes kind of scientism and kind of like the psychedelic worldview. But I specifically like these. It's just a guy smoking and reading a book on the sands of time. That's what this one's about. And then this one is just called Study, and it's this guy drawing all this cool stuff. But the company that actually makes all these promotes a sort of transhuman, space-veering humanity that's moving into the future that has to, blend with machine, which is, again, part of the whole man becoming God, because man has dominion over matter, dominion over machine, blending with machine, then is man becoming something beyond just beyond what he is. And so the fact that he's blending with his own creation is theological, really. I mean, it's the full realization of man as God. And so I think that's why Silicon Valley is so invested in that narrative.
Well, too bad it's a Faustian deal. Like,
right.
You're gonna like the funny thing everyone gets excited about the Neuralink. Everything that Elon Musk says is gonna happen, they just get super excited. But I always thought of the funny reality of that, where it's just like two vegetables basically like linked together, and they're like, I also smelled potatoes. Like that was the extent of the capabilities. And they're like huge breakthrough, and it's like rewritten about differently.
Oh my gosh.
Like two people enjoy the same food, and it's like they're not actually enjoying it because there's no agency between the multiple minds. So it's they is. That's the other thing about this trans stuff is they. The they, and this is something I got from Owen, is that this language of they creates not us and one-to-one.
Right,
Creates
yes.
a language of they.
Back to personhood.
They out there. And the same thing, I fall for it too, where I use the term they to represent like some entities that are trying to do stuff, and I can't really name them each. But it's better if you can name them each of them, and like, this person is trying to do X, Y, Z. They have a company that does, it's much better to do that. But I thought that was interesting. Another linguistic sort of bridge, I call them, where you change the language to then operate inside the paradigm that you're pushing, and they remove the one-to-one. It creates this highest mind that allows people, and they're just talking about it from the gender's perspective, but that's how these things get introduced. It starts with just the term.
Right.
Like the word meme also, like it never existed the way we understand it now. It was just like, it still has a similar definition. It was like, when I first went into like futurism and stuff, it was like, a meme was just a unit of information transmitted culturally or through whatever. And a meme is still that technically today, but we would never, it's different. It's like, we look at a meme visually, like that's a meme. We don't look at it and go, that's a unit of information transferred. Anyway, that's just like rambling on how language doesn't always turn out the way it gets introduced. It's utilized differently in the future.
And that's why language is the battleground, really. And when you're talking about the people who had identified as they, I noticed this, just especially going on college campuses, doing research, is the people that would be in favor of the sort of they pronoun with the septum piercing, with the blue and purple hair, with the multiplicity of tattoos, or however they want to kind of scarify themselves. They are the least individualistic, yet at the same time perceive themselves to be the most individualistic within the framework of wherever setting they're at. That these things, these markers that they're exemplifying to the world, they think makes them unique, but really their opinions, if you started to get in the nitty-gritty, they are literally a copy, paste, and cutout of what the culture is wanting you to be.
Right. Yeah. That's like the NPC.
So when you're talking about the doing away with personhood or the one-to-one relationship, it matches up so perfectly as a sort of a semiotic structure that they do these things that represent their individualism. They use pronouns like they, which kind of absorbs the individualism into a generality, and then really there's nothing individualistic about them because they're like everybody else. They consume culture, and this has been a big marker for me when I interact with people. Is that just through a normal conversation, I'm always trying to gauge how much culture do people consume, because that's going to really dictate a lot of their worldview.
Right. Yeah, and what culture it is, and and that's why even like Breitbart was always about culture. He always saw that policies were always downstream from culture. Right. And that if you could normalize something, you could then push policies and big projects, and that's why CIA and all the stuff Jay talks about.
Yeah, look at homosexuality. I mean, just 20 years ago.
Whole thing. Yeah. And you make it trendy, which is good news and bad news. It's like, I saw things like 3,000% up. Kids between 5 and 12 or whatever are identifying as not like trans, like
right.
they're. But the thing is, like, when you push culture like that, you're pushing a not truth and trying to get a result that's consistent with what you're pushing. So it's like, so to some extent, I never get too crazy because I'm like, it's coming from a lie. So you're trying to push a lie, something that's just not true. That's not cohesive, that's not coherent, that has no supporting foundation, tradition, or theology underneath it to support it. So it's just a trend. So when you get these spikes of people like identifying, in their college days, maybe I'm gay, maybe, I don't know, I'll identify that's possible. And then they try to push it based on those like polls, and it's all mostly nonsense. That's the thing. It's like the fear or the reaction or what it's representing isn't nonsense, but the reality of it is mostly nonsense. But it still needs to be combated.
Mm-hmm.
This weird balance between understanding how media pushes the most extreme versions of things as if they're happening like everywhere to some extent, but then you have to really investigate. If you interact with that, it's manufactured, and it's not true, it's manufactured defense. You're then saying this is happening everywhere, and by doing that, in a way, you're working against your own interests, because you're starting from the point of, see, this is happening everywhere, and then they could run with it. It can happen everywhere, versus going, that's nonsense. It's being propped up by all these companies and for this reason, but it's not going to sustain and it's going to get rejected. Like, I'd rather take that route than the reactionary route, which I've also taken before.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And maybe in a way to sort of wind down this conversation, regards to the forces of media, the forces of the cultural controllers, people like to use the term oligarchs, is that the culture then that should be being consumed is the family structure, the nuclear family, and that's kind of the source of values, and that's kind of the epicenter of the fight. And I was curious if you wanted to say anything in regards to sort of your journey within sort of spirituality, masculinity, and then becoming a father, and how that's changed everything for you, because as a single man who aspires to have a family, I'm not living that lifestyle, but that to me is where you've actually become fully a man, and it's in that place in which you're actually really fighting against the people who control the culture, because you're raising people up that you're going to instill values with them that they themselves are going to be agents. Maybe using a little bit too militaristic terminology there, but they are sort of cultural agents for what's good, for the truth, for God, for that nuclear value structure.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to say anything about that.
Well, based on, just to relate it to my own work, like when I first started doing memes, all I said to myself is, I want to do something that's like funny and truthful and like, resonates with people. And I know that what I have to do is be prolific. And prolific is sometimes conflated with like amazing or like super, and all these other terms. But prolific in the sense of what the word means, which is just make, proliferate. And through proliferation and repetition, you get better. I got better at seeking the truth, knowing what the arguments are, replicating it, and then eventually getting to a place where it became spiritual because I've exhausted, again, the correspondence realm, where it's like, let's talk about facts, and then now it's gotten to like, let's talk about philosophy and logic and what all these things are sitting upon.
Right.
And then that leads, once I'm led into that realm, it's leads you to a transcendent realm and a spiritual realm, just automatically. If you pursue truth, you will find your way there. If you don't find your way to spirituality and God, you stopped at a door.
Yeah.
You stopped, and you just stopped. Just like someone who stops and says, well, no, I'll just question logic. Matt Dillon, he stopped.
Exactly.
Matt, you stopped. I'm sorry, but you stopped. So when a kid, it's just all like it's almost like a cracked soul or like a one resolution view out of the same thing. I'm proliferating. I'm making a child. I'm replicating. I will be teaching. I'm teaching. I'm being this person that believes this stuff and tries the best of my ability to live consistent with it. Basically, children are sort of masters of integrity because they know when you're lying. They know when you're not your word. And that's another element to this, where words matter, language matters, and that all has to be justified too. So basically, that whole process got me to the place where being a man is pursuing truth and defending it, like, vigorously. Pursuing truth and leading other men and women toward truth, and understanding that you don't have the truth. You discern it, and it has to be given to you. Wisdom comes transcendentally. It's impossible, otherwise it's illogical. If not, we are not discovering anything. We are creating an illusion, an interface to make us feel like we're doing something. And if that's the case, you don't have kids, because you're not going to be able to. What are you going to tell them? You can't tell them that they're nothing, that nothing's true. And so being a man is confronting that you're a man, that you're just a man. Being a man is confronting the fact that wisdom doesn't come from man. That's the manliest thing you can do, is accept that wisdom doesn't come from man. Right. It comes from God.
Yep. Paul talks about how the wisdom, knowledge of this world makes men foolish, and it always will. Which then leads to the structure of the tag argument, kind of bringing back the conversation full circle, is that you begin the conversation with God. You begin the apologetic with the assumption of God.
Right. Yeah, you can, because all presuppositions, like everything you're trying to prove, you have to presuppose it exists. Just like the other argument against it, like where people go, well, if God existed, why would all this suffering exist? If God existed, why would he take so much time in his design? And they just place all of this human concern onto a being. Right. But again, it's the same thing. Like, you have to presuppose the existence of knowledge. God, I don't see any difference. That's why I don't see a difference between God and knowledge, love, all of these immaterials. And I have no problem connecting them into one entity. If you assume knowledge, you're already assuming something as big as God. If you're so to speak, you know what I mean? Like, why would you assume that this thing called knowledge that's transcendent to man, but we can discern it, and all of these laws that are inerrant, and all of these logic and math and number theory and all these things that are so consistent in our perspective and our experience, just if you're adhering to them at all and you have no justification, you're already doing what a theist does.
Right.
So, don't act like don't act like you're not doing it just because it's not personal, that you're not making it a mind. You're doing the same thing. You're just not justifying.
I totally agree. And the last thing I'd want to say is just in regard to your comment there that you talked about how you equate knowledge with God. From the Orthodox theology, the difference between logos and logoi is that knowledge, love, truth, these things are logoi. These are uncreated energies of God coming through the logos. And so from the Orthodox perspective, they say, yes, absolutely. There isn't, because when you interact with those transcendentals, you're interacting with sort of the outreaching of God himself, the logos. And so it's through those mediums that we actually get back to the logos. That's how we know what the logos is, and it's through the logos that we know the Father, the source of the essence of the Trinity. And so when Christ said, you can't get to the Father except through me, I mean, it makes so much more sense that, I can't even get to God except through logic, except through these various transcendentals. And so from the Orthodox perspective, and that's why it's so profound, because you don't ever hear a Protestant talk that way. You don't ever hear a Protestant try to talk about the Trinity or Christ in that way, which then is just brings so much meaning into lived experience when you're actually interacting with these transcendentals.
Right, and that you know where they come from in a logical way.
Right.
Like, and that doesn't mean faith doesn't go away. I think a lot of
Right.
people who are resistant to God, they are uncomfortable with faith because they're stuck in that model. All they have to do is realize that they have faith in something equivocal to God, which is knowledge, wisdom, truth itself. All you're doing is you just created the thought bubble, like in my comics. Like you're entering you're seeing a thought bubble with all those terms, and it has even the point pointing toward a mind. All you're doing is just holding your hand up against the picture of the person or the thing. That you're, like the problem is if once they get to that point, then they're going to be like, oh no, now I have to discern what God. And that's probably a lot of, even with myself, where I'm like, I'm not a relativist. I grew up Christian. I know that Christianity makes the most cohesive sense because of how they operate, how you just described those things, and how it makes sense that a man would be consistent with God because we're made in the image. That makes sense. How we know to have dignity and love for each other and express it. How that doesn't make sense through like a six-handed elephant.
Right.
Why would I? You know what I mean? I wouldn't trust. It has to all make sense. Like why? And Jay is so much. I have so much to study to dispute the other things, but this is just me novice base level. Where I know where it's consistent, and then you get into the historicity, and that gets to the tougher ground, So you have to. But people assume that that's where you have to start. You don't have to start. Like if ever anyone's following Jordan Peterson, it means that they're already driven towards something transcendental.
Yeah.
That they are looking. That they want something that's bigger.
Right.
Than themselves.
Yeah, that's really perceptive.
And he's you just have to like I say, he pulls people out of nihilistic south and then points them to east and west, but then towards chaos and order.
Right.
So he's calling it north. That's his only problem.
That's a great visual metaphor right there.
That's where his lie is, and I think he knows it. And I think he's going to eventually come to terms with it.
Right. If he isn't dealing with it right now. I mean, with his drug addiction. I mean, again, given that it's 2020, it's so interesting to see, where the Vox Days and the Owen Benjamins and the Jay Dyers, and I'm trying to start creating content in sort of this same milieu, and where numbers of the Gen Zers are going with, the whole Groyper movie. And, I may have disagreements with some of that stuff, but where that's all moving, and then you look at where's Peterson at in 2020, and he's dealing with a drug addiction, and he has while he was in the spotlight, like he had $2 million. Well, brother, I want to thank you so much for coming on this, and really great conversation. I hope everybody's enjoyed as much as I did. No, but I really appreciate it. I've been a big fan, like I said, of your work since right before you went on with Owen Benjamin, and it's been really nice to be able to have a conversation with you and sort of build a sort of personal relationship, if you will.
Yeah, no, it's good to know. It's cool that you followed that long, because you probably saw some of the progress where it started in very just libertarian. It was like my safety zone.
Right.
I'm not a Democrat, but you can't attack me because I'm just a classical liberal.
Right.
Shield,
Yep.
And then that all just fell apart once I looked at it. Oh, that doesn't do it.
Right. And for me, and that's why like people like the Sargon of Akkad, who at one time I'd actually engage with some of its content, with that sort of classical liberalism, and then as I've progressed on my journey, it's like I don't even care like that. Like, I don't even care about what you know. Not that I don't think that he is an intelligent individual. I'm just saying that in that worldview, it's like I don't even want to engage with it. You're not even beginning at the same place that I'm beginning from. We're not going to end at the same place either.
Right.
Like
exactly. Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it's all good too because like I love that these little bubbles exist that are pursuing that. It's an the indicator of their unpopularity. They're not put on a pedestal. Means that there is an authorization system, and that's like not good news, but it's good to know that it exists, so that like people like Jay and Owen and you, and to understand that the popularity of those things and the way how slow we grow to some extent. Not so much Owen had a big base for a while, but the fact that these arguments and these worldviews are never presented in the mainstream, it's important to know like there's these barriers. It's not because people aren't looking for the content, looking for these discussions, because they are. So it's just important to. Sometimes I don't know. So I don't get bogged down with that, but I know sometimes it matters. I don't know who it matters to. But if you're listening and you want to build something, don't get discouraged because you didn't get the blue butthole star. Blue butthole with a scratch on it.
Oh, and before I let you go, I forgot about Super Chats because this is my first live stream I've ever done.
Can I do a shameless plug? I just
absolutely,
my
absolutely.
Second book, Savage Memes Volume 2, and it's for pre-order, and it'll be like shipping May or late May. But it's a limited run, just like Savage Memes Volume 1, and I don't have any more volumes. So,
well, it's a collector's edition now.
It is. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to just make one thing and not do it again, and that's it. And then I could potentially make like up to 5 volumes or whatever.
Right.
But I didn't want it to be just like sitting somewhere where, I want them to run out and want people to feel like, wow, they got one of those. That's really cool. So
you do
made by JimBob.com.
Sorry, you do 5 volumes, and that 6th year when you have the Christmas special, and you can get a volume of all 5 volumes.
Right. I'll do one of those really bad commercials.
It's a great model, dude. I seriously, I love your comics. I think they're hilarious, and it's one of the few comics that actually make me laugh out loud, like literally.
Oh, good. That's good. That's the best compliment I can get, because a lot of them get heady, and it's just like, isn't he too heady? Like, I want people to laugh too.
Oh, dude, I think they're hilarious, and it's so appropriate for our time and place that I just love it. But anyways, for the super chats, our first one ever on this channel was by Jay Dyer, $9.99, and he said, "Persevere, bigot."
Yeah, that's right.
And another super chat by Nathaniel Hill. Thank you very much, brother. $13. He said, "This stream is OBS, Ortho Boomer Stream."
You're getting all of them from our first half hour.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
And then we had another super chat from Anti-Zeitgeist, $10. Thank you very much. And it says, "Don't worry, David. Your invoice from Jay will be in the mail soon. His Boomer Tech support services are top-notch." So thank you, Anti-Zeitgeist. Appreciate that. And we have another one from Irish Sailor, 91, $5, said, "Just got home. We'll have to watch on replay. Found you last week through Jay mentioning you. Really appreciate what you do. Do you upload any audio for download?" Currently, I do not upload any audio. It's the thing that's been nagging me on the back of my mind is I need to start making audio files of my videos and then uploading that on like SoundCloud and iTunes and all that stuff. It's just, you spend a whole day putting content on the internet, and it's just so time consuming to do all this stuff. I totally respect people that, commit themselves, and I'm trying to do the same, but I need to do that. I will do that. Eventually, my videos, you can catch all the audios. So if you work and you can listen to podcasts, that will eventually be available. It's just doing that in between research for new videos, research for school, and just living life. It's difficult, but I will do that. So thank you, Irish Sailor. And then Steadfast Reactionary gave us, I think that's €2. I'm not positive what that currency is. He says, start a channel on Telegram, King. And I will do that. I know a lot of people are on Telegram, and it's made by Russians. It's one of the few places where you won't get deplatformed. So I plan on doing that. And then thank you very much, Chappie, for another, I believe it's €1. Apologize if that's not it. For $5. So thank you very much, Chappie. No question at all or comment, but thank you very much. This concludes the very first live stream on Church of the Eternal Logos YouTube channel, and it wasn't exactly the smoothest, so I thank you guys for bearing. We've got 44 people watching, which is more than I was expecting. I didn't know what to expect. So, and then thank you to our great guests made by Jim Bob. Just wonderful content. And if you want to just plug all your links and social media real quick before we hop off here.
Sure. Made by Jim Bob is where you can get my book and other crazy, funny objects and things. And then that's madebyjimbob.com. And then I just have an Instagram account. I haven't gone on. I have a DLive account, but I haven't really done much over there. But yeah, just Instagram at madebyjimbob and madebyjimbob.com. And also, if you do want to get the book, there's a code Liberty that is still in effect for free shipping, and I do ship worldwide.
Oh, and we got another super chat. And sorry, I actually did not. I did not see the question to the super chat by Chappie. It actually said, what the YouTube super chat said, there's many ortho bros flocking to Telegram, and we need you there. Start a channel. And then another gentleman, Ortho Bros, sent me $2, I believe it's euros, and it says, Telegram channel tonight, ! I will. I promise I will get on Telegram and start a channel tonight due to your guys' recommendation. So thank you very much. Thank you, Jim Bob. Really, really appreciate it, and hopefully we can do it again in the future.
Awesome, dude, and keep going. Keep getting people on your stream, too. It's really important. Like, your videos are so good and well-structured and easy to access. They're really accessible, and they're, trimmed nicely. But also, you interacting with these ideas with other people, especially people who oppose it, is going to give you a lot of traction, too.
Right.
So try to get people to fight you on things.
Yeah. In terms of the debate stuff, I almost feel a little hesitant because Jay is so good at it, and he has so much experience debating people, that it's something that I've thought about is, do I want to kind of go into the debating sphere and hosting debates and stuff like he does? Because, he knows he can do it better than I think I could.
I think more of like conversation. Like,
oh, okay. You mean just
style.
Yeah.
Yeah, because your stuff is Jay is so sharp. Like he's just done it for so long, where it's like it's almost like he's bored by it. You can see the arguments coming before they happen. But whereas conversation, I think a lot of people, especially like from my following and stuff, they're more inclined. They debate, in the comments, but in an open format where it's more of a conversation, at least to begin with, I think people can easily, it's more accessible to people because they don't feel like it's like one or the other. Even though debates, I love debates, but I've seen like other formats where it's like, as long as the opposite views are challenged or whatever, it can almost translate a debate in certain segments, but the whole thing isn't a debate.
Right. I see what you're saying.
That's the thing that Joe Rogan really just gave up on. Yeah, it's amazing.
I know.
It's amazing.
It's hard to watch Rogan anymore.
I can't. I think he just got tired. He looks tired. He looks like he's not going to fight people on ideas right now. He's just like, I did it.
Right. He agrees with anybody who goes on his podcast.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why if I ever go on, it's not going to be about I'm just going to make him defend himself, and it'll force a debate.
That's why he doesn't live stream anymore, so he doesn't have to post that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh my God! All right, brother. Well, thank you very much. I'll let you get on with your day and what you got to do, and God bless you and your work, and God bless your family.
Thank you. You too, and let me know. I think you'll just post this. Whatever, I don't know.
I don't know, dude. I'm still figuring out. I don't even know how to turn this thing off. I'm looking at it right now. All I see is a pause button. I have no idea.
Well, good luck with that. Hopefully, you're able to post it, and then maybe save this next 10 minutes of you, the recorded video of you trying to figure out what to do. Just save that as a separate video.
I know. I was so frustrated today before even doing this because I was watching all these YouTube videos of like how to do it, and I got through one. I was like, oh, well, you just use Google Hangout Air. Well, YouTube doesn't do that. So there was like a whole hour right there that I invested pointless. And then it's like, oh shoot, now I have an hour until the conversation and trying to figure out what OBS is and then download it, and then first time it didn't work, so I uninstall it and then re-download it, and then it worked, and then trying to figure out, okay, well, how does Zoom work? Because originally it said, well, you can use Skype with what's called some NDI plug-in attachment, and then so I was like trying to do that, but the NDI plug-in wouldn't download on my computer, so then I was like, oh shoot, well, how do I do this with Zoom? And then I figured out how to do it with Zoom, and then it's just been a continual learning process to the point where I send you the email, the link, and then, so hopefully, though, I appreciate you bearing with me, knowing that it was the first one, it wasn't going to be entirely smooth.
Well, I'll just keep an eye out for it. If anything, also send me, if I'm, like, out doing stuff, send me the link directly if you know what's up.
Okay. Yeah, okay, will do, brother. Yeah, it should be up here fairly soon after we get done here. But all right, thank you, man. Again, I really appreciate it, and God bless you and your family, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
DyerRadio, stay tuned for more DyerRadio. Oh oh oh, classic Dyer, inglorious audio. Oh oh oh, heavy and movement, got to listen to DyerRadio. Oh oh oh, I'm married to my uncle. Oh oh oh.
guys, we have a show sponsor which helps you to be not a gamma male and not, hopefully, a beta male. And that is Chalk.com. Use promo code J60Life, J60Life, to get 60% off all those great chalk products over at Chalk.com.
J60Life.
J60Life.
Chalk. To get 60% off all those great chalk products over at Chalk.com.
Welcome to the David Aaron Show. The real man right on DyerRadio.
Welcome to everyone that is watching this. This is David, the real Matt White, as always. And if you haven't checked them out, I would recommend you check out Part 0 and Part 1, the announcement video, and the overview video if you haven't already. If you feel like you don't really need to know about the context of this debate, then you don't really have to. So this video is going to be the part 2 of our video series refuting the Oriental Orthodox position. And we're going on full-on defensive here. We're starting with full defensive, and then we're going to go on the offense a bit later. But this video is primarily going to be about defending the Council of Chalcedon, and this might even be insightful for some Roman Catholics, because generally the way they defend councils, and I don't really mean to make fun of them, but it really is just, oh, but the Pope accepted it, therefore the council is true. That's generally how they defend their council, and I guess or the Orientals don't really want to dive into that debate. I don't know why. It should be fairly easy, because it didn't really come to anyone's mind when they're defending Chalcedon. I mean, they use various different defenses. They didn't really defend it because the Pope accepted it, though. So I will think that's something to consider for Roman Catholics. But this video is against the Oriental Orthodox, so let's focus on that. What we're going to be dealing with is not just meme arguments. We're not responding to the sort of arguments that some idiot comes up with. We're going to be looking at the arguments from the Oriental anti-Chalcedonian fathers. Now, these are Dioscorus' anathemas against Chalcedon, which is affirmed by Severus. Jacob Baradius, if I'm not wrong. I will be posting an article from Father Peter Harrington in the description, who is a Coptic priest, who basically gives an introduction to these anathemas. So if you want to do that, you can check that out, because in this video, we're going to be refuting every single one of these claims. We're going to be refuting every single one of these anathemas. Anathema number 1. Chalcedon is anathematized because the members of the council contradicted the faith of Nicaea, whatever you want to call it. I will say Nicaea, introducing a different nature into the Trinity by proposing a fourth hypostasis. Second anathema is Chalcedon is anathematized because it has trampled underfoot the canons and prescriptions of the fathers. What canons and what prescriptions is it talking about? Canon 28. So we're going to be talking about Canon 28. Seems like it's a huge debate over Canon 28. It's a fatal three-way, you could say. Orientals, Roman Catholics, and Orthodox debating over this one canon. Anathema number 3. Chalcedon is anathematized because the teachings which are established there have overturned the teachings of the Council of Ephesus, and in making a new definition of the faith, the Council has fallen under the anathemas issued at Ephesus. Now, if you're wondering what this is talking about, remember the typical Orthodox argument against the Filioque is that you should not change the creed? That is the argument that they're presenting. You should not introduce a new definition of the faith, is the argument here. Anathema number 4, Chalcedon is anathematized because it has corrupted the patristic doctrine and has received the tome of Leo. This tome is Nestorian, says the anti-Chalcedonians. Is it really? We will be finding that out in this video. Anathema number 5. Chalcedon is anathematized because it has accepted the communion of the partisans of Nestorius, such as Ebus and Theodorus. Now there's an interesting case that I believe that not many people have made before in our defense. And if you want to see that, well, you just have to watch the video. Sorry. Anathema number 6. The final anathema is Chalcedon is anathematized because in conformity with the doctrine of Nestorius, the members of the council have distinguished two natures in Christ, separated into their proprieties, and they have offered Christ two adorations, calling one God and the other man. So basically, you are teaching the doctrines of Nestorius. Is there anathema? So these are the arguments of the anti-Chalcedonian fathers, and this is explicitly what we are going to be dealing with in this video. So let's start already. The anathema number 1 is, does Chalcedon really introduce a fourth hypostasis? Now, as far as I'm concerned, this is a very bold claim. This is a very brave claim, especially considering it is anti-Chalcedonians that are claiming this. Now, first of all, we need to understand the terminology, right? And if you watched part 1, you're kind of aware of the terminology. From their standpoint, nature equals hypostasis, right? To say into natures is basically means into hypostasis, and when there's a human Jesus, for them it means that, oh, you're adding a human Jesus into the Trinity, and it's a quaternity now, right? Because this human Jesus is united to the divine hypostasis Word of God. So that's the interpretation they had over Chalcedon. But I will say no one really makes this argument before. This was an argument that used to be made, but no one really makes this argument before for a very good reason. It's a very silly argument. It's the sort of argument that makes you go, what? That's not really the case here. The logic is not there, and especially everyone understands this very clearly. I will say even back then that Chalcedon, when it's talking about nature, is referring to nature as ousia, as essence, not as hypostasis. So this is very important to point out. So you will see, there's a reason why you don't see this argument now, mainly because of this. And what's really funny is that this same argument can be applied to them. What is their formula? What is their most revered formula? Out of two natures. So if Christ is out of two hypostases, and there's a composite hypostasis, then there's two scenarios. Either there's a fourth hypostasis, and that's the composite hypostasis, and that's a different person from the Word of God, or the second person of the Trinity underwent change. Right? Now, does this really follow? I will say this doesn't really follow, but if you read Father Peter Harrington, he basically says the first anathema, it doesn't really seem correct, but they have a very good reason to make this anathema. So I want to use the same argument. We have a very good reason to think that you are there for Eutychians, for example. If you want to go to that level, I won't go to that level, but that's kind of like a response that I will make in that scenario. But I will say again, in their system, I mean, if you want to strawman, you can strawman their system too. So this seems like a very, almost like a meme argument, honestly. It doesn't really make any sense. But let's look at the accusations against Chalcedon. Typically, the Nestorian accusation. So Father Peter Harrington, the Coptic priest, makes this argument. He talks about how Chalcedon is possibly interpreted in a Nestorian light, and he mentions the North Africans, right? He mentions the North Africans were in schism until the 8th century because of the Second Council of Constantinople. Now, let's say that, okay, they were in schism until 700. Okay, let's say that's the case. How does that alone really convince people? How does that alone really mean anything against their position? Because let's understand this. I mean, anything can be interpreted heretically. The Bible can be interpreted heretically. Should we go back in time and tell the apostles that they did a poor job because they let numerous different heresies occur and become acceptable and interpretable? I mean, the fact that we have various different Protestant sects with different silly beliefs, and we can see that this isn't sold purely scripturally, we can easily say that by that logic we have to condemn literally everything. We have to condemn every single council. You have to condemn every single writings of the fathers because it can be interpreted in a different light. You have church fathers that refer to Christ's nature as being mixed. Even the Oriental fathers refer to their natures as being mixed, even though that's not what they're really saying. But, so, again, I mean, this argument falls very weak. And yes, sure, you could interpret Chalcedon, but that doesn't mean that the Council actually is Nestorian. Those are two different things. Another argument to use, which I think is stronger than the former argument, is that they will say that if you read Nestorius, he actually accepts Chalcedon, and he says that the faith of Chalcedon, the Tome of Leo, everything there is completely acceptable in his theology. He says, I am completely of the same opinion with these people. We believe in the same thing. Now, first of all, let's then anathematize the First Council of Nicaea, because 10 years later, Arius says the same thing. He says that I accept the Council of Nicaea. If you think I'm making this up, you can go to New Advent. You can go Sosamen's Ecclesiastical History, Book 1, Chapter 27, and you can read it for yourself. You see there Arius is saying that he believes in what the Council of Nicaea believes. You can say the same thing for semi-Arians. Correct? So this argument is still wrong. It's a genetic fallacy, and St. Phil himself says, I believe in his epistle to Euphlogius, paragraph 7, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but he says that not everything a heretic says is heretical, and he gives two examples. One of the examples is from Nestorius. He says when he's speaking of natures, he's not wrong. Right? We believe the same things, that there are natures and such. But where we differ is how we understand the union. And another example, he says that Apollinarius is correct that there is a single person, and that person is the divine Logos. Do we anathematize because he says right things? No. And finally, I mean, do we have any good reason to believe that Nestorius was actually believed in what he was saying? I can easily refute that by saying, well, maybe Nestorius is just pretending to accept because he wants to be brought back into the church. Can't that be a very good reason? So it's a red herring. It's not really a good argument. It's a really bad one, actually. It looks really good on the surface. And I have one more thing to mention. Sorry. If you look at the writing on the bottom, this is from the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon, translated by Richard Price, I believe. Robert or Richard Price. I forgot their name. It's from Price. Now, Honigman, it says that Honigman computes that out of the 145 bishops at Ephesus II, 119 attended Chalcedon. It's something to keep in mind, I will say. It's something very important to keep in mind. That means basically, like, I think more than 85%, off the top of my head, 90%, 85% of the bishops at the Second Ephesian Council went to Chalcedon, accepted, and went against what they said 2 years ago. This is something very important to keep in mind, I think. I think this is not really mentioned. Let's move on to anathema number 2. Does Chalcedon violate the prescriptions of the fathers? So we're talking about Canon 28. The argument generally is something like this. Canon 28 is accepted by Chalcedon, and it's uncanonical because it goes against the 6th Nicene Canon. It gives Constantinople de jure power, or Pontus, Asia, and Trachea, something that is unprecedented and only should be for Rome. And even Rome actually went against this canon. They opposed this canon on the basis of Canon 6. Now, there are a lot of faulty problems with this argument, and I actually think Father Peter Harrington is aware of these things, but I don't think he actually mentioned them. So one of these things that we have to mention is Rome, at the time, their base of opposition from Canon 6 was actually illegitimate. So if you look at page 207 in the study in the history and canons of the church, I will give the PDF in the description below so you can check it out for yourself. They actually had faulty documents of Canon 6. The Latin documents actually started with Rome having primacy, whereas the original documents of the sixth canon of Nicaea, is not even talking about that. So that claim is bunk. That claim does not follow. What we also have to mention is that Canon 28 of Chalcedon is based on Canon 3 of Constantinople, which says that the Bishop of Constantinople shall have the prerogative, I messed that up, but I'm going to keep on moving on, of honor after the Bishop of Rome, because Constantinople is New Rome. So the primacy of Constantinople is based on the Bishop of Rome. If the Bishop of Rome had certain powers over jurisdictions, then for example, in the case of Rome, they had power over Illyricum, right? They had power over Illyricum. The Illyrian bishops were under Rome directly, and because Constantinople's powers by Canon 28 is based on that, you can't really argue that Constantinople's that Canon 28 is an innovation. It's really difficult to argue. To argue against Canon 28 as well is really to argue against Canon 3 of Constantinople I, the Second Ecumenical Council. By the way, Orientals accept that council, and you guys also read the creed of that council. So you can't really deny your own council. So this argument is self-defeating. And also, Rome itself in Chalcedon actually used this as a defense against the Council of Second Ephesus. Now this is very interesting. So one of the papal legates, at the right side, this is from the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon. It says that during the reading of the most devout Oriental bishops and those with them exclaimed, Flavian went in as if already condemned. There is a blatant case of corrupt prosecution. Why was Flavian not seated in his proper place? Why was the Bishop of Constantinople put in fifth place? Why are they asking these questions? Because according to the Canon 3 of Constantinople I, Constantinople has primacy of honor after the Bishop of Rome. So he really should be in the second place. So Pascasinus, the papal legate, he says, in accordance with the will of God, we give first place to the Lord Anatolius, but they put the blessed Flavian fifth. So Anatolius is the Constantinopolitan patriarch appointed by Dioscorus, interestingly. And he says they put Saint Flavian in fifth place, but he really should have been the first place in that council. And Diogenes of Cyzicus, he realizes that you know the canons. So he's basically saying, you Western people, you Roman people, you know the canons? You're aware of this? You're aware that Constantinople is first in honor in the East? And so what's very interesting about Canon 28 and what goes on with Canon 28 is it actually not only refutes the Oriental Orthodox, it also refutes the Roman Catholics in a very, very impressive way. Now, let's segue into a sweet, sweet little stories of Canon 28 being applied before the Council of Chalcedon, because if you don't do this, then this debate can go on. So let's give examples of this Canon 28 being in action, and why, and at the end of this, we're going to understand why Canon 28 even happened. This is once again from Metropolitan Maximus's book on the study and the history and the canons of the Church. So the numerous examples here, I'm not going to read the entire pages. If you want to read it, you can read it from here, or you can read it from the PDF in the description below. You can see the pages, page 117. But there are multiple events that prove Canon 28 happened and being put into practice before the Canon 28 was even instated by Chalcedon. So the first example will be that there is a council in 394, and Patriarch Saint Nectarius presided over the council. And not only was he presiding, but he was presiding the council over Patriarch Theophilus of Alexandria, who is, by the way, a Coptic saint, not an Orthodox saint, but he's a Coptic saint, and Saint Flavian of Antioch. They were under Patriarch Saint Nectarius. That's one of the examples of Canon 28 being vindicated. Another example will be that Saint Gregory of Nazianzus, in the instance of a bishop of Colonia, which is in Anatolia, St. Gregory of Nazianzus referred to St. Nectarius' judgment as the father, as one who was who has the primacy over Anatolia, over Asia. Another example of vindication. There's an instance where a deacon in Milan was punished by St. Ambrose, and he decided to flee to Constantinople, and he ended up becoming a metropolitan of Nicomedia. Today it will be Kocaeli, and he was consecrated by Heliades of Caesarea in Cappadocia. And what St. Ambrose did is, instead of referring to the Exarch of Pontus, he resorted to St. Nectarius of Constantinople. He referred to him as the ultimate primate of the region and asked him to depose Hieronymous. Now, some people might argue, but St. Nectarius didn't succeed. And you might say, well, but that doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter because it still indicates a reality of a changing climate in ecclesiastical politics. Moreover, as we have seen before, I mean, with St. Ambrose, and if you look at the section on the right, the screenshot on the right, it explains how there are also several contemporary scholars that talk about Constantinople having a special sort of a power, ultimately because of Canon 3 of the First Council of Constantinople. And so they're talking about how it already had sway over Cappadocia and Pontus, which it eventually ended up officially having power over, but it already pretty much had power over those regions without the canons. All Canon 28 did is really make that official, but it already had power over those regions by these historical examples. It's not just these examples, because if you look at the examples of St. John Chrysostom, I mean, he's the embodiment of Canon 28. He worked with barbarian nations and barbarian patriarchates, you could say, as the Patriarch of Constantinople. But can you argue that he didn't have that responsibility? I mean, Canon 28 really canonized, officially made Constantinople's powers that it already had. And there's an instance of a council where he single-handedly consecrated a deacon as a bishop and deposed 6 different bishops. And overall, he was basically a supreme judge of Asia and Bithynia and over the metropolitans that he had control over. And St. Ambrose of Milan, again, St. Ambrose of Milan wanted St. Nectarius to be that character. He wanted him to be that character. And this explains why St. John Chrysostom acted the way he acted. It's ultimately it's from Canon 3 of Constantinople 1. And I will repeat this again and again and again. To deny Canon 28 of Chalcedon is to deny Canon 3 of Constantinople 1, which was in all of, if you're a Roman Catholic, the Western canons sets had that canon. So you can't act as if that canon never existed. St. John Chrysostom had the powers that were derived from the third canon, and he made it reality. And Canon 28 of Chalcedon officially made that a reality. And I'm repeating myself again, but again, St. John Chrysostom is the embodiment of Canon 28. If you're going to argue against Canon 28, you are going to be arguing against St. John Chrysostom, but you can't really do that as an Oriental Orthodox. Why? Well, because St. John Chrysostom is also their saint. Severus, for example, quotes St. John Chrysostom, right? So it's not really the best thing to do to argue against St. John Chrysostom, and I will like to finalize this by saying, let's be real, let's be 100% real here. If Constantinople believed in strict metaphysicism like Severus did, or Dioscorus did, or any of these characters did, will they really care? Let's be honest, will you guys really care if this happened, if Canon 28 happened? Obviously you won't. Obviously. So let's get to the real deal. Really, your issue is theology. It's not just canon stuff. It's really just theology. If the same thing happened to you, any of your councils, you will hand wave it and defend it. Naturally. You will naturally do it, and you will base that defense on correct theology. Of course. If you have 2 councils, and one of those councils were completely canonical. Everything was canonically done perfectly, but the theology is off. And then you had another council where the canons were basically trampled over, treated as trash, but the theology was 100% correct. Which council will you side with? Which council will you say is the correct council? Obviously, the council with the correct theology. Obviously, that's what you will do. Now, yes, we are on to anathema number 3. And yes, this is another canon argument, and I know some of you might be bored, you might be wondering, why is this 20 minutes, it's still about canons, but this one should be fairly short. So this is about, did Chalcedon create a new faith? Did it violate Nicaea? Did it violate Ephesus? So the argument is that by making a confession of faith, Chalcedon broke the canons of the First Council of Ephesus and introduced a new definition of faith. And this is the Chalcedonian symbol of faith. Now, this is based on a strict reading of Canon 7, and you can read the Canon 7 in here of the First Council of Ephesus. Now, this reading is based on a super strict reading. And what the super strict reading is telling you is that you literally cannot compose a declaration of faith unless it's from Nicaea. And another thing, and this will really be a finisher argument, I will say, is that by that logic, Orientals are also anathematized, they condemn themselves, because they don't even read the faith, the Declaration of Faith at Nicaea, they read the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed. It's not just a Nicene Creed, it's the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed. And at the time, Constantinople I didn't achieve ecumenical status. It's actually by Chalcedon that Constantinople I achieved an ecumenical status. So if we go for the strict reading, I mean, ironically, the anti-Chalcedonians will be refuted by this. And so this fundamentalist reading is not, and really the Chalcedonian Creed is not rivaling the Nicene Creed. I mean, if anyone wants to convert, even after the Council of Chalcedon, we didn't bring them the Chalcedonian Creed. We brought them the Nicene Creed, right? So if there was a Jew or a pagan that said, oh, I'm going to convert to Christianity, what is the Declaration of Faith I'm going to be reading? The Chalcedonian churches will bring you the Declaration of Faith of Nicaea, Nicaea, Nice, Nike, whatever you want to say it. That's the Declaration of Faith that will still be brought to you. So this argument, again, does not really make a lot of sense. Now, finally, some of you might say, finally, we are moving on to the Tome of Leo. This is the 4th anathema. Finally, we're talking theology. Finally, we're talking about the fun stuff. And this is dealing with anathema number 4. Is the Tome of Leo heretical? And we will be looking at few suspect lines from the Tome of Leo, and we're going to be responding to the critique. Now, this is one of them. This is in the Tome of Leo. Saint Leo says, for each form does what is proper to it with the cooperation of the other, that is, the Word performing what pertains to the Word, and the flesh carrying out what pertains to the flesh. One of them sparkles with miracles, the other succumbs to injuries. Now, what he's really teaching is that Christ is a single person, and he has two energies, and he has two natures, and what happens for miracles are attributes of the divine energy, for example, right? These are things that pertains to the divine energy, and injuries are stuff that pertains to humanity. So he's really talking about these things. I mean, he's not talking about essence and distinction, but I'm kind of explaining it in how we understand it. And form really means essence in this context, but it means nature. However, it seems Nestorian because, again, it talks about forms, right? So it seems like there's two forms, and these two forms operate independently. And if you read Severus of Antioch, this is actually the basis of his criticism, is that when he's talking about forms, he says that these forms are independent subjects, and so this is Nestorianism. This is textbook Nestorianism. Now let's compare this with St. Cyril in the Formula for Union. He says that we know the theologians make some things of the evangelic and apostolic teaching about the Lord common as pertaining to the one person, and other things they divide as to the two natures and attribute the worthy ones to God on account of the divinity of Christ, and the lowly ones on account of his humanity. We will say, this is from St. Cyril in the Formula for Union. I believe this is letter 39, but don't quote me on that, please. this is basically the same thing. But there are certain arguments that the anti-Chalcedonians are going to be using. So this is the response from Severus. So many Chalcedonians, they said, hey, look, St. Leo is really saying the same thing St. Cyril is saying. Why are you arguing against this? And in Philalitis, text 4, if you read the Severus of Antioch book from Pauline Allen, this is text 4, Philalitis, lover of truth, he says that when they had thus acknowledged these things, he accepted from then on as being without danger these phrases which featured in bungling fashion in the document of reconciliation. So he thinks that actions of humanity being pertaining to the humanity and actions of the divinity being pertaining to the divinity, these are, what does he say? These are phrases which are featured in bungling fashion, as if they were words of children who prattle, so that by way of prattling along with them, he might elevate them to the pure modes of expression. Now, I will send a tweet in the description below that you can check out. It is a more full version of the text. Really, the whole argument from Severus is that, look, St. Cyril, he didn't really believe what he said. He just said, whatever, okay, I accept what you're saying. He didn't actually really believe in that. But this has a couple scary implications. I mean, number one, we could say that, does that mean that St. Cyril is fine with letting some truths slip by? If this is so important to you, to the point where St. Leo's tome is heretical because of this, and St. Cyril he just pretended to accept what St. Leo will later say. I mean, when is the is there an expiry date over this? Like, when does it stop being a big deal? Because St. Cyril dealt with Nestorius, so this will still be a problematic thing. So St. Leo, at his time, Nestorius was dealt with. So, when is the expiry date on this thing? When does it matter? When does it not matter? So really, to me, it seems like there's a rationalization going on from Severus, and this response shouldn't really be taken too seriously. If you take it too seriously, it actually makes Severus's position look worse. So you will see this from anti-Chalcedonians. There's going to be infinite rationalizations. They will quote other sayings from St. Cyril where he says something like, don't divide the nation out of the union. Right? He will say, they will quote stuff like that from St. Cyril. So we will disagree with those statements. That's not what St. Leo is doing. That's not what St. Leo is doing. So, just in case, you might say, look, St. Cyril got a job, he has other stuff that goes against. Okay, let's say, but are you going to be able to go against your other fathers? Now let's look at St. Gregory of Nyssa. St. Gregory of Nyssa says, the human nature does not give new life to Lazarus. Wait a second, the human nature does not give new... St. Gregory, you're an historian, you're talking about two natures operating in different ways? If we were anti-Chalcedonians, if St. Gregory of Nyssa lived in the 5th century, will he be a saint if he said the same things? Most likely not. Nor does the impassible power weep for the one who laid... When I said I'm talking in terms of Coptic perspective, not Orthodox perspective. Weeping is proper to the human being. Issues of true life are proper to life. Human poverty does not feed the multitudes. The power that can do all things does not hurry to the fig tree. Who was weary from the journey, and who effortlessly established the whole world with his word? He's talking about the natures. What is the radiance of the glory? What was pierced by the nails? Which form is beaten in the passion, and which is glorified from eternity? The answers are obvious, even if no one offers a word of explanation. St. Gregory of Nyssa says these answers are obvious. So these are obvious things for St. Gregory of Nyssa. Very interesting. So St. Leo is really vindicated by St. Gregory of Nyssa. So let's give an example from the opposite side of the world, from St. Hilary of Poitiers, from the West. He says in On the Trinity, you do see, do you not, that the confession of him as God and a human being is done in such a way that death can be ascribed to the human being, and the resurrection of the flesh to God? For observe the nature of God and the power of the resurrection, and you will recognize in the death the divine plan in accordance with the human being. And since both took place in their proper natures, please remember that the Jesus Christ who is both is one, The reason I have explained this briefly, therefore, is to help us remember that both natures are observed in our Lord Jesus Christ. For he who was in God's form took a servant's form. So, once more, Pope St. Leo is vindicated. So they might say, oh, okay, whatever. You might have a point, but there is this other text, and they will say this is even more heretical. They will quote the Tome of Leo again. Let him see what was the nature that hung pierced with nails on the wooden cross. And when the side of the crucified was opened by the soldier's spear, let him understand whence it was that blood and water flowed, that the church of God might be watered from the font and from the cup. Now we can contrast this with St. Cyril's cult anathema. I'm not going to read it. You can read it for yourself. But let's go back a little bit. Let's look at St. Gregory of Nyssa. He actually, again, Pope St. Leo is saying what St. Gregory of Nyssa is saying. What was pierced by the nails? Which form is beaten in the passion? What passion? Which form? He's referring to the human form. Form meaning essence. Form meaning nature. Nature meaning essence as well. But let's also look at Leontius of Jerusalem's defense of Tome of Leo, who we will be talking about in part C. He's a very important character, but he says, if the word flesh by nature subject to passion wasn't seen to be impassible as a result of union with him, so much the more has the word by nature impassible himself not become passible as a result of his union with the passible. Why then do you ask us, as though it were a matter of doubt, what kind of nature was nailed to the cross? Unless you're speaking of a natural divine suffering, and not the suffering that's by appropriation. Exactly. So the divine nature appropriates the suffering, but the divine nature does not suffer. And that's what Pope St. Leo is talking about. And we also have to understand, some things. Pope St. Leo is not a theologian. I will get back on this later, but some might say, look, okay, but you see, theopaschism is very important, because if you're a theopaschite, then you believe that Christ is God, that Christ is a single person, and that Christ suffered, and you're willing to say God suffered, right? So that's what theopaschism means. It means God suffering. But that's also in the Tome of Leo. Bad news for the Orientals. Pope St. Leo believes in theopaschism. He says that the divine Son of God, the impassible God, did not despise to become a suffering man, and deathless as he is, became subject to the laws of death. The divine Son of God, the impassible God became a suffering man and is subject to the laws of death. If this isn't the theopaschite formula, I don't know what is. I honestly don't know what is. Now, there are a couple of important details we have to talk about Pope St. Leo. First and foremost, I will mention that Pope St. Leo is not a theologian. He's a very good diplomat. He's a very good pope. He's a very good bishop. Very good orator, but he's not a theologian. He's not a good theologian. So putting him on the standard of a theologian is not really fair, I will say. And more important details are that the council, under the command of Anatolius, cross-checked St. Leo's tome for 5 days with the teachings of St. Cyril, just so it is consistent with St. Cyril. And this implies that the standard of orthodoxy in the Council of Chalcedon is not Pope St. Leo. It's not Pope St. Leo. It is St. Cyril of Alexandria. He is the standard of orthodoxy in the Council of Chalcedon. This is very huge to mention because, again, Orientals, they don't mention these things. They don't talk about these things. They actually laugh at you if you mention these things. But Peter spoke through Leo, that's the famous statement. Peter spoke through Leo because Pope St. Leo said the same thing St. Cyril did. It's not because he said new things, it's because he was consistent with St. Cyril. And I mentioned this in part 1, St. Leo is ultimately the reason why the West anathematized Nestorius as a heretic before the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus. If you read St. Cyril of Alexandria and the Christological Controversy by Father John McGuckin, you can see that in part 1 I mentioned this exactly in part 1 I mentioned the pages. This is mentioned, this is talked about. So back when Pope St. Leo was an archdeacon, he went to Pope St. Celestine. He told the Western primates about Nestorius. Now, And evidence of how he's a poor theologian is that he doesn't really do a good job. His critique is very unfocused, and that's why St. John Cassian's critique is unfocused. But what I want to talk about is really the reason why the West anathematized Nestorius is St. Leo. So to argue that St. Leo was deliberately Nestorian is laughable. It's stupid, it's silly, it's not realistic. We are coming to an end in this long video, but not exactly really close to end, but we are now dealing with anathema number 5, which is Chalcedon is wrong in exonerating Theodoret and Ubas. And their argument is basically, oh, these people, these two are partisans of Nestorius, they're friends of Nestorius, and the theology is that of Nestorius. Really? Especially in the case of Theodoret. Really? We're going to be looking into that, but their main argument kind of goes along the lines of, oh, you anathematize their writings, but that means that you are admitting that Chalcedon was wrong. So that it's a very subversive argument. They will say that. They will say, oh, Chalcedon was wrong until Constantinople II, but Constantinople II proves that Chalcedon was wrong. So I will say, first of all, it's a very silly argument because we don't look at councils in a vacuum. If you look at councils individually, of course you're going to find problems, but if you don't look at them within historical context, within what's going on in its history, in the context, and also its relation with the other councils, then of course you're going to come up with these silly notions of Chalcedon, for example, being 100% Nestorian. If you completely ignore, for example, the first Ephesian council that Chalcedon accepts, well, naturally, you're going to come to the conclusion that, yes, Chalcedon is heretical, but Chalcedon accepts Ephesus. So it's abiding by truths of Ephesus. But let's not move too much into that direction yet. Let's talk about Theodoret of Cyrus first. That's who I want to deal with first. Now, I read Eranistus by Theodoret of Cyrus. This was composed in 447, and if you looked at part 1, I talk about Eranistus a little bit. And I don't think any Oriental apologist has actually read that book. Because if they read that book, they will not make this argument. They will definitely not make this argument because Theodoret, this is going to be a very bold claim, but I will prove my claim. Theodoret makes very Cyrillian arguments in Eranistus. This was composed 4 years before Chalcedon. So he made these arguments 4 years before the council. So he already changed his theology. So his theology cannot be Nestorian. Let's prove that now. Number 1, body-soul analogy. So body-soul analogy is very important when we're trying to understand Christ's two natures. St. Cyril said in one of his letters, I don't have it on my mind, but it's in the PowerPoint slides, but he says that we divide the two natures in Christ only according to thought, right? Only according to our minds. Noetically speaking, we divide the natures by thought alone. So the Nestorius will reject this. He will say, no, the natures really are distinct. But in the sense of Nestorius saying that the natures are really distinct, if you distinguish them in that manner, what happens is that you're creating two persons. And that's what you don't want to do. So that's why we do a noetic distinction. The distinction is still based in reality. There is still a real distinction between the natures after the union. There's a real difference, and St. Cyril himself says that there's a real difference in one of the letters to Nestorius. But we come to this distinction by thought alone, because what we see is a single person. So that's how we distinguish them by thought alone, and this is connected to enhypostatization. Now, I don't want to go too much far ahead, but what I want to try to say here is that for St. Cyril, body-soul analogy applies to the hypostatic union of Christ, right? And let's look at Theodoret. What does he say? He says that in page 190 in Eranistus, he says, when we did this with respect to Isaac, the prophets, the paralytic, and the others, we did not destroy the natural union of the soul and the body, nor did we separate the souls from their own bodies, but we distinguished, this is very important, by thought alone what is proper to the soul and what to the body. If we do this with souls and bodies, therefore isn't it wicked to refuse to do it with our Savior? Another key point that he makes. So we distinguish the natures of our Savior by thought alone, and instead to mix the natures, even though they differ from one another, not simply in the way that the soul differs from the body, but to the extent that the temporal differs from the eternal, and the created from the Creator. So he makes a Curlian argument in Arianistus right here by using the body-soul analogy. Another Curlian argument will be communicatio idiomatum. So this is exchange of properties. You heard me talk about this numerous times. What this signifies is that, for example, actions that are attributed to his humanity is also attributed to his divinity. So there's an exchange of properties here. So we don't say, for example, that if Christ walks, right? If Christ walks, or if Christ drinks, we don't say human Christ drank. Ultimately, we attribute that to his divinity, to his divine personhood, and we say God drank, God walked. When Christ suffered on the cross, we say God suffered on the cross. We don't invoke the Holy Trinity, we invoke the second person of the Holy Trinity, the Word of God, and he suffered on the cross for us. Now, I will not read the whole thing here, but I'm going to read the bold part. He says, everything else that reveals the divinity and the humanity, we attribute to the one person. So this is a legitimate usage of communicatio idiomatum. So he's legitimately affirming this doctrine, and he's saying that really we attribute it to the one person of Christ, all things that reveals the divinity and humanity. Ultimately speaking, it's attributed to the one person. This is, some people might ask, but isn't this kind of different from what you just talked about with Pope of Rome, St. Leo's tome? No, it's not really different, because again, we will say that walking is appropriate to humanity. Making miracles is appropriate to the divinity. However, ultimately, we will refer to them to their respective natures, but ultimately we refer to that to the single person Christ, right? And so there's an exchange of properties here. This is not really exactly Cyrillian, but this kind of proves that he's not Nestorian, or he's deliberately avoiding Nestorianism. He's quoting St. Ambrose of Milan about the Word becoming flesh, and St. Ambrose says that the one that assumed is one thing. The assumed is Christ, right? The divine hypostasis is Christ, right? Divine person. And that which was assumed, meaning the human nature, is something else. Now, that which was assumed is used in the neuter. And if you look at the footnotes, this is also affirmed. If you look at the footnotes of Arianistus, you will also find out that yes, that which was assumed is used in the neuter, meaning that there is no person, meaning that the human nature Christ assumed is impersonal. And Theodore Tosarius quotes this. Will he quote this if he believed against it, if he believed that Christ assumed a human person? Remember, this used to be a rallying line of the Nestorian partisans, of the Antiochian theology. They will say Christ assumed a human person, but Theodorus avoids saying that because he understands, this is actually wrong. Now, an Oriental might hear all of this and say, okay, I see. Yeah, he at the very least pretended to be Cyrillian and used these Orthodox arguments. Okay, I get it. Okay, that's fine. But he still rejects Theopaschism, and they will refer to many of the quotes in the 3rd chapter of the book. But they could, for example, refer to this: how can you say that God the Word tasted death? For if it was obvious in that case that this created immortal entity cannot become mortal, how could the uncreated and eternally immortal creator of mortal and immortal natures partake of death? So they use this and say, look, he's dividing the natures, he's making it clear that he's a Nestorian. Now, this is kind of similar with what St. Flavor of Antioch is saying. We're going to get back to that quote on later, but I want to talk about a couple of things here. Now, when we're trying to read Antiochian Christology, we have to understand something very important. It's really not possible for an Antiochian Christologist to say God suffered. And you might say, how is it not possible? Show me proof. Give me proof that it's not possible. Well, because Antiochian theology, Antiochian Christology has a different terminology. So for them, divine nature not only does it refer to the divine essence, and we don't excuse them for believing that, but that's a different discussion. For them, divine nature, the name God, the name divine nature signifies Holy Trinity. So for them, as far as they are concerned, when someone says God suffered, they don't think of persons, they think of the divine nature. And so they say, wait a minute, God suffered, that means, are you trying to say that the Holy Trinity suffered? And so it's actually impossible for them to even say such a thing. Now, thankfully, they will say, well, okay, but give me a proof. I'll pretend to accept this. I'll pretend to accept this because I'm a magnanimous Oriental Orthodox, and I'm very charitable towards my opponents. Let's say, you good sir, let's say that divine nature means Holy Trinity. Okay, that's fine. But then we should be seeing these Theopascite statements from this Sir Theodoret, shan't we? And we shall see that. We shall see that there are actually Theopascite statements that Theodorus Cyrus makes. So let's look back at St. Flavian's quote that he uses in page 241. The cross is preached to us openly, and we confess the Lord's death. Do you hear that? Lord's death? Can a human person be Lord? No, he's referring to the divine person. Lord's death, because the divinity suffers nothing, for the divine is impassible, but the body fulfills the divine plan. So unless you're going to say that Flavian of Antioch is an historian, this is basically what Theodoret is trying to say. But you might not be convinced. You might say, oh, he's still divining natures, dude. Okay, but then he says that in the same way the divine nature was also joined to the other when it was crucified. This doesn't sound a lot like dividing the natures to me. And it allowed the suffering to be consummated in order to put an end to death through the suffering. It did not experience pain from the suffering, but it made the suffering its own, since it was the suffering of its own temple and of the flesh that was united to it, and because of this flesh, those who believe are called members of Christ, and he has been named head of those who have believed. So what he's saying is, this is another reference to Cyrillian theology, appropriation. If you read St. Cyril of Alexandria's book, Christological Controversies, you will see that the appropriation is another aspect of St. Cyril's theology. And here you have Theodoret of Cyrus, the supposed historian. He is saying the divine nature appropriated the sufferings of the human nature, and we are supposed to believe that this guy is an historian in 447. Now, can you argue that Theodoret was an historian? Of course, obviously you can. He had an historian theology even after the Formula of Union, right? We will say that. But sometime, at most, at latest, until he composed the book Eranistes, his theology underwent change. His theology changed. His theology is now Cyrillian. His theology is now Orthodox. And again, to argue that his theology is heterodox in light of these statements, I will invite all of you to read Eranistes and to see for yourself if he is an historian. Now that we have defended Theodoret, let's defend Ebus's exoneration. So the argument generally is something like this. It's kind of different. It's not like the same with Theodoret. It's different. They will argue, the Chalcedon accepted and considered the heretical and blasphemous letter of Ebus to Mari acceptable or unorthodox, and he condemned St. Cyril in that letter. Now, there are a lot of things that we have to understand. First of all, that letter was written in 423. Back then, Ebus was not even a bishop. And I think this is kind of important to realize. He was a priest back then, not a bishop. He didn't have bishop-like authority back then. And right after that letter was read, what is also important is that there's another letter that was read that of bishops, Edessene bishops, that was defending Ebus. Right? So there's another letter that was instantly read afterwards. So another thing to mention is that if you read the letter itself, it doesn't really contain anything theologically heretical. Really the main problem is that he anathematizes Nestorius, but he also anathematizes St. Cyril, thinking that he committed certain heresies, and he says, he explained himself to us, so he's fine, he's okay. And what I also want to mention and this is very crucial. This is very crucial to point out. This is not a mere, but he repented. Like, it's stronger. This argument is very stronger than that, because he doesn't only anathematize Nestorius Eutychius, he, out of his own volition, he also goes ahead and says that he anathematizes everyone who does not believe what this council believes. Now, we have to understand, this, the official proclamation of the council's belief was already drawn up in the 5th session. In that same session, that same definition explicitly acknowledged 2 of St. Cyril's letters and the validity of the Council of Ephesus. So he is also accepting those things, right? If those things happened afterwards, right, then you could argue that Ebas's repentance wasn't really ideal, but he actually knowing that Ephesus was valid, knowing that St. Cyril's theology was validated in Chalcedon, he said that this council is completely orthodox. And I think this is a very important argument that we can make to showcase that Ebas is not the same Ebas as he was in 433. And ultimately, again, this is an even stronger argument. This goes for both Theodoret and for Ebas, is that this argument is based on double standards. Because 2 years ago, what anti-Chalcedonians did, the proto-anti-Chalcedonians, what Dioscorus did, is that he exonerated Eutychius, which now, according to the anti-Chalcedonian council, is a heretic. But you know what Dioscorus did to save Eutychius, a heretic? You know the lengths that he had to go to save him? He condemned Saint Flavian, got him deposed. They didn't even let Saint Flavian defend himself. He deposed Theodoret, he deposed Ebas. They're both uncanonical. He deposed them both uncanonically. They couldn't even defend themselves. I believe it was Theodoret that wasn't even in the council. He wasn't even called to the council. And he was like just chilling at his own place. He's just chilling. I was like, it feels so good to be a bishop. And then he gets a letter and he's like, I got deposed by a council? What the heck? I wasn't even called to this council. So, what then? What do we do then? Oh, let's not forget Domnus II of Antioch, Patriarch of Antioch. So, wait a second. 2 major patriarchs were condemned. Pope St. Leo's letter was not read. The Pope of Rome, the primate of the entire church, and his letter was not read, and his letter was not even considered in the council. And what happens a year later? Dioscorus anathematizes St. Leo. So now 3 major patriarchs have all been anathematized by Dioscorus. They're all wrong, Dioscorus is right. So this is the length that he went to save Eutychius. And the same people that consider Dioscorus as a saint are attacking us because we just reversed the mistake that he did 2 years ago, that we just reversed the mess that he made 2 years ago. You have to realize Chalcedon was reversing the stuff that happened in 2nd Ephesus. That council is not a beautiful council. I will tell you, that council is an absolute mess. And we also have to understand that Chalcedon is dealing with a specific context, and that specific context is against the heresy of Eutychianism, which, again, how did the heresy of Eutychianism really spring up and become popularized? Oh yeah, something about Eutychius being saved by a certain Dioscorus might have something to do with it. And so I will say that ultimately, even in the worst case scenario, this objection, the 5th anathema, is really laughable. It's really laughable. It's riddled with double standards, and this has to be called out. I don't think any honest Oriental can look at this and not say that there's a double standard at play, unless you think Eutychius was Orthodox, which, by the way, that will put you in a minority. It's not even a minority position. That will put you in a heretical position, because the Oriental Church does recognize him as a heretic, and Severus spent numerous letters rebuking Eutychianism and arguing against Eutychianism. So let's get, finally, let's get to the 6th anathema, and then we will finish this video. And this is about the Chalcedonian Declaration of the Faith itself. The whole council is promulgating the into natures formula. And this was propagated by Nestorius against St. Cyril. And what did they do? Chalcedon refused to use the patristic Miaphysite formula out of two natures. And they anathematized Dioscorus because he did not say in two natures. He says Christ is out of two natures, but not in two natures. This means, and this is Severus's argument, this means that Chalcedon anathematizes St. Cyril's formula that Christ is out of two natures. There's a motorcycle that passed through, but I'm not going to edit that. But what I'm going to be mentioning is, first of all, just because they consider Dioscorus as wrong, because he rejected into natures, doesn't mean that they reject out of two natures. This is a unnecessary dialectic that's being propped up, and I'll explain this further in part 3. But in part 3 we will be diving into this issue in particular furthermore. We'll also be going to diving into the issue of Diophysite formula. It has a stronger patristic basis. Part 3, the next video, is going to be dealing with exactly that. We're going to be completely proving that in two natures, Diophysite formula is more patristic. It has a stronger patristic basis. Now, they will argue, okay, but in the first draft, the out of two natures, out of two natures formula was in there. And then in the second draft, you changed it to in two natures. Why? Because Chalcedon is dealing with Eutychianism, and out of two natures doesn't deal with Eutychianism. Again, it's the analogy of the medicines. If someone is Eutychian, you are giving them a different dose of a medicine. You're giving them a different medicine. If someone is Nestorian, you're giving them a different kind of a medicine. So for the Eutychians, we will say in two natures. For the Nestorian, we will emphasize him being out of two natures. Similarly, how you have certain heretics that deny the humanity of Christ. What do? We prove his humanity. There are certain other heretics that deny his divinity. What do we do to them? We prove his divinity. We don't prove his divinity and humanity. But that doesn't mean that the divinity is opposed to the humanity in our argumentation. That will be nonsense. Another important thing to mention is nature in Chalcedon is synonymous with ousia, or substance, or essence, whatever you want to call it. Not hypostasis nor person. Now, this is a misconception that I've noted in the first part. This misconception is constantly made. They constantly assume that when we refer to nature, we refer to it as hypostasis. No one at the time did that other than Alexandria. No one at the time did that other than Alexandria and Syrians and Palestinians and so on and so forth. They didn't do this. In Byzantine Cappadocia, in Constantinople, in the West, nature meant essence. It meant substance. It was synonymous with substance, obviously. And the fourth point, which is very strong, and I think this is the strongest point. We can ignore every single other point, but this is the strongest point. The into natures formula used in the Council of Chalcedon is not the into natures formula of Nestorius. You have to realize that. It's not the into natures formula that Antiochians generally used. It was actually the into natures formula that St. Cyril used. How do we prove that? How do we prove that? Here is the proof for you. So on the left we have the Chalcedonian definition of the faith. If you have watched my debate review of Severin Zealot and Joseph Sueden, the fake Orthodox, old calendarist, and the Oriental Orthodox debate review that I did, I make this point. If you watch my Miaphysis and Diophysis explain video, I explain this. If you're watching this video right now, which I bet you are right now, I am going to be explaining this again for the third time. But this is very important to understand. If you read St. Cyril of Alexandria, The Christological Controversy, I'm referring to this book so many times, but this is very important. By Father John McGuckin, you will get this argument exactly. So we have 3 different letters from St. Cyril of Alexandria on the right side. Now let's look at the left side. The left side is the definition of the faith in Chalcedon. The parts that are underlined in red are Cyrillian statements. And what is blue is statements from the Tome of Leo, from St. Leo. Now notice how only one statement from St. Leo was used. The rest of the entire definition is related to St. Cyril, but what's explicit is that Christ is made known in two natures without confusion, without change, without division, without separation. If you look at the letter on the bottom, We see, and so we unite the Word of God the Father to the holy flesh, endowed with a rational soul in an ineffable way that transcends understanding, without confusion, without change, and without alteration, and we thereby confess one Son, and Christ and Lord, the same one, God and man. Now, these adverbs are used in Kalkudan. This is very deliberate. And you look at the second, you look at the middle letter, that's from reconciliation, formula for union. We already talked about that before, but I also want you to talk about what's on the top. The first letter, as to the manner, the first screenshot on the top, as to the manner of the incarnation of the only begotten, then theoretically speaking, but only insofar as it appears to the eyes of the soul, we will admit that there are two united natures, but only one Christ and Son and Lord, the Word of God made man and made flesh. So what does made known in two natures mean? Well, if you look at the Greek, it uses the word norizumenon. Norizumenon means made known according to the intellect, right? According to the intellect? According to the eyes of the soul? Isn't that what St. Cyril says? Exactly. So, Christ is made known according to the intellect in two natures, without confusion, without change, without division, without separation. Exactly what St. Cyril is saying. Exactly what he is saying. So to say that our definition of faith is Nestorian is to say that St. Cyril is Nestorian. Again, what Kalkudan did really is to repeat St. Cyril. Now there are some objections that I've heard, and this particular objection is so stupid. I'm sorry for saying stupid, but it is so absolutely idiotic. I still have to mention it because it's used so many times, and people haven't gotten the memo apparently. So I've heard this argument. They say, okay, but all you have proven to us is that this proves that the into natures formula is only secondary for St. Cyril. Excuse me? Only secondary? Is that your refutation? So what? This is the key word concept fallacy that is being used. St. Cyril mainly uses metaphysics. Okay, we accept that. We don't deny that. But he also explains diaphysics in his own way. And he says, if you profess this in your own way, in this way that I teach you, there's no way you can be Nestorian. And here you go. The Kalkudan definition is teaching exactly that. It's teaching exactly what St. Cyril is saying. So, it doesn't matter if it's his secondary mode of speaking, dummy. He says it's the same thing. If they were not the same thing, if they were different, if they were teaching different things, then St. Cyril is inconsistent. He's inconsistent. Do you not understand your own implications? Of course. But it's just rationalization. And here's another argument I've heard, and this is even more stupid. People say this is talking about the hypostatic union. Now, I've heard from an anti-Chalcedonian, and he said, but wait a second, you talk about hypostatic union, but the word hypostatic union was not used in the Council of Chalcedon, so it's actually not talking about hypostatic union. So I guess you're Nestorian. For some people, this might say, that seems solid, but think about it. Does the Bible use the word Trinity? No. Therefore, Trinitarianism is not biblical. I mean, this is exactly like how Muslim apologists work. This is exactly how they operate. I'm reading the Bible and I don't see Trinity here. I don't see the word Trinity here. You guys are trying to preach me the Trinity, but I don't see the word Trinity over here. This is exactly the same argument. It's so stupid. It's absolutely silly. It's absolutely silly. And you don't see Severus making notes of these things. You don't see him talking about these things. If he's cornered, then he will kind of concede some points, but he doesn't try to have that goodwill. We don't see. And again, this is very important, because in light of realizing these things, you cannot argue with good faith that the Chalcedonian definition teaches something contrary and opposing to St. Cyril. Now, I will personally say, what I will be saying is that I will say, hey, look guys, we should probably say that he's in two natures and out of two natures, so isn't that what we believe, to make things simpler, to avoid such things from happening? And this is kind of what Constantinople II does, but again, as I mentioned before, we don't look at councils in a vacuum. And this is the biggest mistake that the anti-Chalcedonians make, is that they look at Chalcedon in a vacuum, and they just they just look at the council as if it is its own thing. And they will argue that, oh, you're going against Nestorianism, well, why will it accept the Council of Ephesus then? I mean, how can you rationalize that? Won't it reject the Council of Ephesus? And I bet you, when many people argued for the Nestorian side, for the Nestorian interpretation of the Chalcedonian Council, I can bet you my own life that they definitely use that defense. I mean, how can you say it's Nestorian? I mean, it's literally canonized the Nestorian, the anti-Nestorian Council, the anti-Nestorian Council, right? And so people will always make silly statements. People will always make silly arguments. It doesn't matter if people are literally not even looking at the council and they want to go off with their own interpretation. As I mentioned before, same people do that with the Bible. Does that mean that the Bible is not infallible because people interpret it in fallible ways? Of course not. That will be stupid. And that is what I will finish it with. So we have dealt with all six anathemas, all of the six anathemas against them, including the arguments made by Peter Farrington. And to finalize this with, I would like to offer a challenge to debate to not only Peter Farrington, but really also to any other Coptic or Oriental clergy. I would like to extend a hand for them to debate me. Now, I don't want to debate the canon stuff. Why? Is it because I'm scared? No, it's because I don't think anyone really cares about the canonical debate. I don't think anybody cares about, oh yeah, but in the minutes of session 4, X guy said your mom, and in the 6th session, Y guy said your dad, and there is a contradiction here, you Nestorian. Like no one wants to listen to a debate like that, honestly. And let's be real again. We could argue about the canonical stuff, okay, but the canonical stuff really only matters to people who are of the same faith, I will say. If you have two councils, and one of the councils is canonically completely orthodox, but theologically heterodox, and the other council is theologically completely orthodox, but canonically it was conducted in a very heterodox manner, you will still choose. I'm not saying prefer, but you will have to choose the theologically orthodox council, because the theology is what matters. And so that's why I will invite an Oriental clergy, anyone can come, and they could debate me. Now, if you're Oriental and you're like, oh, pick me, I want to debate you. No, I'm not gonna talk with someone who's been an Oriental catechumen for 3 months and thinks he can debate. No, I'm not gonna waste my own time. I'm not gonna waste my own time debating obsessives that make 50 comments in a video and just completely ignore the arguments made in the video. I'm not going to talk with these people. I'm not going to give you, I want the best. I want your priest. Any Oriental priest online that can come debate, let's go. Let's go debate theology. And if you want to know my theological objections, because there wasn't really many theological objections in this video, look out for part 4 where we will be doing a stream with Jay Dyer from Jay's Analysis. On Friday, we will be doing a stream with Jay Dyer, and we will exclusively talk about Oriental theology, and we will critique Oriental theology. So if you want to see that, and if you want to debate, then go ahead. If you don't, then that sucks. But thank you all for watching. I hope you guys learned something very new. Again, if you haven't, I'll recommend you check out the previous videos, the previous parts. Look out for part 3 and 4 and 5. And don't forget to like this video. Comment if you have anything interesting to add that I might have missed. And most importantly, subscribe to my channel. And more important than the most important part, which is subscribing to my channel, much more important than that, pray for me. And I will see you guys in the next video tomorrow. God bless you all. Have a great, great, great day.
tired of coffee with a political message? Want to enjoy your morning brew without some gross disabled veteran or some stinky hippie lesbian trying to guilt you into paying a premium for the same moldy beans that everyone else is white labeling?
Here at Careless Coffee, our ethical hiring practices ensure that our barely sentient employees don't believe in misinformation.
In fact, they don't believe in anything. I don't know who made the COVID-19. Is a rat or something. It's definitely too small to make in a lab. Hey, you could not make a lab small enough for make a disease or small. It's impossible. Nunca.
Ethically sourced from people who don't know any better. Was it animal poop? Our spineless pickers aren't burdened with that type of question. And you won't be either with Careless Coffee.
The doctors, they bring the vaccine to our village. They make everybody healthy and happy. My son don't talk no more. But he picked the bean.
Our uneducated slave cattle don't have any opinions at all. So you can rest easy knowing your coffee will never make you feel uncomfortable.
I remember when I was young, my father said, Mira, check out the TV. We land on the moon. Look, son, it's totally real. They really brought a Jeep up onto the moon and we're driving around. It's no fake. It's 100% the man. Neil Armstrong.
Our mission statement is simple. We don't endorse or condone anything except coffee in the state of Israel. The coffee slave goblins that make your Colombian chip water don't even know what the newest iPhone is. So you can drink easy and enjoy Mo.
His culture uncle, the director of DARPA program, I don't understand why it's important for him. It's just a job. People go loco in their cabeza. They go crazy. They'll shoot up a school. It's what people do when they have too much tequila. I like when American celebrities do this. Or like this. Hey, you guys see Ellen at that big cooking? That's cool. And Diamond.
Coffee, no questions asked.
Guys, we have a show sponsor which helps you to be not a gamma male, not hopefully a beta male, and that is Shog.com. Use promo code J60Life, J60Life, to get 60% off all those great chalk products over at Shog.com.
J60 Life.
J60 Life.
Chalk. To get 60% off all those great chalk products over at Shog.com.
Thank you to whoever made the Dyer Wave audio. I like that. It's some sweet stuff. In fact, I may just let that play again while we let some more people roll on in here. don't know. It's me. It's Amid the Ruins, the guy who makes Dyer wave music. It's Amid the Ruins. Dyer wave music. What I've talked about in probably 100 articles in Jay's analysis is the implementation of the AI smart grid and the giant smart cities, which is what IBM talks about publicly building. And that's where we're going, and that's what I think we have to be really concerned about. So all of these tensions, they are part of a long-term strategy to basically get everybody moved into megacities. They'll be forced off of land and so forth for environmental reasons, and basically concocted and invented environmental nonsense. Then you'll be stuck in some hellhole megacity in a, basically a carton-sized apartment living over a Target or something, or inside of a Target or a Walmart, as I said several years ago, which actually come true now. There's actually Target City. But to get there, you've got to have the constant clash, the constant alchemical blending and mixing and smashing together right out of Manichaeanism to produce the convergence, to produce the synthesis. And that's what's crucial in all this, and what is absolutely true from an alchemical, esoteric, philosophical, and geopolitical perspective. The fact that the ruling elite seek to be post-human. Jay'sAnalysis.com. the whole modernity is built on this neo-pagan concept of political salvation. And there is no political salvation for man, because man's problems are not essentially political, they're spiritual. I've covered over and over and over the white papers that actually discuss how to invert and subvert that, changing images of man, things like this. So what has to happen is that the inversion has to be reverted back to the way it needs to be. And that means that first and foremost for man, it is spiritual issues. Those come first. Then we have the things like the philosophy and the family and the social issues and things like that. That comes next. And race or ethnicity can be classed as part of that. That is, in other words, you caring for your people is just a broader extension of the family, the tribe, the nation. Right? It all depends on what we mean by these words and these terms. Now, America, Americanism, is the first attempt at a completely propositional nation. And this is well known. This is not debated in political theory. I think even Abraham Lincoln referred to it that way. Dyer, Jason Nelson. Dyer, Jason Nelson.
Jay's analysis. Jay Dyer, Jay's analysis. Jay Dyer, Jay's analysis. In our civilization, man has dignity because he's made in the image of God. In Plato's Athens civilization, man has no dignity. So these two grounding basic principles are fighting against one another, right? In Plato's philosophy, the state is God. It's embodied in the philosopher king. It's basically like Pharaoh type stuff, right? Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, is the opposition to that. Now, does that mean that it is egalitarian and wipes everything out? Absolutely not. There ain't a bit of egalitarianism in the last 1,960 years of Christianity. And everybody who knows anything knows that. So be honest with yourselves. Why can't you, especially liberal, lying church leaders? People are disgusting. Thus, my point is that what all this echo chamber alternative media crap is a waste of time, it's pointless. I mean, yes, it's good for waking people up, but you don't have models of how to erect civilization. You have nothing. I'm telling you, we have an existing structure of the Orthodox Church that contains all the truths that we need to erect this great civilization. It's already been erected in the past. Now, can we go back in time and redo Byzantium? No. But we can build on what is still there, what's left, the ruins, right? Standing on the shoulders of giants, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And when you read these books, when you get an idea of civilizational studies, and you grow out of just a very naive biological racial determinism, that's not everything, man. There's more to reality, to life than race. Man has a spirit. Men are, there's obviously some aspect to which all men share manhood, right? So does that mean that we go with the universal and we blend everybody into a giant blob of no individuals? No. That's the error of collectivism, one of the many dialectics. We don't do dialectics. We believe in a balance because in the triad there's a balance. In the church there's a balance. In the imperium there's a balance between the ethnos, right, and the leadership. All of this was laid out for a thousand years in the church fathers, especially the later church fathers. Look at the double-headed eagle. The Byzantine double-headed eagle tells you everything. There's your symbol. There's your esoteric symbol for it. Is it Masonic? No, it's not Masonic. It's the symbol of the ecumenical council. Turn that off and read some of these books. Listen to my lectures where I go through these books. This is Jay Dyer, Jay's analysis. I challenge you to read these books and come back to me and you tell me if I'm wrong.
One of the ways to show that relativism, which is the dominant philosophy of our day, is incorrect, is to show that it actually is inconsistent on its own realm. So while relativism tries to promote the idea of no certainty, no objectivity, it at the same time makes the claim that its own position is universally true. It's a universal statement. So anytime you make a universal claim, as we call it in logic or philosophy, this is the idea where you think that the proposition that you're proposing is absolutely true in all cases, in all worlds, et cetera, et cetera. So if you argue that there's such a thing as absolute truth, while at the same time your foundational presupposition or maxim or proposition is stating the denial of that thing, it functions as what we call a universal contradiction. And I think that we can show that just simply by looking at its starting point, its beginning position, which claims that there's no objective truth. There are no universals. And so this then applies to epistemic relativism, metaphysical relativism, cultural relativism, and ethical relativism. All of those are kind of a package deal that starts with this position of making a universal claim that relativism itself is true, but then it also denies it in its movement, that is, in its argumentation, and then where it tries to go, it tries to say that there's nothing that's absolute or true. So this actually functions as its strongest self-refutation. It's a reductio. It reduces to absurdity. It's a reductio. It reduces to absurdity. Reduces to absurdity. psycho living experience. It is always the Logos.
Welcome to the J. Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, J. Dyer.
And all right, jaysanalysis.com. This time, we're going to discuss Plato's Phaedo in depth. I thought that it would be helpful to readers of the article that did pretty well for a philosophy article dealing with the esoteric side of it, which is generally passed over if you have any kind of academic treatment of the treatise of the topic. You do a cursory glance in Philosophy 101, and then you don't really deal with it again unless perhaps you take an upper level philosophy course on Plato. So what I want to do in this talk is make it more, bring it down to a more general level where it can be understood by people that maybe haven't read Plato in depth or are not too familiar with a lot of the philosophical concepts. So since Jay's analysis is growing quite a bit of late, and because my field is philosophy and classics and ancient philosophy, medieval philosophy, etc., what I want to do is try to make things more accessible, so it's not all totally on an advanced level. Also, if you would, what I'm trying to do is I'd like to get to where I can do this full time. And so if you would, go ahead and subscribe or donate. And what I do is I give extra lectures, extra talks, and information ahead of time to those that have subscribed. So basically for $4.95 or a donation, you're going to get something better than university-style education where you're paying, thousands and thousands of dollars, $2,000 per class or whatever, $1,500 a credit hour, which is crazy. For a statist Marxist to stand up there and tell you how Plato is gender warfare and class warfare, which is utterly retarded, utterly ridiculous. And I can give you a better education, a better insight into Plato for a lot cheaper than that. So you could go this route. You won't have some useless piece of paper, but you'll have the knowledge and the critical thinking and the ability, the skill that I've been blessed with, that I could bless you with, at least help you with, to go in and smash these teachers if that's who you have. To use these principles and apply them to whatever field you're in. If you make music, Pythagoreanism, Platonism ties in very well with music. A lot of it's based on musical theory. If you are in business, you can use logic and critical thinking, and you might have had a basic critical thinking course in your undergrad or something like that. Maybe that's being phased out as we go into this global technocratic economy. But again, critical thinking is very useful for business and thinking in multi-dimensional levels, right? So not just us against them, but in 3D and 4D and 5D chessboard levels of reality. It helps you. It can help you to see things from different perspectives and different angles, getting a different viewpoint to help you think strategically, say, in whatever business endeavor you're in. In religious thinking, it can be advantageous to have a lot of theologians, academics, and religious affiliated readers and listeners, so you can get a better understanding of these ancient texts that can help you in understanding where you're at in your theology. And again, for $4.95 you can't beat that. That's a lot better than paying thousands of dollars for some guy who is an idiot, basically, and not very well trained in anything, standing up there telling you what the text doesn't mean. So let's get into this. There's some really interesting elements throughout this dialogue that build on the previous dialogue of the apology, where Socrates is giving a defense of why he's on trial by the people of Athens, the elders of Athens, for inciting the youth. So he's charged with rebellion and turning the youth to unsavory opinions and inciting revolution or rebellion and offending the gods. And so what we find in the second dialogue in my copy in Phaedo is Socrates' defense. He's going to give his view of the afterlife, immortality, the soul, and why he doesn't believe that he's wrong in his decision to submit to the elders of Athens in their decision of death. He also will give an interesting approach to the gods, where he will in one way speak of them allegorically, and in another way he will affirm them in reality. So we're going to get into that, talk about why that might be. And as usual, I don't do my discussions with a bunch of notes and outlines. I just kind of freestyle. I like that better. That's my improv coming through. But what we know in terms of more recent and scholarly deeper studies is that Plato is borrowing a lot from Eastern thought. Of course, obviously this is Greece, but ancient Far Eastern ideas precede this. We know that there's a body of tradition, doctrine coming out of Egypt that informs Socrates, and this is explained in the Timaeus at the beginning, another important dialogue. But here we are focused on the question of the afterlife. And the other interesting, crucial Platonic idea that will come to the fore is the doctrine of the forms and the eternality of truth. I'm also going to, throughout this discussion, give my own personal critiques and thoughts on the dialogue and why I don't believe we should accept a cyclical view of history or panpsychism or transmigration of souls, reincarnation, and some other theological issues that we would take issue with coming where I come from. So there's a discussion at the beginning about the priests of Apollo and Apollonian religion. If you've read Nietzsche, Nietzsche categorizes it as the rational. It's focused on the sun, as opposed to Dionysian religion that is focused on the irrational, the force of nature, the chaotic, the Dionysian banquet where you get drunk and you engage in a Saturnalian orgy or something like that. So if we were to we could contrast maybe we could think of maybe Jim Morrison as somebody who's a Dionysian and say Kurt Gödel as somebody who's an Apollonian. So two very, very different people, but good images of the Apollonian and Dionysian. So it's crucial that we recognize the mention of the priests of Apollo at the beginning of the dialogue, because Apollonian religion is, again, going to be characterized by masculinity, rationality, order, in contrast to chaos and flux and brute forces of nature. There's an interesting mention of the providence of God early on in the dialogue. So it's a debated topic in scholarship as to what exactly the notion of God is that was bequeathed from Egypt to Socrates and Plato. Very possible. A lot of the early patristic fathers, Augustine, for example, in City of God, speculate that perhaps the Egyptian thought was influenced by Moses and the Jews in their time in Egypt, their sojourn there. But we don't know for sure. Regardless, there's clearly cross-cultural influences here between ancient Egyptian and Greek thought and, very, very possibly Jewish thinking. We know from the text of Exodus that Moses was learned in all the mysteries of the Egyptians when he was young at Pharaoh's court before he decided to go over to his native people, the Jews. So Moses learned the esoteric side of Egyptian thought, and it's very possible that, in that interaction between the Jews in Egypt and the Egyptian court and Egyptian religion, that there was some sort of a blending or body of doctrine that was passed down. And that's another important understanding, or an important point to understand here, is that Socrates is the bearer of a tradition. So while it's in vogue in modernity to deride ancient thinking, ancient wisdom, perennial teaching, traditionalism, this is a very different stance, a very different approach to the world and to living. And so the ancient world was one based on tradition. Ironically, the modern world, although it derides tradition, is not actually anti-traditional. It's actually just a different kind of tradition. It's something more nouveau riche, something very, created by the nouveau riche, I should say. It's a new narrative, a kind of technocratic, empiricist narrative that gained sway at the time of the scientific revolution and so forth. So modernity's grand narrative is still a tradition. It's just a different tradition, and it's also a syncretic blended tradition just as much as any other. So the real question is not tradition versus no tradition, but tradition versus other traditions, and which traditions are true. And that's really what the question, that's the ultimate question of philosophy, really, is what's the true tradition. There's some really good thinkers who deal with that very well. One of the best essays I can think of is there's an essay by Dr. Philip Sherrard called Tradition and the Traditions. And in this, he details what he sees as the central distinguishing factor between perennial thought and biblical theism or a personal theistic God. But that's not where we're going to go in this discussion per se. There will be a little bit of that. But suffice to say that the idea of a body of tradition passed on is crucial here, and something that informs the Platonic approach to knowledge that distinguishes it from others. So when Aristotle takes his departure from the Platonic tradition, although we can still place Aristotle in the school of Platonic tradition, the Aristotelian departure with hylomorphism, and I'll get into that later, marks a very distinct departure from the body of doctrine that is passed on here. But again, tradition is crucial here, and it's an oral tradition. We don't know exactly when it was written down because the oldest copies that we have of Socratic dialogues are actually pretty late, 800, 1000 AD, so not actually BC. And if I recall, these are housed at Oxford or somewhere. I don't know, something I read a long, long time ago. But the Greek view here, somebody like Spangler is very good in Decline of the West in encapsulating the Greek approach to things, and it's very much based on fleeing from the temporal, fleeing from from time, fleeing from the here and now. So there's a Greek fascination with eternity, and that's what will lead Greek thought in Plato from Egyptian thought to basically positing the forms at the expense of everything in the finite material temporal realm. And that'll be crucial later on as well. But before we get into all that, we begin with a discussion of pleasure and pain and how the two seem to be dialectically connected, dialectically related. They seem to necessitate one another. Now, dialectics is going to be crucial to understanding Platonic thought, and this is one of the key indicators that it's borrowed heavily from other Far Eastern cultures, possibly some syncretic Far Eastern view from perhaps Persian thought or, again, Egyptian thought. But again, we should point out there are distinct markers that set Egyptian thought apart from the other ancient traditions. And this could also have, like I said, resulted from an influence of the Jews in their sojourn, because the Egyptian belief in the afterlife and the positive view of the body and the resurrection is something that is distinct from Greek thought and, say, other Far Eastern traditions.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
To burn some dough to get to the next stage. If you have to do something crazy, go through something uncomfortable to get that next stage closer to you. Rather than waiting, rather than sitting and fucking waiting in a room for 4 years and working a day job for something forming and materialize for the opportunity to come knocking, which it won't, okay? It's better to be a wild man focused on the horizon, in my opinion, than it is to be a guy who's totally buttoned up and has all his T's crossed and his I's dotted. And the other thing that I failed to get at, we're going to go on for another 2 hours here. I hope that's okay. I hope you don't have anything to do. Oh, you've got something important to do? I don't believe you. Opportunity is never going to knock. Maybe you get lucky. Maybe it does. I've never seen that. That's never happened to me. I've never seen that. The only opportunities I've seen involve people, other people. If you find other people who anyway open doors for you, allow you to grow, mentor you, etc., you need to latch onto them like a psychopath and never let go and repay that. Make yourself useful. Repay that sort of thing. And be the guy who people want to help. That's one thing, which I hope you are. I can't imagine some of you guys watching this how unlovable. There's a lot of unlovable people out there, let's say that. And that's this, the crux of the Hide Wars Women's Vlog coming soon, is to be loved. You have to be lovable. You're not lovable if you're visibly a chronic masturbator. You're not lovable if you hate yourself. You're not lovable if you exude fear, mental poison, self-torture, etc. And the fucked up thing is, the people who need love the most, or because of their need for it, the most unlovable, the most repulsive, and also the least deserving of it, because when you allow yourself to be poisoned by all that shit, it turns you into like a shitty human being, really. And I'm getting off, this is a tangent here, but the real thing that happens with opportunity is when someone is looking for a guy, you're either that guy or you're not. And you're not that guy if you don't do a decade of preparation, a decade of self-auditing, Satan processing, okay, the Scientology. If you don't do a decade of Scientology hard work that I've done, you're not that guy. If you don't do a decade of fucking honing your craft and becoming a useful, like masterful person, you're not that guy. Opportunity is like someone needs someone who can do really clean welds, who can do crown molding really nice and perfect, who can do X, Y, and Z, whatever it is that you're prepared to do in life. The Hollywood movie montage of someone picking themselves up by their bootstraps from homelessness and becoming like a prize fighter in 2 weeks or whatever is just so far from reality. It's about preparation. It's about habits and diligence and just fucking being the guy that's needed for whatever purpose. Visit www.mdegsdudelife.hacks.com for more information on how to become a wild man.
So I've got my book out here. We've got discussions of art and poetry. That's a debated topic in Greek thought in terms of the Platonic view, because in the Republic, Plato talks about how art is dangerous because art can be marshaled by oligarchical forces or by brutish forces to incite the mob, incite the masses. So art has to be controlled, poetry has to be banished. But Socrates, interesting change of thought here. He talks about writing poetry. I cleared my conscience by writing poetry. And then he goes on to talk about how philosophy is the highest of the arts. So a lot of unanswered questions in some of the Platonic teachings and dialogues. Perhaps Plato modified his views over time. Perhaps, perhaps there's a little game at work here, play on words, a little paradox that he intentionally included in the works. Who knows? We don't know. That's a long debated discussion as to Plato's actual view of the arts. But what we do know is that the reference to Aesop's fables seems to connect to the idea of religion and allegory, because Socrates says he has a recurring dream, and the recurring dream keeps telling him to, what was the exact quote? Socrates, practice and cultivate the arts. And so he tried doing poetry. He wanted to write his own Aesop's fable, Socrates says, but he said it didn't come out very good, so he just kept doing philosophy. And he came to the realization that philosophy is the greatest of the arts, and that he thought this was the meaning of the recurring dream. But the recurring dream seems to suggest recurring life, because when we dream, we are in a different realm, the ether or whatever, and the soul or the psyche is experiencing things that seem to transcend the here and now. So is there a possibility of Plato thinking that dreams indicate this metaphysical past life or higher dimension or so forth? Very possible, because the discussion begins to diverge into the issue of whether or not excuse me, I lost my page here. Whether or not we had a past life, and dreams could be the indicator of that. Plato thinks, or Socrates thinks. So when we are asleep, we're out of the body, and we're experiencing things in that psychical realm. And the early on statement here in the dialogue is that he says, "Very well then, let me try to make a more convincing defense to you than I made at my trial. If I did not expect to enter the company, first, of other wise and good gods, and secondly, of men now dead, who are better than those who are in the world now, it is true that I should be wrong in not grieving at death. As it is, you can be assured that I expect to find myself among good men. I would not insist particularly on this point, but on the other, I assure you that I shall now insist most strongly that I shall find there divine masters who are supremely good. That is why I'm not so much distressed as I might be," talking about his death. So he has an assurance that in the next life he's going to be with the blessed, with the good gods, the men that have gone on to the afterlife, to Valhalla. I'm kidding, to the Elysian fields. And he says that philosophy is the preparation for death. So not fearing what happens to the body in this life is preparation for passage into the next life. But because the body, in the Platonic view, is ever-changing, and it's material, and it's in flux, it has to be derided. So he talks about not giving in to the pleasures of the body and the passions of the body, and to flee them, and to instead acquire gnosis. So the later Gnostic traditions of patristic era would definitely derive a lot of their impetus from Platonic thinking and Platonic dialogues. So the philosopher is the one who, as we know, lives the examining life, the one who is interested in thinking through matters. But unfortunately, we have at this point an erection of the primacy of reason, ideas, of rational thought over against anything else. And this will be, in my view, the chief dialectical problem at work here. Nevertheless, we're going to plumb this for any insights and good that we can. So the dialogue then transfers to discussions of absolute beauty, absolute goodness, absolute uprightness. Man sees by his soul, not by bodily sight. So the sight that Plato is concerned with is the inner eye, the inner man, the soul, the psyche, seeing the true forms of things and not the variegated, variant, changing objects for his perception, presented to his senses. That must be transcended, gone over and against, and rejected for the ultimate eternal truths of things. So there's an anti-physicalism here. And like I said, this is key to understanding the rest of the track of Western dialectics, because from Plato and Aristotle on, reason and rationality will be given primacy over other modes of thought, other approaches to existence, other approaches to morals, ethics, whatever. It's all based around the functioning of reason, where the nous in Plato, which is identified with intellect and rationality, is also identified with the soul. So there's a soul-body dialectic here that will, of course, re-emerge with Descartes, most notably in the scientific revolution. But as James Kelly pointed out in my interview with him, the intellect, this, you can almost call it a third eye perhaps, even though it's actually identified with the soul at the same time, throughout life is seeing a bunch of images that pass before him. You know, as you live your life, you see the phenomena of experience. And these are all transient and passing. But the goal, what you should be doing, is seeing through these to the eternal forms. And there's going to be an awesome argument that will be presented that I think is philosophically one of the best arguments ever for how we know that truth is eternal and how we can actually have certainty about objective essences or forms or existing objective metaphysical principles that are not purely dependent upon our individual minds. That's really going to be the crucial positive argument that we can derive from Plato in this dialogue. So he says that the quest that the philosopher on is for reality, the quest for truth. And this is good. This is the approach that we should take to life, because life is full of con men, con artists, deceptions, rigged games all around us, from money to relationships to all sorts of things, jobs, meaning, the future, history, all bound up with multitudes of psyops and deceptions and marketing scams and pitches. And so the philosopher can make practical use of this in seeing through all the scams, seeing through the mirage to the reality. So the first step, he says, is not being a slave to your passions. The man is a slave to lust or to alcohol or to greed or whatever vice. He's going to be consumed with that. He's not going to be able to critically think or reason. He's not going to be able to live well or come to truth, just common sense, because he's going to be obsessed with something that's fleeting, a fleeting pleasure. And the eternal truths, Plato argues, and this is true, the eternal truths of God, of truth itself, absolute beauty, absolute goodness, uprightness, these pleasures are actually better. They will give you a higher level of satisfaction, pleasure, and fulfillment than any of the baser passions and delights of a fleshly nature. So the philosopher has to kind of undergo a purification to be prepared for death, and that's the goal of the philosopher, because if you don't see through the mirage and the deceptions to the truth, then when you go into the next life, you won't be prepared. And that's really the crux of what we're getting at here. That's we might call it the gospel of Plato, if you will, the evangelion of Socrates. So the profession of the philosopher is death, not a morbid obsession on death, but a noble courage facing death. So detachment and apatheia, and in Eastern thought, particularly Eastern Orthodox theology, apatheia is the idea of becoming passionless, not in the sense of having no love or something like that, but in the sense of not being dictated by baser passions, not allowing, selfishness and lust and greed and addiction or whatever to dominate the way that we live, and the way which will again cloud our thinking and our judgment. So through, according to Plato, through thought, critical thinking, and rationality, apatheia can be achieved. But to be fair here, it's not just through thought. It's not purely a rationalistic endeavor, because you also have to practice the virtues. You have to have courage, and you have to have justice and so forth, love truth, love wisdom, to attain apatheia, and thereby attaining wisdom. Now, there's an interesting mention in section 69, C and D, about ritual initiation. He talks about the allegory of the priests of the different religions, particularly, I'm guessing, of the religion of Apollo that he mentioned earlier. And he speaks of it allegorically as a message about passing over into the next life. And he reads it as the gnosis of the philosopher. So there's a kind of a death that one goes through in this life, where he's resurrected, that anticipates the death and intellectual resurrection, not bodily resurrection, in the next life. For Plato, resurrection in the next life appears to be reincarnation, not a bodily resurrection. So dialectical dualities, and what we mean by that is, think of, if you're familiar at all with Far Eastern thought, it looks at, in my analysis, it over time looked at operant principles in nature. So you would have night and day, male and female, black, white, things like that. And these dialectics, these contraries, these oppositional forces seem to, at the same time, be in tension, but also work together in unison for a balance. So I don't want to unfairly paint Eastern thought as believing that there is no true harmony. They do believe that these oppositional forces need to be in harmony, where I would disagree with Far Eastern thought, whether Buddhist or Taoist or whatever, Confucian. Where I would disagree with them is the means or way by which the harmony is achieved. So we'll get into that later. But when Plato discusses the soul and the body and God, it's important to understand the medieval chain of being, well, in the ancient world too, the medieval chain of being that we see in medieval Catholic theologians like Aquinas, people like that. That goes back to Aristotle and Plato and the Greeks, and ultimately probably to Egypt, where you have this scale, this continuum, kind of arranged maybe like a pyramid, where everything that exists is structured on this pyramid. So you have, at the bottom, you have non-being, which is the heaviest kind of being, things that are less mobile, rocks, well, you have non-being, and then maybe rocks or the dead, because they're the wicked dead, are placed in an immobile state of being for their crimes in this life. And then you would have, like I said, inanimate things like rocks, and then you would have vegetative life, which does have a kind of moving principle in a way, although still very limited. And then you would have animals, and then men, and then above men, gods, celestial intelligences or beings, and then above that you would have the most fault-like entity, God, or something like that. And so when we place all of them, though, on the same chain of being, this is the problem that we have in Western dialectic.
You were listening to DyerRadio on DJ Dyer Today's Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more J. Dyer Today.
homesick for the country. Well, hello there, friends. Welcome. This is Brother Billy Baptist. This is my gospel hour on WTNA, and I want to welcome you home to our little radio and to our little church, Beulah Baptist. First of all, I would like to address the issue of last night's show when we had several young teenagers doing what they call their prank calls, calling in and making fun of the name of the station. I don't understand. There must be something that the kids are watching on the Mickey Mouse programs or something. I don't understand the jokes, but I want to ask first of all that we be serious here on the Gospel Hour. And want to let you know that what we've got planned for you tonight is a very, very special show. I've got my good friend John Hagee is going to be popping in for a little while. And today he's going to talk about some Bible prophecies. I'm going to do a little bit of Bible prophesying on myself. I'm going to exercise it, the scriptures for you, to let you know what's happening in the book of Revelation, a book that many people find to be very confusing. It doesn't need to be confusing. It's a book given to God's people, as all of God's people. And I've had several dreams and visions that have come to me from the Lord, and I'll let you know, of course, what the answers are. But first of all, let's see if we can, Boozy, can you get John on? Let's get Brother John Hagee on. Damn it, Boozy, come on. Can you ring the damn phone, Boozy? Boozy, this is why I got you saved, so you could do this right. This shit right. You're going to bleep that out now in the edit, won't you? All right, now, let's ring it. See if you can ring it. Come on, Boozy. Hello. Hello there, John. This is Brother Billy. I want to welcome you to the show, and I want to thank you for letting me call. This is John Hagee. I want to ask you all out there to buy my new book, In Defense of the End of the Times. Friends, we are living definitely in the end times. The Bible prophesies many times over there will be those who will come in the last days denying the end times. These deceivers and liars are all part of God's plan. God's plan for the end times and the rapture. Thank you, Brother Billy. Well, we're going to have to go rush to the commercial break here. I want to thank you, Brother Hagee, for popping in there to plug his new prophecy book, which I'm sure will be a classic. And I want to remind you that we will be having the potluck, of course. Let's just get a little look at this here. I'm told that the kids are going to put this on the YouTube, and they're going to have videos for us. Boy, look at that cake there. Look at them layers. It's like the 12 layers of the 12 apostles. Let me tell you, that cake there about like Sister Susie. And each one of them layers is... well, we won't go talk about that right now. We're going to get into Bible prophecy, as it says. Now, this image here, we see the buffalo, and of course that represents the American Indians, and the clouds there, and what we have this the Statue of Liberty there is, of course, America, God's country, and the Statue of Liberty has commissioned the buffalo to run, right, of course, across the field there, and then you have God in the sky with the book. Now this here represents the beast, and that beast here has many horns and crowns on all of his horns, and it's sort of like it's as if what this picture's telling us is that this beast will rise up out of the sea, and it's going to be a very wet beast. He will probably smell tremendously awful. So you will know this is happening when you begin to smell the beast. Other aspects of prophecy, we will begin to see men who are genetically modified into half horse, half man. Here is a picture of this as we see, for real, in reality. So probably in New York where all the queers are. Now, this image here represents the rest of the beasts, and you have something from, looks like Final Fantasy there on the bottom. That bear, of course, represents California because of the bears on the flag of California. And you have that man there. The man is a man made of metal, and that's a robot. That represents robotics, as they are called in Bible prophecy. And so we're going to see these strange creatures being made, and robots with golden heads and golden skirts on. That represents homosexuality. Now, this image here is designed to explain what's happening in the book of Ezekiel and Revelation. Of course, those are the spaceships that will be doing the rapture. As you can see, there is a young girl here being lifted up into this spaceship. Boy, I wish I was. I have to tell you, I hope I'm on that spaceship when the rapture happens and we lift all the ladies up into it. Now, moving on to the next picture. This here's a real quick Bible chart. Now, you need to jot this down for you because it'll make it simple. Now, I hope you got all that. Now, here in this picture, what's going on is this is designed to help you understand through visual imagery the meaning of Bible prophecy. Now, the woman in white there is the bride. She looks like, of course, like my third wife, Maybelline. Not really. I'm not too happy about that. But then now this woman here on as you see on the riding the beast there. Now she looks like my second wife, Angela. And she's got her cup of that wine, that box wine that she was always there. Angela couldn't get off of that box wine. She was always drinking. That's her there on the beast with a cup of gold. And there's the robot there again, as you can see in the background, next to the temple with the golden head and the homosexual golden skirt. And then, of course, there's the old man in the corner and the spirits, those lamps. Not sure what that represents, but that's today. That's all for today's Bible prophecy. We want to go ahead and remind you that there's a potluck. Friends, are you needing something in your life? Perhaps you're hungry. Perhaps you're hungry for something that only can be fulfilled at the potluck. I'm talking about the great potluck, but I'm also talking about the potluck that we're going to be having here at Beulah Baptist. And of course, you'll see fine delicacies and dainties like that there, and you're going to see fine delicacies and dainties like this here. Now, old Sister Susie, we don't know what this meat is. She didn't never tell us nothing. But friends, I want to ask you to come on down the aisle. Come on down the aisle of your heart. If you come down the aisle, friends, we'll let you eat the potluck. Friends, I'll put the potluck at the front of the church up there by the altar. And if you come down, I'll give you a bite of it. Come down and dedicate your life. Friends, this has been the Brother Billy Baptist Show, and we want to thank you. We want to thank WTNA Radio, and I wish I could say I could thank Boozy in there in the control room, but I can't. We hope you tune in again, and I hope the kids put up good pictures on that on the Unet, on the YouTube.
Oh my God, you're gay? I'm like so happy for you that you're gay. That's so cool. It's awesome. It's awesome that you're. Wait. What? You're gay? Oh my God. I had no idea you're a guy. I had like no idea you're a guy, but that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're a guy, but that's so awesome that you're a guy.
Oh my God, you're gay. I'm like so happy that you're gay. That's so cool. It's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay.
Wait, what? You're gay. Oh my God, I had no idea you're gay. I had like no idea that you're gay. But that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay.
Oh my God, you're gay? I'm like so happy that you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay.
Wait, what? You're gay. Oh my God, I had no idea you're gay. I had like no idea that you're gay. But like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay. Oh my God, you're gay? I'm like so happy that you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay. Wait, what? You're gay. Oh my God, I had no idea you're gay. I had like no idea that you're gay. But that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay. Oh my God, you're gay? I'm like so happy that you're gay. And that's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay. Wait, what? You're gay? Oh my God, I had no idea you're gay. Oh my God, I had no idea you're gay, but that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay. Oh my God, you're gay? I'm like so happy you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay. Wait, what? You're gay? Oh my God, I had no idea you're gay. That's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay. Oh my God. Oh my God, you're gay? I'm like so happy you're gay. That's so cool, it's awesome. It's awesome that you're gay. Wait, what? You're gay? Oh my God, I had no idea you're gay. Oh my God, I had no idea you're gay, but that's like so awesome. No, I had no idea that you're gay, but that's so awesome that you're gay.
You're eating a diet of industrial-produced soy slop kibble. Your diet is trash. This is one of the most obvious reasons that so many of us are dealing with chronic inflammation, i.e. the inflammation of the gut being directly linked with inflammation of the brain. And when people say you've got a gut feeling about something, your gut is actually very much involved with your emotions at a physiological level. I'm not saying it's completely deterministic, right? But your gut health greatly affects your ability to deal with emotional stressors. Your gut health is crucial for the creation of neurotransmitters, right? Your gut produces compounds like serotonin here if they are out of balance, either too little or too much. Right, so a lot of people think that, oh, well, serotonin's good, you eat more of it. No, too much serotonin makes you miserable as well. And gut bacteria are crucial for the production of neurotransmitters. So your diet is crap. You're eating industrial slop, manufactured and designed to make you feel like crap so that you continue eating more and more of it. Because that slight high you get from it, that little bit of dopamine you get from the crunchy / savory / sweet, the low quality salty sugary, not saying that salt and sugar are inherently bad, but the low quality salty sugary corn syrup based GMO soy sludge that you're eating is weaponized. Kellogg's was a company whose initial product line was designed to make people infertile, right? It was designed to decrease human libido, your libido being a measurement of your vitality, your energy levels, when you have low energy levels, when you're chronically inflamed, when you are malnourished. Fertility shuts down. We see the fertility shut down in vegan ovulations, right? The Frotarians famously thinking that is some badge of honor, and spiritual and physical cleanliness to lose your period if you're a woman. This is nonsense. Visit Tristana's channel at Tristan Haggard for more information on how to reduce your soy levels.
guys, we have a show sponsor which helps you to be not a gamma male, not hopefully a beta male, and that is Chalk.com. Use promo code J60Life, J60Life, to get 60% off all those great Chalk products over at Chalk.com.
J60 Life.
J60 Life.
Chalk. To get 60% off all those great Chalk products over at Chalk.com. Great Chalk products